Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Exciting day today. Pardon me being a couple minutes late. I did jump right out of bed this morning. I'm so excited. This is gonna be a good one. But you know how it is. Just things get your attention. I had to finish making my tea. There's no way I can sit here through lunch without my tea and not turn into a mummy in front of your eyes. Got to stay hydrated, guys. Important part of that biology that we got to work with. But I'm excited, of course, like everybody, because here we are for, we're going to get to the cross-examination of Jen McCabe today. She's, probably 2/3 done with what she has to say on direct. Then we get to cross, and we know it's going to be AJ, and we know AJ did it last time. And I mentioned yesterday, I think it's kind of debatable who won last time. I think you could make a pretty good case either way. I really do. My personal impression, not Jen McCabe does not strike me as somebody that I would trust. She does not come across as warm. She does not come across as giving. She comes across as kind of predatorial and reptilian, and that's going to have me keep you like back over here so I can keep an eye on you. We don't necessarily have a problem, but I'm not necessarily going to give you a chance to see if you can cause me one. But that's just my impression, and I can see a world where somebody might perceive her as she's strong and she's got an answer. And I mean, I'm going to give her credit for yesterday, man. She had great hair, especially for a woman that's almost 50. Like, I feel this place in life. Very full, like great blowout. Good hair on Jen McCabe. So she's formidable. She's formidable as an adversary. But her big problem with cross-examination, there are so many bad facts. So many bad facts for her to deal with because her timeline, timeline just doesn't add up with all this other information that we have. Doesn't add up with all her other stories that she told. And so last time, AJ kind of struggled to get all that out. But he had rehearsal. He had his spring training. Now it's game time. So I'm interested to see the adjustment, if there is an adjustment, and something that I think is going to be critically important here. I've yelled and screamed a few times already in this trial. You better remember, do you deny it? Do you deny it is going to be very important in this cross-examination because there's going to need to be impeachment. If this is anything like it was the last trial, her stories have changed so many times. And, important piece of it, early statement that she made to Trooper Proctor on like the same day or the next day or something like that, that she's looking out, seeing the car when she's sending these texts to John. And after she sends the last text at 12:45, she looks out the window and sees the car driving away. That didn't happen. We know it didn't happen because Karen connected to John's Wi-Fi at Meadows 9 minutes before that. But as I recall, last time in trial, we just kind of fumbled through a very difficult refreshing her recollection that, didn't really refresh her. And then she just said, well, it was wrong. They got that wrong. Something like that. We need it to be crisp and clean. Here's what you told Trooper Proctor. You don't remember? Do you deny it? That's what I want to hear. Do you deny it? Yes, you deny it. That's all we need to know. We can move on. We don't need to get tangled up in this morass with Jen trying to get explainy about everything. Then when Proctor's on the stand and we have him, we elicit her statement from him. That's how you do your foundational setting it up to impeach with a prior inconsistent statement. So you're gonna have to pardon me if I don't hear you deny it. I might lose it a little bit. But yeah, some other stuff with the timeline. So when I got off yesterday, I pop over to X. I see what's going on, what happened with other folks. Saw some news. Old Mr. Farwell is going to be in court on May the 6th. Not much happening in the case still, just sort of waiting for the defense to decide. So are you going to defend this or not? It's kind of what it looks like. Haven't filed any discovery. Just having a little status. Trial's been reset to July. Kicking the can down the road. We'll see how that goes, but definitely one to keep an eye on. But the thing I wanted to point out is that I remembered yesterday during Ian Whiffin's testimony, and they talked about the clocks, and it was like, oh yeah, 3 clocks. There was an issue with Waze. There was an issue with Waze from the first trial. I remember it, but I just couldn't remember exactly what it was. And lo and behold, you know who does know exactly what the issue is? Yeah, that's all Olivia Lambeau. Okay, guys, if you're on X and you're not following Olivia Lambeau, like, what are you even doing with your life? This girl is brilliant. She has just so much detail in what she remembers and her ability to put it together, her understanding of the technical issues, top notch. Very, very good follow over there. And so she made this post that just kind of recounts a little bit of what the issue is. But of course, one of the reasons why I love her, she's got the receipts. She's got the receipts. Yeah, here it is. So I'm going to play for you Mr. Green's testimony from the last trial where this came up. This is what I was remembering.
In your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application. And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
And what did you notice about the relationship of the 3 of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So I think it's 3 minutes and 1 second, give or take a little. So, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to objection. Move to strike.
Sustained. I'm willing to strike that next.
3 minutes may not seem like much, but seconds matter, don't they, Mr. Alessi? He laid that. He laid that foundation. Seconds matter. Yeah, the Waze clock is 3 minutes off. I thought I remembered that. I'm like, am I losing my mind? No, here it is. Found it in the Axiom program. Mr. Whiffin went through that whole process yesterday of explaining the difference between the monotonic clock and an internal clock. And the monotonic clock just counts seconds from the time of I don't know if it does it like when you update or whatever, but when the system starts operating. But like any clock, well, at least any analog clock. Not so much sure about all the details of how digital clocks work anymore, but when you have an analog clock, it's not exact. You're gonna lose time, you're gonna gain time. It's gonna run just the tiniest bit fast or the tiniest bit slow, and those discrepancies are going to add up over time, and they can add up into fairly significant chunks of time. And so what they discovered was that the Waze program runs a little bit fast, runs about 3 minutes fast. So guess what? When Waze shows John O'Keefe's phone arriving at 34 Fairview at what? 12:21, 12:22. Yeah, that's what Olivia is pointing out. It's actually 3 minutes earlier. It's actually 3 minutes earlier. And if it's 3 minutes earlier, then what does that mean? It puts them on the other side of those steps and the climbing the stairs, the first set of steps and climbing the stairs. So this blows apart the timeline, even more. We already had a problem with the 36 steps going in the direction of the bearing. Happens to be, pretty well within the range of what you'd need to get inside the house at 34 Fairview. We already have the problem with the time that the Commonwealth is identifying that this accident took place. It doesn't really correspond with what John is doing on his phone, that there's a record of him doing on his phone, checking his text messages, unlock Face ID, unlock, check text messages, press the button to lock it. Not really consistent with you just got hit by a car and have these debilitating injuries. But yeah, now if Waze shifts everything 3 minutes forward and they actually got there at 12:22:14, or before, they actually got there before the 12:22:14 when the stairs start. Yeah. Now that means that flight, those flights climbed, they didn't happen just because you were driving down the road and the road was hilly or whatever. The experiment that Mr. Whiffen did that we didn't get to hear about. So this was something I did remember from the first trial. Olivia, being awesome, has got all the details for that. I can't really make that bigger, can I? I can share it here. All the little pieces of the cell phone data, and so yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. I saw this too, and it just caught my attention because we've got the steps, and we've got the call log. All these unanswered calls and so forth. But yeah, these steps, you can trace the path of the phone. We just don't know who had it and where they were going, but all these different times started taking those steps at 6:04. At 6:04. Okay, guys, now get this. Here's what we get to piece together. Another one from Olivia Lambeau. She has got the phone records and the phone calls. Okay. So here is the pocket state, right? We already know, came out of John's pocket, last thing that he did. Pocket state was cleared. Face ID, checks that last text message from Jen McCabe, sees it, hits the lock button, and that's the last thing. Finishes the steps at 12:32, and then that's the last movement that the phone registers. But then, look at that. Look at that. That's the last. The pocket state was cleared at 12:32, but then it registers checking for pocket at 5:19, between 5:19 and 5:52. Or no, between midnight and 5:52, it continues to check. It's in the pocket, but then 6:15, it registers as clear. It starts at 6:02. 6:02:41. 6:02:41 to 6:15. 417 checks. It's not in the pocket anymore. It had been in the pocket. Starting at 6:02, it's no longer in the pocket. Why does this matter? Let me get this up on a bigger one so that we can blow it up. Well, because I kind of forgot about what was going on with the phone history that morning. Now, we didn't necessarily hear a lot about this because Jen and Carrie have been focused on. Karen was just in the back seat, losing her mind and popping forward and popping back and in the middle and screaming and didn't have her seatbelt on. And we're yelling at her to shut up, and she's a crazy woman. Well, one of the other things she's doing is she's calling John's phone. She's calling John's phone. And this matters because you'll remember she left her phone in the car, apparently still running, when they found him at 34 Fairview. And then Jen McCabe makes the 911 call, and it's because Karen's phone has gone to John's voicemail and it's just sitting there with the line open. That's how we have that recording of the 911 call. Picks up Karen's phone, picks up Jen making the 911 call, and it's recorded on John's voicemail. So Karen is doing a lot of that. What time is that? That's happening at 6:03:02. That's how we're kind of able to time when they arrived at Fairview. Because she started making the phone call, they find John, she drops the phone, gets out of the car, and then Jen calls 911. But this is the interesting stuff, because what's Jen doing? Oh, Jen is also trying to call. She's also trying to call John's cell phone. She's also trying to call John's cell phone. Why is she doing that? Why do you think? Who else? Matt. Matt is also. This is John O'Keefe's call log report. Matt is also at the same time trying to call John's cell phone. She didn't mention any of that. But it helps us place them, doesn't it? It helps us place the time. If she made this call at 6:03 before they arrive at 34 Fairview, then that means when that phone starts checking for faces, the Doppler was the other page, but when the phone, the phone starts taking these steps at 6:04, and the phone is checking for faces at let me find it. 6:02. Phone starts checking for faces. Phone starts checking for faces at 6:02. It's before they're there. If these are on the same clock, if these are both running off of the system clock. That's part of the timeline I was very interested in. It blows up Carrie's timeline anyway, because it shows things happening with the phone, movement happening with the phone, long before Carrie points at the dash cam and says, "Yeah, here's where the." Close these down. Sorry about that. Anyway, just started playing on me. So just some very interesting details with the timeline, because that was something we talked about a lot yesterday. Very important with Ian Whiffen. He plays a big role in that, but it's also setting the stage for what we're going to talk to Jen McCabe about. So I wonder how much of this is going to come up. I really do. The phone started moving. Is the explanation just going to be, well, the phone apparently registers steps for everything? I mean, we've already gone down the road of having to say the phone registers steps to when you're driving on a hill, to try to reconcile that timeline. But we have the whole problem with the monotonic clock. If that's correct, Waze runs its timestamp is a little bit late relative to when events actually happened because of that clock. It runs slow. Then or I guess it runs fast. You don't have that problem with explaining why do these steps show when they were on the road? Because they weren't on the road anymore. Now it creates a different set of problems for explaining what John O'Keefe's behavior was. But you don't have to reconcile. Well, obviously he's on the road, so obviously the health data is inaccurate. Then you got this whole problem the subsequent morning, 400 and some steps, starting at 6:04, running until 6:15. When the first responders pick him up, Commonwealth really wants us to think, well, that's from the CPR or from the moving him around, trying to get him revived. But even Ian Whiffen wouldn't give him that. No, don't think that's how it's going to work. We are ready to go now.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said at her statements. That's obviously, this was a admission of party opponent and defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. There's a hearsay. If you want to get clips in and do so, I would go with the connection to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she
Motive.
said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
This is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why don't? Yes. Yes.
They're arguing. That was an argument about hearsay. Apparently, this clip has Karen explaining what the relationship was between John and Bella's mom, that she was an ex or whatever. That's hearsay. It's not something she has personal knowledge of. It means she was told. So it's kind of a double level of hearsay. Karen herself saying things outside of court is typically fine because she's the party opponent. Talked about that many times. But if she is herself relaying a hearsay statement, that second level hearsay also has to fall within an exception. And so her describing what John or whoever told her about the relationship between John and Bella's mom doesn't fall within an obvious exception. So that's what they were arguing about. But apparently, Mr. Brennan is not going to offer that anyway. So not an issue. Not an issue. Yeah, she made 2 phone calls to John. And then, if we advance that timeline because of the ways offset, we already knew it was after they were sitting outside, because it was at like First one was at 12:14. There was a 44-second incoming call from Jen. So she calls them at 12:14. 12:18, John calls Jen back. They have a 36-second phone call. And then it's the 12:29:44. There's the incoming phone call from Jen. That is 8 seconds. Ian Whiffen said he can conclude that it was answered. If they're already out front of 34 Fairview, they've been there since 12:19, almost 10 minutes. Almost 10 minutes. This was not a call for directions. They've been there. They've been there. Here's something that just, kind of crossed my mind. That the whole moment yesterday when she's asked, why didn't you just go outside? Why would I? It was this kind of snappy, like, what's your problem kind of answer. The reason why I think that's a little bit weird is because you went and blew up John's phone with text and voice and phone calls, like 20, like at least a dozen, somewhere between a dozen and 20 between, 12:15-ish and 12:50 is the last one.
Any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
So you're going to blow up his phone, but you can't just walk outside and talk to them in person? I'm not getting that one. I don't understand that at all.
Council, good morning, Ms.
Why
Reed.
would I? So you don't have to blow up their phone. They're right
I
there.
appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Good morning, follow me, please.
Mr. Keith, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
Back with that full hair, that great blowout.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with this house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Guess we're going to watch the ring video now.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show it's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize it's in that photo.
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
Cracked, if we're being technical, but that evolves over time too.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
What directions did
what
you
did
give?
you tell John as far as
Good job,
directions to
Brennan.
Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, Bella's street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You share with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay.
Here we
Do you have
go.
something
We talked about
physically?
this yesterday.
Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
45. Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for emergency.
Yes, I was ever kind of very fortunate. There was a few people we can't have the video out of the snow.
You can't hold up, if you're okay with it, you can have to know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us the rest of the line.
I think he's like, you guys got your ears to you.
I'm a trick that line, because it's
I don't. Oh, you're the one that. I don't think like the parents.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canyon, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the south, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident. Yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canyon, Mass. Yes.
911 is under alert emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and the,
People, he's gonna be here. Okay.
okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's Robin. He's John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and a couple of hours. Is he Jerry? Is he? I don't know. I don't know if he remembers. She was in trying to. It was a spotty and then it's hysterical.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to get the side apartment going. I just got to know.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
Yes, he's got to be out. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's trying CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm right up front of his car. I know, Mom, that's all the injuries. I know.
I know, honey.
Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had an hour. So he's been out with that.
They're not drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how he's been stuff.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something coming out of the note, and one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, I'm working on him.
All right, if you put CPR, and just let me, you give us a call back, and you become the sponsor, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock.
Shock and horror?
My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators, but also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
Trying to get the
I think I
important-
just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the
Watching
snow
my channel, Jen?
versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone
like an
else
eternity.
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, I'm not sure specific. I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
You went into save John
next?
mode.
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held
she asked you
hands.
to. It's her fault.
We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how
Out
long it
of the
takes
car
for somebody,
now.
to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
Oh,
What was
interesting.
the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him as he did?
If you never heard of
Did the defendant
autocorrect,
move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say
you've
anything
been
to the
saying it
defendant?
all morning and you're
I
startled?
think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
Going to see counsel at Sidebar is non-responsive. That's a good objection. Oh, little shift, huh? Now we're no longer in the back of the car doing the patrol search. I wonder why. I wonder if maybe somebody watched that patrol video. That's when it's supposed to happen. Her timeline has shifted. I pulled out my notes from the first trial. And in the first trial, they're doing this Google search, and then it's the next thing that they know that the first responders are taking John over into the ambulance. Now she's got it. They're taking John over to the ambulance, and then the Google search happens. That's important because the Google search is at 6:23, right? But we're taking John to the ambulance at 6:15. We still got a timeline problem.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go, and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs, yes.
And upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation, do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Very hard to see the timestamps on here. This looks like it's 6:12, 6:13, 6:14, 6:15, 6:17. Can't quite read it though.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
I'm glad I'm not the only snow snob. Like this is not all that, guys. All right, here we are, 6:10, the arrival.
Can you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now,
My guess.
you're
She's
over
trying.
to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Talking to the cop.
Continue, please.
Karen's following the ambulance. Nobody's asking anybody to Google anything.
Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue,
That's
please.
not in evidence.
Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
You see them still literally right there, like.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
Haven't seen any Googling yet.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
And remember, John's phone is taking a lot of
Is
steps
that
right
Ms.
now.
Roberts?
Yes.
Taking a lot of steps right now.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
Yeah, Jen, when was it?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
Oh, now you're not going to show us? This cameraman needs to get fired. Get fired. Get fired. This is the Google search. Get the fuck out. I don't know why you're here. Oh, cute. Now you're going to give it to us?
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Great proof here. Great proof.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:20, 6:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Guys,
Stop,
isn't
please.
there?
You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
There
And
is
you
more
described that
dash
you went
cam,
in
right?
and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
Because there are other officers. Mulaney shows up. Then Lank shows up. Wonder if we're going to see any of that.
And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
It took 5 minutes to get inside and wake them up and have lights come on.
After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, I after Officer Lanks spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lanks said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
She was in shock for
Little
months.
by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes. Officer Lank had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
And did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lank?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who was starting to hear. Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people? Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, were any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
The car
Did you ever see the
repairman.
defendant?
No.
The car
While you were at the
repairman
house,
was
did you have
there.
a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Carrie's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's
To her
daughter,
friend's
yes.
house.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike's Lanks' daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having a conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain this petition. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot. Or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Ask a different thing.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, you helped all right.
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I think this is an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can do it at sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving it as exhibit. I do not object.
Okay, I'll see you at some point.
He doesn't want it coming in. I don't know. Not sure exactly what the issue is with this one. The car repairman was there. I've already said, guys, I'm not necessarily a big one for the Freudian slips, but that's usually when I'm talking about malapropisms. You know, you just accidentally get something wrong. You get your wires crossed. You say the wrong thing. You use the wrong name. You're reaching to identify people who were there at the house and you come up with the car repairman. It's just a little bit ironic. Because of, questions about John's car and potential damage to the car from when Karen backed into it. That was quite a slip.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Here we go. Here we go. What do you got, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We talked about what
We've
happened.
talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
right,
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call And that's my story. You know, I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms.
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception, and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Do you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's I'm sorry. I believe it just I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person.
She's not
correct?
going to agree with
You've
that.
somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact, I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the timeframes of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
Did you look at your cell records?
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
Okay.
yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not 100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened name from Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
What's yours, Jen? What's your nickname?
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together?
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
And John wasn't either? What about John? Not
On
family?
January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. The Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Define connection.
Julie
Let the
and Chris Albert are
witness
very, very close to
answer
you.
it or not.
Correct.
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them. Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police
Yeah,
Department?
you should allow it.
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see Counsel at Sidebar, please?
Sure.
Bev cuts us off. I'm actually very glad that Ellen has gone through and clarified all of this, because as she's going through all the relations, I actually put I couldn't remember where Jill fits into all of this. I thought Jill was related to Jen. So when she didn't come up, I hadn't put all those pieces together. But no, she's Julie's sister. Now I remember that. So I do find it helpful for him to just lay the land of all of these people and their different relationships, just particularly the women, because they take on their husbands' names. And so it's kind of hard to tell, who is connected to who. She's coming off real different here, isn't she? She's being more cooperative. She's not really arguing as much. She's, not staring the daggers at him. She's taking the apologetic. I'm sorry. I don't know. She's being helpful, Jen. I'm just here to help with the testimony. And so if I don't remember the exact number of meetings or the time they took or what I was asked, I'm really sorry. Very, very calm and placating kind of attitude. So far, she is holding up pretty well in my view. And, if the jury's coming into this not knowing anything about who's who and what some of the background is and stuff, I think they're probably getting a good impression of her so far. So, to the extent that Mr. Jackson's strategy is to kind of knock her off her pedestal and get her to react in a certain way, mask slip, something like that. We got some work to do. We got some work to do so far. She is still doing that whole talk to the jury thing. You remember that? Amber Heard did that. Cops do that a lot. They're sort of trained to turn and talk to the jury. People have different thoughts about it. Some people can pull it off and some can't is really kind of my view of it. The problem is it comes off as very unnatural and prepared, because your normal inclination in a conversation is to talk to the person who's talking to you. I guess we're taking a recess.
Jurors right this way, please leave your notebooks on the chair.
I don't know if we're going to come back for an argument or something. We'll see. So it can come off as just rehearsed. If you're very skilled at it, it can come off as, well, I'm just including the jury in the conversation. But a lot of the times it just comes off as you have kind of been told that you should do this. And it's not part of the natural flow of the questioning and answers. So notable that she does that to me. Just point out, yeah, Amber Heard did that. How did that go? Not sure that necessarily went all that well. Once again, unfortunately, the 911 call, because of the acoustics in the courtroom, it's just very, very difficult to hear what it is that that they're saying. I've continued to look for a transcript, and the best one I was able to find was Criminality on YouTube. Has a video with the 911 call, and of course they have the transcript. She says, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. There's a man passed out in the snow. Then they transfer her. Stay on the line. She says, I think he's dead. You got to get here ASAP. Then the blankets, where are the blankets? I don't see the blankets. 911, what's the emergency? I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass. What's going on? There's a guy. Now it's a guy unresponsive in the snow at 34, passed out. Yes, 34, the Albert residence. Yes, I just pulled up and found him. Okay, 34 Fairview, Canton. Yes. And they keep transferring this call around like this is not an effective dispatch. Emergency, hello, yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton? Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow. So she keeps, this is, over and over again, wording it slightly different. Okay, is he, yeah, okay, you've got to get here. Okay, what's going on? Is he face down? We just flipped him over. That's where that came from. Specifically asked, is he face down? We just flipped him over. Nobody else has described that. He was found supine. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related? Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John. Oh, okay. How old is he? John is 46 years old. How long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car in a couple hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to heat his body heat, and they're hysterical. Interesting kind of pattern there. How long has he been outside? I don't know. And then instant shift to something else. He got out of the car. How do you know he got out of the car? Karen tell you he got out of the car? Did you see him get out of the car? Tell him the story just a few hours later. How do you tell the story? I would love to see a chronological. This is one of the ways I might structure at least some of this cross. Is a chronological presentation of Jen McCabe's statements about what happened. Maybe just point by point. Start with the 911 call. First conversation that she has with Lanks. Second conversation she has with Lanks. Conversation she has with Proctor. Subsequent days, etc. Grand jury testimony. Just line it all out in chronological order. And if I'm really, of course, if the judge will let me, but if I'm going to really go full Alessi on this, I might even have a nice little chart of here's the changes between them, a little demonstrative that I can show the jury. You didn't say this time, but then you added this, but then you took this other part out. Just things like that. Okay, I know it's tough. But we already have the fire department going, and they just got to know if he breathing. You guys know he doesn't seem to be breathing. Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR? You guys, can you do CPR? No, I guess he's gone. Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so. No, I think he's passed away. They're not comfortable doing CPR. They think he's dead. He's brand new dead. That's really when you need to do CPR, whether you're comfortable or not. But they don't feel comfortable doing it. That's interesting because they said they were doing it instantly. All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's to something CPR, then I can't hang up with you, and I'll hang up with you. And if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys? Outside. Oh, right. It's a car. I know. I'm on the phone with the ambulance. And then I know, honey. I know. I remember hearing that. This is her being calming. That's much nicer than the shut up, Karen. Quite sympathetic at the time. Not she's lost her mind and she's fucking crazy. Like you're telling us now. At the time, you're putting on pretty good display of sympathy there with her. I know, honey. You got to get off him, honey. You got to get off of him. This is if there was any alcohol, drugs involved. They had been out. They had been out drinking. Yes, but I'm talking hours. About maybe. I said I don't know how long he's been in the snow. Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe he hit his head out. Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face. Okay, bleeding from the face. All right, yes. And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any? Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR. Okay, one of the women is doing CPR. Yes, they're both working on him. All right, if she's doing CPR, just give us a call back if he comes responsive, but we're on the way. Thank you. That's the transcript of the 911 call. Thank you, criminality. Hat tip to you. I was looking for that, and you're the one who delivered. So just some interesting little details in there. He got out of the car. Don't know how long he's been out there in the snow. Blood coming from his face. If he's actively bleeding, he's not dead. If he's actively bleeding, I can't imagine he's been out there for very long. Definitely not out there dead for very long. When you die, your heart stops beating and it stops circulating your blood, so you don't bleed anymore. Now, you might have blood accumulations, right? Your nose, your sinuses, your throat, things like that. It will stay in liquid form. So if you're moved, you might get a little bit of liquid blood, but pretty cold out there. How long is it going to take? How long is it going to take for all that to freeze? How long is it going to take for it to dry, for it to coagulate when you're no longer bleeding because you're dead? The bleeding at the time, this has always been a bit of a red flag for me because that's fresh. That's fresh stuff. That's not somebody who's been dead for an hour, couple hours. If you're bleeding fresh, your blood hasn't coagulated. How long does it take for blood to coagulate, you guys? When you cut yourself? You put the pressure on and get a Band-Aid. How long does that take? Couple minutes. Couple minutes, maybe? Really doesn't take very long. So, really not sure I'm buying that he's been laying out there since 12:30 the night before for 5 hours. They find him dead, but he's still bleeding. Very, very hard one to explain. Made a little note here, just something I caught with Brennan's questions about the speaking to John about the directions. When he called you or you called him, he's deliberately being very imprecise about this because he knows there are multiple conversations. There's 3 of them. There's the first one where Jen calls him, and there's like a 36-second conversation. Then John calls her. There's like a 44-second conversation. But then there's that 8-second one at 12:29, when we know the car has already been out front of 34 Fairview, even under the Commonwealth's unadjusted timeline, for at least 5 minutes. And then if you do the Waze offset that we learned about from the last trial, it's more like 10 minutes. They've been sitting out there and they have an 8-minute conversation. An incoming call from Jen to John, answered 8 seconds. So there's 3 separate phone calls. But all they're talking about is the one when they talked about directions, and he's being very imprecise about which one the directions call was. When you called him, or he called you. Well, it would have been when he called you, right? Because you're not going to call him knowing that he's lost and offering him directions. He's calling you because he can't find it. That's how that conversation is going to go. So the conversation you had before that, what was that about? And then the one that you had after, what was that about? The details aren't helpful. They aren't helpful to the Commonwealth, so he's brushing them over, being very imprecise about them. She was trying to get the most important information she could to the 911 operator, the man unresponsive in the snow. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I said. I could buy that. I could buy that. Were you paying attention, Jen? I could buy that. But if you were paying attention, then I have a hard time reconciling that with your shock and horror. Because I don't think you get to be rationally calculating what do the ER first responders need to know? What do the 911 people need to know? What do I need to focus on? How do I communicate that effectively? While at the same time you're in a shock state. Those things don't really go hand in hand. The whole kind of nature of shock is that well, look at Karen. Look at Karen. Your rational brain is kind of shut down. Your more animal, survival, instinct level impulses are kicking in. A lot of adrenaline, a lot of cortisol. Wonder what Karen's heart rate looks like during this time period. Wonder what her heart rate looks like. I'll bet it's through the freaking roof. I bet it's through the roof. When we're saying they're in shock, we're talking about a different thing than medical shock. We're not talking about like you go into medical shock sometimes, like if you're severely injured, and this is a biological process where blood flow is affected, blood vessels are constricted. It's your body basically going into preserve itself mode. So we're talking about psychological shock. We're not necessarily talking about physical, about biological shock in the medical sense. Well, I guess unless Jen tells me otherwise, but certainly doesn't look like she's making that claim. So that's why I'm saying I bet her heart rate is through the roof. She's not in medical shock. She's psychologically spun out. She's told to go in the house by Lank and wake up Nicole and Brian. And so she goes in the front door and she goes upstairs and she opens the bedroom door and she wakes them up and they wake up shocked and surprised. And she explains and they get dressed and they go downstairs. But it's a 5-minute gap between her walking in the house and the lights coming on. That's what the dash cam showed. 5 minutes, that's nearly as long as it took for first responders to get to the scene from the time that she called 911, that time period that she described as it seemed like forever. Probably wasn't in real time, but in terms of your perception of it, it felt like forever. 5 minutes seems like an awful long time to me to wake somebody up and they start turning lights on. Did they get dressed in the dark? Not saying they didn't, but that sounds kind of hard, especially when, you could just turn the light on. It took 5 minutes to turn the lights on. That stood out to me. I know, obviously, we from the last trial, obvious thing from all this. So where's Chloe? Where's Chloe? Chloe has vanished. She's not barking. She hasn't been barking for any of this. You know, we haven't heard her. Where's the watchdog? The German Shepherd. This is a guard dog. This is a dog that has been bred for thousands of years to protect its herd against predators. So because of that, you know, certain parts of the dog instincts have been developed, have been emphasized, have been bred into this particular animal, and alertness, vigilance are like pretty much among the primary traits of a German Shepherd dog. Very alert. She missed all this? She's only 7. I'm not buying this dog's like old and deaf. Didn't hear it. Where's Chloe? So, you know, she tried to revise her story of the Google search. Here's her testimony from the last trial. Just from my notes, of course. So this is a summary. So first, Karen says, I hit him 3 times. So the officer takes her to the back of the cruiser. Carrie was there. I went over. We were all in the back. I scooched in. We were all in the back. So now, first Carrie's in the back, but now she's standing outside because that had to change because there's no video, you know, of them all in the car at the same time. There's more dash cam video, guys. Remember this. There's more patrol cars on the scene. So there's more dash cam. I do wonder if we're going to see this in Cross. We were all in the back. I scooched in. Karen grabbed our hands and asked us to pray. Her hands had blood, and she asked if she had her period. We said, no, it's John's blood. Karen told Carrie to go look. Is he dead? Is he dead? She grabbed my hands and said, how long does it take to die in the cold? So I tried to Google it. I believe I did it multiple times. She was screaming. My hands were shaking. I didn't even get an answer because they were moving John. And next thing we knew, we were moving John into the back of the ambulance. So that's her. That's her version. They were in the car and then they were moving John to the back of the ambulance. She did the Google search. Before. This time, she doesn't say I hit him. She's at this point, he's just running around screaming, repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Did I hit him? So she was trying to comfort Ms. Reed. Someone thought she should sit in the cruiser for a bit. I went into the back of the car with her. Carrie came over. Karen and I sat in the back. Carrie was at the door. She was crying, asked me to get in. Crying, blood on her hands, asked if she had her period, who would take care of the kids. Then we saw them taking him to the ambulance. So Karen screamed to Carrie to go see. We got out. And then she asked me to Google hypothermia. We were outside of the car. And of course it's cold. And so she can't do that. And then she stood there as they were putting John in the ambulance. They put John in the ambulance at 6:15. That's not how this went down. We just watched it. We just watched it on the dash cam. They put John in the car at 6:15, or in the ambulance at 6:15. Then it's after that they go and they are put into the patrol car. And it's after that, you know, that she says, I hit him. And this startled her. That caught my attention. It startled you. Why would that startle you? She's been saying it all morning, according to you. Suddenly the changing it from a question to a declarative statement is shocking. No. This does not compute. You heard this all. She was like not saying anything else, according to you. This was about all she's saying. But suddenly it's shocking? Nah. What are you saying? I thought she was talking crazy. That's nothing new. That's nothing new. That's this entire morning, the way that you've described it. So, yeah, then she goes inside, and we have the taking 5 minutes, taking 5 minutes to wake up, turn on the lights. Lank came in. So yeah, then we watched the whole patrol. Okay, patrol car is there at 6:10. 6:14:45 is when they are taking John to the ambulance. Karen, is following them over that direction. They're having the whole conversation at 6:15:26 is when they're in that group with Katie McLaughlin in the group. This is when Jen is saying, Karen said, I hit him. And it was so shocking, and it caught her attention. And then it's like 10 minutes later after this, she claims at this point we're in the car with Karen, but of course you can't see it from this dash cam because we're showing the car that's parked in the front, not the car that's parked in the back. We're not showing that dash cam. So you can't see it in this one, but yeah, she's still with Karen behind the car in the same spot. Sometime in there is when she's doing the Google searches. And then about 2 minutes later is when you see Carrie. They all kind of converge back on Carrie's car. She goes and opens up the driver door. The cop comes and puts Karen in the passenger side of Carrie's car, and she's talking to Lank outside. So, 2 minutes after she says these searches are happening in the patrol car in the back, her explanation for why we didn't finish them. We got distracted because they're putting John in the ambulance. It's not what happened. It's not what happened. Wonder if we're going to go see that other dash cam. And then, of course, yes, everybody's hanging out for hours at the Albert House that morning where all this happened, because they're supporting each other, they're comforting each other. We knew that was going to be the explanation. We've gone through a very traumatic experience together. So she texted Karen for Carrie's number because she didn't have it, but she never got an answer and never spoke to her again. I sure would like to see Jen McCabe's call log, because I'd like to see, when does she start texting with Carrie relative to when does she text and or call with John. I got Sleuthy's timeline here that I can look through. She's such a queen. I just love. If you haven't, I'm going to go ahead and share it just real quick. If you haven't seen these things, they are pretty amazing. She's got these spreadsheets, and it all links in the. Let me go back to the fan. Anyway, links to like the source information and stuff like that. It is great material. Sleuthy's timelines, her spreadsheets, spreadsheet queen. So let me just do a search in it for Carrie. Okay, they arrive at 9 o'clock. The first communication I see between Jen and Carrie is that at just before 9 o'clock, Jen receives a phone call from Carrie, and they have a 5.5-minute conversation. This is well after Karen is at the hospital. John is pronounced dead. So this is, I would assume, Carrie contacting Jen to let her know. How does Carrie have Jen's number? I guess we'll find out. And then I don't think we have We don't have in this set of text messages all of the slew, the whole slew of texts between take the fan off, between Jen and Carrie that morning, the calls, the texts, and so forth. Let me see if I can find it in one of the other spots. Okay, let me search for Carrie again. I think this might be Brandy Churchwells that I'm looking at now. Brandy also, Spreadsheet Queen. Guys, there are so many good creators out there that like would be such a fantastic resource for trial prep, because their ability to organize and put all of this stuff together and synthesize all of it is just really, really remarkable. Makes it very accessible. So let's see. Following the notes about Carrie. Okay, they've arrived. Carrie drives away at 6:37. Oh no, because here we have 7:33. Jen calls Carrie. 4-second call. It's deleted from Jen's phone. This is what I thought when we got into the granular details of the phone records. Yeah, it started early, 7:33. This is while she's still there at the scene. Okay, Sergeant Lank left about 10 minutes before. There's a phone call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. At some point in here is when Brian Higgins arrived at the scene. John's phone, I believe, is taking steps at this point in time. Interested in that kind of comparison with John's health data and the timeline that Jen just gave us for this morning, because she's talking about, she's there at Fairview, until 11:30ish, and then she leaves. And my recollection is that that's pretty close to that's pretty close to what was going on with John's steps. Let's go ahead and let's go back to Olivia here. Find those steps. Here they are. Let me get this up. Okay. Here are the steps. We're going to go ahead and take a look at that. Look at the steps taken. This whole period, once they start moving at 6:04, then they start moving, but then they stop about 8:30. And then they start again about 11, and they move. They take some steps until just about noon. Isn't this when Jen McCabe just testified? She went home and then met with Proctor, and then the phone starts walking away. And at 12:36:56, or no, that's the morning. So this is just up until that right before noon. Like to see what we have for the afternoon, because this definitely seems like a logical handoff point. How did it end up with Proctor? Well, here's the first point of contact that we know that somebody who was in close proximity to that phone had contact with Proctor. Carrie said she gave it to a first responder, but we don't know which one. She didn't know, and none of them have said, yes, I have it, and I gave it to Michael Proctor. So I do find it interesting how the timeline of the steps does kind of seem to correspond with the timeline of finding John, running around at the scene, doing a whole bunch of things, then hanging out at 34 Fairview for several hours until it's time to go back to Jen's house. Kind of looks like that adds up, guys. Not saying that's what happens, but that's what happened. But boy, it sure does look consistent, doesn't it? Couldn't help but notice. Yeah, we'll go start dealing with the deleted calls, the deleted texts. But she texted Karen. She texted Karen for Carrie's number because she didn't have it. But when did she do that? When did she do that? Was it before 7:33? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. How did she end up getting Carrie's number? So then her memories start coming back, right? It's never left her mind. But the memories start coming back. Little bit difficult for me to reconcile that as well. If it's not leaving your mind for like hours and days, you're going over it and over it and over it and over it. And just kind of hard for me to believe that you're going to have some detail that is pretty important according to you. It was a major feature of this morning. Karen running around, I hit him, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Then it shocks you when that turns to, I did hit him. She's shown you the taillight. Somehow none of this gets put together. The first couple times you're talking to the police, it has to go, well, it's been going over and over and over in your mind, but you've just forgot those details until later conversations. Looks like they're kind of coming back, but sound's not on yet, so I'll wait until something more visible happens with the camera. So, I mean, pace-wise, I think this cross is starting off. It's starting off fairly slow. It's consistent with the way that Mr. Jackson has been doing his cross. He's starting off with a let's go over your prep, your mini meetings and conversations with the DA's office, also now with each other, with her and Carrie. He's not really, getting anything out of that because she's just going to deny it, and you don't have a way to prove it. So I think what he's doing here is he's just he's kind of planting the seed that she's saying this in the expectation that if she loses credibility later on, they're going to be able to turn around and say, she lacked credibility about that. So she lacked credibility when she said that they weren't coached, that they didn't, plan how they were going to coordinate their stories. That slipped too, where she called it her story. I didn't really mind that, guys. I don't mind stuff like that. It's lay. It's lay. It is her story. It is her story. And that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But then she got very defensive about it once it slipped, right? My story. I mean, in my truth, it's what happened. It's not a story. It's what happened. To me, but that's just me. Personalities are different. I'm not going to be that defensive about the fact of, it's what I remember. And I'm just a human. I could be wrong about stuff. I've been wrong about stuff before. I've misremembered things before. It's part of the human experience. And so having a little bit of humility about that, that's what seems normal to me. hard insistence that no, it's not a story, it's what actually happened. Well, it's not, and we already know it's not because we can see where it conflicts with the video. We already dealt with this in the first trial when you insisted that as you got out of Karen's car at 34 at One Meadows Ave at John's house that morning, that's when she ran over to show you the taillight, and then you literally watched the video of that not happening, and that didn't disturb your recollection at all. No, you were wrong. You were wrong. If it happened, it didn't happen then. We showed you that to your face. So this overconfidence in it's not a story, it's what happened, that's very defensive, and it stands out to me. It stands out to me. I don't know if that's going to stand out to the jury or not, but it's certainly something that I notice. Awful lot of people at an awful lot of meetings to do not much and talk about hardly anything. We just had a watch party of some dash cam video. We definitely already know from Tully's report that during the last trial they met and had a conversation, sat and looked at different pieces of evidence, talked about, there's a little issue with this location data putting you at Lanks' house the next day for probably like an hour. I like how Jen too is, I have a faint memory of maybe I went in and used the bathroom. She's not maybe entirely sure of what the data shows. Does it get more precise at some point and put her in the house? By the way, guys, just want to reiterate how much I love this chat and how awesome you guys are and so freaking knowledgeable. We had that great series of comments yesterday from My Mini 67 about the GPS and like the signal strength and how that works, and how maybe it's not that implausible that a human body could disrupt the signal. And as soon as I get off the stream and I'm going to check in on kind of my other account, I'm tagged in so many like interesting articles and questions to Grok, about the GPS and how all this works and the relative signal strengths between GPS and the cell towers and the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, all that stuff. You guys are awesome. Absolute wealth of information and resources. So anyway, while I'm thinking about GPS, I definitely wanted to make sure to get that shout out to the chat. I didn't know these details. I find it pretty fascinating. It certainly makes some sense to me. I mean, I guess where I'm confused and not necessarily sure how these different things work is, there's physical interference, but there's also electrical interference. This is just kind of my rough understanding of it. And so with things like the storm, the blizzard, I'm not sure how much of that interfering with the GPS is going to be because there's like literal physical, water, a lot of water in the air, just the atmospheric conditions that might, scatter up that signal. How much of it is electrical interference because there's electrical activity going on in the storm? That would interest me because, that might relate to how likely is it that the human body is going to, block or disrupt the cell signal. Yeah, now granted, human bodies are electrical too, at least while they're alive. But, certainly not on the level of like a lightning storm or a major storm or something like that. So just kind of interested in how those things relate to each other and, help us get a better understanding of these different theories and how they might work. So thank you to the chat for always being that wealth of knowledge and information and great reading material. Love that stuff. A bunch of nerds here. We love it. So yeah, she's vague about whether she went into the house at Lanks. And I do wonder about that. Maybe it shows her inside at some point. So But overall, kind of a slow start to the cross. Now, she was crossed for a long time during the first trial. It was a long time. We already know my general feelings about large crosses, long crosses. I don't love them. You just lose sight of what matters and what's happening. If you follow the rule of primacy and recency, then the first thing matters, the last thing matters, everything in the middle is most likely to fade away. So when most of your cross is like a big chunk of the middle, it's really hard to keep track of what is going to matter and what isn't. I don't love starting with this because this to me, is not important relative, especially to some of the really, really good stuff that we have to confront Jen McCabe with. I mean, we have physical evidence that contradicts her statements, and we have her own words contradicting her own statements. So as far as discrediting Jen, we got some good material here. We got timeline problems, we got deletions, we got stories that don't add up. We have a lot of material, and so starting with this prep session stuff, I don't love it. That's to me not the highest and best use of your primacy recency bias, because we haven't gotten anything here that stands out or that matters. She's denied anything improper, and we don't have any reason other than maybe we're suspicious to question that. So haven't landed anything here. I don't love starting with it, but it's going to be a long cross, I would expect, like it was last time. And so the goods are going to come later. Maybe he's planting seeds, gonna follow up on this, tie it all back together. The reason why you had these meetings, you say you didn't coordinate, but you also said a lot of other stuff that, as it turns out, hasn't added up. The reason why you needed to do that is because there's so many problems in your story. You had to figure out a way to try to reconcile them. You had to do those meetings with the investigators and with the DA because you needed access to the evidence that shows what happened. So you can try to make your story fit it, but you still haven't been able to do that. Maybe they're going to tie it in somehow like that. I guess we'll see. I did very much appreciate the family tree. Give us a sense of the family tree. I couldn't remember where Jill fit into all of this. Okay, she's Julie's sister. I forgot, and I think he did come up in the last trial. Tom Weeks. I wrote his name down, but I didn't catch quite who he was and how he fits into all of this. Is Tom Weeks married to one of the sisters? I missed it. Somebody can let me know in the chat if something I need to know or remember about Tom Weeks. But yes, we've established that they're very close. They're a family. Karen is not family. I would have loved to have hammered that home with John. I really would have. John is not family. John is not family. He's not coming to your birthday parties. He's not coming to your celebrations. He's just somebody through the kids. John isn't family. Take away this weapon they're trying to use of we love John and we're all so close and so forth. Take that away. He wasn't family. He was just somebody that you guys coordinated childcare about. And maybe had a friendly social relationship, but he ain't family. What would she say to that? How would she handle that question? Would that rattle her chain a little bit, do you think? Love to see how she would handle that. Well, it seems like this break is a little extended, isn't it? Not quite sure what's going on in there. It did sound like they were going to come back in because what happens is the feed, it'll pop up a subtitle, it'll pop up a caption, a closed caption, because the mic is picking something up, but we can't hear it. I don't have it muted right now. I have the sound on. But the caption will pick something up, and so sounded like there was something about about Alan, Mr. Jackson, like they're gonna, but I don't know if they're doing something that we can't see. Maybe I'll check in on the old X. Oh, here we go. Kathy Russin. Something going on in the Karen Read trial. The morning break has been extended. There was a meeting with the judge, attorneys, and families. And then Ted Daniel is saying there was a private meeting in the courtroom with Judge Cannoni, the prosecution, defense, and members of the O'Keefe and Reed families. I'm told everyone was asked to leave the courtroom for that. I will let you know if we learn what it was about. That's odd. That's odd. Don't know what triggered that. This is Ted reporting about 8 minutes ago, so this is pretty new. And that is odd. I don't even really have guesses on this one, guys. I don't know that I've seen a conference like this outside of a settlement situation. Even then, you don't normally have the family involved. If the family's involved, okay, I'm gonna talk my thoughts through this. Massachusetts, like many states, has a victim rights statute, and I believe it might be constitutional in Massachusetts too. Some places it's constitutional, some places it's statutory. It's very common all over the country, just different sources. In Washington, it's constitutional, but then there are also statutes. Right, and that gives them the right to be present and informed and participate in certain stages, certain processes of the proceeding. Doesn't mean they get to make decisions or veto, drive the train as far as what's going to happen, but it does mean they have the right to be heard. So that's a possible explanation for why the victim's family is back here. Because something is happening that they have a right to be present for and heard on. Can't otherwise think of a very good reason. Usually that's going to mean a significant kind of change in the case, a case resolution. Let me just put it out there. Karen agrees to plead guilty to DUI. The case is over. Okay. Yeah, I seem to have her, pretty solid on that. Kind of even in her own words, I think she's admitted that in kind of the documentaries. She admits to DUI, the case is over. Background of kind of what's going on here too. Remember that civil suit. The civil suit is going on. The O'Keefe family has sued Karen Read, the Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's, alleging she caused John's death and that C.F. McCarthy's and the Waterfall overserved her. So that's kind of pending out there in all of this as well. What are the implications of different types of resolutions? Well, if Karen were to plead guilty and agree, she drove under the influence. Might help him with some of that stuff. Doesn't really help him with that proving that she caused the death of John O'Keefe. Unless we have a broader causation, you know, in the civil context where just that but for is enough. It really can't be, you know, it can't be enough. It's got to be the proximate cause. It's got to be the proximate cause because, like, everything in the world that happened up to this point is a but for cause of this thing happening. You know, but for Genghis Khan taking over the entire Asian continent and, you know, creating a biological legacy that has now been perpetuated through generations with certain traits to the people we have today, you know, but for that, we wouldn't have these individuals here interacting in this way. You can get extremely remote with but for causes. So that's not going to be enough. It has to be a proximate cause. So if Karen were to agree, I'm going to plead guilty to DUI. I don't think that helps him in the civil case. I don't think that helps him. Might help him with like an element, but it doesn't help him with the overall. You got to prove Karen caused John's death, and not just incidentally, but proximately. It was the immediate thing that happened. There was no intervening, superseding cause, like, for example, John getting beaten up. That is not a foreseeable, logical consequence of Karen driving drunk, dropping him off. Okay, we're coming back, but we're going to sidebar. Guys, just to clarify too, this is just me, you know, talking my thoughts out loud, trying to make sense out of this situation that I don't understand. Whole other option besides, you know, we're talking about maybe a plea resolution. We're talking about the case being dismissed for some reason. That could also be it.
Yes, please.
Could be something totally else I just haven't thought of, but it's peculiar. Very strange set of affairs. Karen is smiling and happy. Dave is smiling and happy.
Oh, these?
We are, you know, patiently awaiting the explanation. Patiently awaiting. What exactly was this? Yeah. I've just never seen the family brought back for a chambers conference, not in the middle of a proceeding. Really not ever. The only time I remember ever seeing family back in chambers was doing an adoption where we just did it in chambers. We didn't do it in open court. It's a small private thing. There's family there. It's kind of celebratory. They, you know, take photos and stuff. You just bring the court reporter into chambers so that you have your record of the process. But it was a little bit more informal. That's the only time I ever remember. In my experience,
sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here?
We're not going to find out now. Till somebody tells us, maybe at the end of the day, what was all that about. There's going to be questions from the press when these guys leave the courthouse. Don't know. Everybody's got their poker face on, other than that first Karen smiling, Dave smiling when they first get back to the table. Very strange. Very strange.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
This I saw.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney
Not a
Proctor
great
is
start.
friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Certain
Let me see if I can
terminologies.
rephrase that.
He's
Mr.
allowed
McCabe,
to
you were
cross
aware
her.
of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were
Correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, it could show me.
Absolutely.
No, she wants to see it again. Do you deny it?
Okay.
Do you deny it? Don't show it to her. She's going to read the whole 302. You know that. You know that. Just ask her, do you deny it? And she'll say no. And then she doesn't get to look at it. She's only looking at it to refresh. Don't play the refreshing game. Don't refresh her. Ask her if she denies it.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Do you deny
First,
it?
I'm going to ask you.
Meet our billboard.
If you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
She's reading the whole thing. She's up there reading the whole thing, and now she's looking at the other page. She's gonna read the whole thing, dude. Don't refresh her. This is what she did last time. Got her to show him everything. Got him to show her everything before she answered. This is where do you deny it would be particularly effective.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCabe.
Yes.
In reviewing those paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband.
Right.
Come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter our town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to explain.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that
Yes, it
why
was
you
FBI.
contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out had she been contacted, but if
Yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that.
So
I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish.
You can do that
There's
after.
nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
We're just normal moms.
In making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what you were telling me was just the truth, there'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So
Do that,
you asked a question,
but you needed a break to do that.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency. They asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you?
Mm-hmm.
And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's a pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
let me ask
it will make more sense to you.
Really? You can explain to me how is it true? It's not a yes or no answer.
One more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. Or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer.
It wasn't
I had
responsive.
said no, because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is non-responsive.
So next questions.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, privilege.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
Yeah, because she's waived. If she's telling somebody else, she's waived. She's waived. The issue here is spousal privilege. her conversations with her husband and her husband's conversations with her, the things that they say to each other, those are protected by spousal privilege. Just like every privilege, it can be waived. And the way that it's waived is if you voluntarily disclose it. So her contacting the FBI and telling them what her husband told her is a waiver. She gets to be questioned about that. She gets to be questioned about that. Now, is Judge Bev going to allow it? $1 million question here. She's finishing her answer. No, she's not. She's running down a non-responsive tangent. You're going to let her go as far as you can, but eventually even she is going to push it too far, and you're going to have to sustain Mr. Jackson's objection. Really wants to explain, doesn't she? If I can explain, she thinks she can talk her way out of everything. She did a pretty good job first time. She has really been trying throughout this investigation. That's her skill. Her skill is talking. If I can just explain, you can understand how is it true is not a yes or no answer. You say it's not a story, but is it what happened? Is what happened that you only called Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts? No? So then that's your story, isn't it? Oh, man. She was trying to get into I just forgot. You needed 10 minutes to prepare. We all know you could have told Carrie about it afterwards. As soon as they walked out the door, call her, oh my gosh, crazy, this thing just happened. Have they come to you? But then there's other calls she makes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten.
A couple.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them.
Yeah.
Yes or no? You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
Ooh. My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
She volunteered it.
You're not to go any further, Mr. Judge.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th.
So Matt rushed
You'd gone
right
out
home.
drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
I've heard that.
And
The
ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yeah. Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not,
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
well, that's a fair statement.
now
I'm
we're
not
going
asking
full
for their
Bill
BAC,
Clinton.
but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
If we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys, just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
Yeah, I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands. Right?
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
okay.
In the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances or.
You described it as play fighting.
Attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside, the surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
So,
mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the Waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Last time they went upstairs to look at the pictures, or like in one of these various stories, they were upstairs. But now the pictures are in the TV room.
Sure. Yeah, this is your copy. I'll take care of the next photo. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pay attention to her little throat clearing. It's a vague memory. I sort of recall, to be completely honest.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3.
When she throws in these little
With
qualifiers.
court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Oh, yeah.
Right there next to that side door.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Objection.
He's waiting for the objection. They know spousal privilege.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I do not.
This
I
didn't
don't
happen.
know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview.
No room
Between
for
the
Ryan
Jeep,
Eagles' big
assuming
old
there's a
truck.
snowplow
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
You deny it. You
If
deny
in
making
fact-
that statement. That's all you need.
Well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front the window, the straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct?
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was
You don't
on
get to
January
impeach her
29th. Do you remember the date?
with what Proctor
I'm sorry,
said.
I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
to
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No,
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
he did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember
Good.
exactly what
It's
you
not
said to Trooper Proctor about
getting in the weeds.
location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Is it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman? Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
She denies it. You could just emphasize it. So you deny it? Yes.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about
made a timeline,
living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law, and then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John.
Hiding
it was
behind the
nothing
shock.
more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And
here's where I am.
during that conversation or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
You're trying to piece it together, but you didn't talk about the pieces?
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them?
like that, and I absolutely told them. But
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me. Like
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not.
You're
No.
not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again.
Acting like she doesn't understand.
Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are. I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Are you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did
He
the
came
interview.
by
I'm
himself,
not sure
or
if
you
he was
asked
there,
him to
if he got
come?
there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April.
April. Yes, yes,
22?
yes.
That sounds
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an ante
An
room?
ante room, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
yes,
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes,
So in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
We all need this. We all need this.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was
No,
a full-size German
it's
Shepherd.
a full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes.
where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
She smiled at that.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't
She
Brian Albert's
enjoyed
house.
that
And
memory.
Brian Albert. Yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we can talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah.
But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, if we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark.
A guard dog.
Walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Objection.
Sustained.
A guard dog.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog now.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
It may. It
The reason you don't
again.
remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no,
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the
I
dog.
realize that. Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No,
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
no,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
no,
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert, anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is opened and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Please.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time,
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights like over here. somewhere if the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
Does she know what that word means?
Very early on.
Bonnie, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house, the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that
Oh.
information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
What are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sure I did. May I, Your Honor?
But she saw the lights.
Take a look at that transcript, that colloquy. You can read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd like
yourself.
to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council?
Oh, she's going to sit and read the whole thing while we sidebar. Not sure what exactly we're looking at there. Well, Alan's getting a little bit closer with this foundation for impeachment, but he's not quite there. Do you recall if Proctor told you, so they start with this. If Proctor had told you not to coordinate your testimony information with other witnesses, this would be a breach. That was objected to. And then he asks if Proctor told her that. She doesn't remember. And then Jackson, he gets real close. Did he tell you, or you don't remember if he told you? And she says she doesn't remember. This is where you need to ask, do you deny? Do you deny? He has not laid the foundation to impeach her if he has proof of Proctor, Proctor saying that or not. Her acknowledging it, anything like that. So yeah, if he did it, it would be a breach. Overall, getting a much more disciplined read from AJ during this cross. I like it much better. He is still getting to make his characterizations. It's part of his style. He likes to try to get the witness to adopt his way of looking at the facts. They're not likely to do that. It does have the tendency to lead them into argumentation. That's where they got spun up so many times the last time, because Jen is doing what she did before. She's going back into her default mode where she argues about everything and she answers the question that she wants to have been asked. Not the question that actually was, but the one that she wants to have been asked. And so, they got spun around and around and around during the first trial because he's trying to get a specific answer from her. She won't give it. He keeps digging in, and it just, got a little bit out of hand. And ultimately, she won most of those exchanges. Bev wasn't making her, answer the question he was asking. She was just allowed to kind of say it what she wants and say as much as she wants about it. Go ahead and give your full answer, even though it's not responsive. He's not getting sucked into that this time. He's just letting it sit. And I like that. I like it much better. We don't get anything out of the argument. We already know if she's making a ridiculous denial or a ridiculous claim of what she doesn't remember. We don't have to argue with her about her. It's ridiculous on its face, and we can make sense out of that. Like not remembering who you just called 10 minutes before the FBI walked into your house to interview you. Nobody believes that. Not a single human being on earth believes. She forgot. She forgot that she also called Peggy O'Keefe, the DA's office, and Brian.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Refreshed by that thing you've been staring at the whole time they were at Sidebar, but now you need to read it some more.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
She wants to see more.
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
Okay, so it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Mayor Roach?
Yes.
You got to get to do you deny it.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
Bottom of the page, but she's reading the entire thing, reading it all over and over again. File that away.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not reflect your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
Not my question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's on?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's here.
Yes, something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory.
You were looking at your phone
I
a
know
lot,
what
though,
I've
weren't
seen,
you?
But
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? and then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
Do you remember
But
saying?
there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't
On the other side.
I just
Of
was
the
looking
Jeep?
quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights
window
over to
now.
the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
All right.
Knew that was
so
gonna happen.
we are lunching at recess, and Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and sit up for 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Anybody
Goodbye.
anybody happen to catch if we've gotten an update from anybody in the courtroom reporting live from over there about what was going on with that long chambers conference? Anybody got an update about that? I got something to share with you guys just because, I've been giving my shout outs to the people that, if you're not following these people this morning, what are you doing with your life? So yeah, we got to take a look at what Heidi has been up to. This is my girl Heidi. Okay. If you're new to the channel, Heidi is the artist who has made my piranha whales. She is incredible. She's got a wonderful Instagram to follow, but she also, I take a little bit of credit for maybe getting her into courtroom sketching. She went over to Moscow with me a few times to sketch the Koberger hearings. Anyway, enormously talented, and she has treated us this morning with her her depiction of Jen McCabe. It's she's just got a way of kind of capturing people. Got to get the tooth, got to get the Sampaku eyes. While you're following people, consider giving Heidi one of your follows too. She is pretty amazing. So, man, where are we at? There's overall, we're doing a very similar thing that we did to the first trial, but we are doing it so much better this time. It has been refined. It has been refined. And I just, I already mentioned, I feel like Mr. Jackson is proceeding with a lot more discipline in terms of just not getting sucked into the game she plays. He still doesn't have a good defense to the, well, can I look at it? If I could see, I could tell you. The defense, very simple. Do you deny it? But he's sucked into letting her refresh with anything she claims to not remember, and then she gets to, read it, and then, she gets to work around it. So it would be better if you just hold it for impeachment. Do you deny it? She either doesn't deny it, great. So then it's possible. If it's possible, that's probably good enough for me. And if she denies it, then we're done. We've set the stage for impeachment. I can bring it in later, and I don't have to go show it to her. So she doesn't get to see anything at all if we do it that way. That FBI interview, we didn't hear about that in the first trial. So one of the things AJ is doing very similar to what he did last time, he is jumping all over the place. This is also, it's one of those things they kind of teach in law school sometimes for cross. It's a strategy you can pursue, which is to keep them off balance. Don't make it easy to follow where you're going. Make them shift between topic and topic, time period and time period. I never really particularly like that because I don't really like my cross to be that long. So, not a whole lot to jump through. I got points to make. I'm going to go make them. I'm going to go sit myself down. But if you are going to do a fairly long exploratory cross, that is one of the strategies. So, he's doing that here. And, yeah. I'm not sure she saw that coming. It didn't come up in the first trial. I knew nothing about this. That was some gold. So they walked up to her car. She thought they were selling something. She said, "I'm not Jen, I'm Nicole. How do they know who you are? You're selling something." I have people show up at my house. Anderson Windows is like this company that comes around sometimes, knocks on the door. Do you want to, the yard care people, sometimes come up and knock on the door. They don't know who my name is. They're just out in the neighborhood and knocking on everybody's door and Oh, hey, did I just fix the sound? Thank you, chat. Audio. Jeff came in. I'm going to check and see if the audio is better. I just went ahead and muted the stream from the courtroom. Better, yes. Thank you, guys. That does seem to be the issue. If it's running dead in the background, but it's weird. It's only happening during lunch because I'm doing the same thing during the breaks, and it seems like it's fine. I don't know, guys. Anyway, thank you. We see we can solve things so fast when when we have all those little backup pieces in place to make sure I'm not completely oblivious to your guys' experience on that end of the stream. I don't think she was prepared for this interview. She thought they were selling something. I don't buy that. No, I don't buy that. For one, they don't approach you getting out of your car, or you just be like, "Hey, ma'am, you have a second? We'd like to talk to you about windows. Like to talk to you about lawn care." And this kind of thing happens pretty routinely. FBI tends to have a look, if you know what I mean. Have a look. I mean, there's a whole reason why you have, the X-Files, for example. I mean, you gotta be pretty old if this is a reference that lands for you guys. Here I am aging myself. I loved the X-Files so much when it first came out. And then, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years ago, I went back to watch it. And it didn't age for me. I'm watching it like this is maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. How was I so into this? But anyway, there's a stereotype. And so when there's FBI shows, X-Files is a couple FBI agents, you get the look. part of the theater is doing that. They have a certain look. They don't look like salesmen. They don't look like salesmen. Walking down the street with their dark suits. They always got a lapel pin, might have their sunglasses on, might have their little earpiece. You can spot a Fed that's on the job. So she said she's not Jen, she's Nicole. Huh. Walked in the house, and then they called. And they wanted to interview her, and she said, I need 10 minutes to get ready. Honestly, I hadn't even brushed my teeth. Where were you? And how would you not brush your... That's gross. Like, don't get me wrong. I am not one of those people who's like, I got to have my full... I put on more makeup for these streams than I really do, other than going to court for like any other part of my life. I'm not like you have to be completely made up, hair done, whatever. I will totally go to the grocery store, after the gym or, have my hair down, whatever. But I'm going to brush my damn teeth because that's just gross. Okay, that's just gross. Who's out there running your errands or whatever? That's her explanation. I haven't brushed my teeth. I need 10 minutes. Well, but you weren't brushing your teeth, weren't you? Because you were calling just about everybody under the sun. Matt sure got his little backside right home, didn't he? Because he knows who else she called. Did he get home during this first 10 minutes? He knows who else she called. He reminded her. Better mention to the FBI these other people and not just Matt and Carrie. You better also mention that you called Peggy O'Keefe in the DA's office and Brian Albert. And who was the other? There was one other. Maybe there wasn't. Matt, Carrie, Peggy, DA, Brian Albert. Yikes. So he got himself right home. That was a rush. I was just curious, just while you're brushing your teeth, just while you're brushing the teeth in this 10 minutes that you need where you're calling everybody, you just needed to you just felt like you were just curious if Carrie had talked to them. She knew that this was going on. Just curious, no interest at all in what she might have said to them. You would do that afterwards. Okay, if your issue is I need to brush my teeth and like get myself cleaned up before I talk to the FBI people, then you would do that, and then you would call her and tell her about it afterwards. Why? Because now you got the good gossip. You got the good info. Oh my God, you'll never believe what happened. The stories is crazy. FBI showed up at my house. Can you believe it? If you're innocent, kind of seems like that's what you do. A lot of issues there with talking to Matt, what she and Matt said to each other. Spousal privilege, guys. We talked about that. They tried it again, and it seems like she's aware of this issue because when Mr. Jackson asked her down the road a little bit about her and Matt, conversing, she paused. She waited. Gave Mr. Brennan time to object. She knew it was coming. Looked to me like she knew it was coming. So she's prepared for they can't talk to you about what you and Matt said to each other. You know what that makes me wonder? The feds have communications between Jen and Matt. Are they in the extraction? They get some stuff later, phone record stuff. I don't know. Interviews. I don't know. Just kind of what jumped out to me. Asking a lot about what she and Matt said. Does somebody know what she and Matt said? And how do they know? It wasn't a lie. No, because it depends on what the definition of is. That was among the most Clinton-esque answer I have ever seen. I can't give you a yes or no answer to was it true. Oh, there was a great moment in there where she's asking, can I explain? And Mr. Jackson says, I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions for you. And she says, oh, okay. And very nervous, little smile, little laugh at that time. She's kind of committed to the I'm helper Jen presentation this time. She's a helper. She's being helpful. She's not being antagonistic. She's not being angry. She's not being difficult. She really is just trying her best. She's just trying her best. Can't you see how she's pleading with the jury to understand that she just didn't remember the 3 other people that she called, including the DA's office and her brother-in-law and Peggy O'Keefe. Called Peggy O'Keefe because the FBI wanted to come talk. Did they tell you what they wanted to talk about before, or did you just know? Interested in that timeline. I'd love to read that 302. Judge Cannoni doing the same thing as she did last time. She's not holding the witnesses, at least not when we're talking about Alan Jackson asking questions. We're not requiring the witness to answer the actual question. She's not required to be responsive. She gets to give whatever answer she wants, and if she's finishing her answer, whatever that even means, she gets to run on into a narrative until the judge has decided that's enough now. I guess that's gone a little bit too far. So that is part of the challenge that the defense had last time and are going to clearly continue to have with this witness, because she doesn't answer the question she's asked. She answers the question she wants to have been asked. When she's asked, does it refresh your recollection as to the communications you had? She says, I remember seeing out front Karen's car and then the lights in the back. She doesn't answer the question. That's not the question that was asked. But Judge Cannoni isn't going to make her. Judge Cannoni isn't going to make her answer the question. So that's part of the limitation that they have, that they're stuck with. And maybe that explains some of the adjustment, the better discipline. The better discipline, because they know they can't count on the referee to come in and say, hey, you have to answer the question you're asked. That's literally your job as a witness. If there's a problem with the question, the other attorney will object to it and we'll deal with that. But if there's not a problem with it, that's the question you need to ask. She's not enforcing that rule, so they have to accommodate the fact that she isn't going to answer it, and they got to work around that. I take it back. I'm not sure if can't tell you if it's true or not true. It's not that simple. It's not a yes or no. I don't know if that's the most Clinton-esque answer I heard, or if it depends on what your definition of drunk is. Don't know if anybody was drunk. That's pretty close to, well, what is? Depends on what the definition of is. Squirrely. Offering, we could probably watch the video. Now, I notice Judge Cannoni is kind of starting to keep her in line a little bit. Because she's trying to direct things. Do it this way. Just look at the text. We can't just look at the text. It's not in evidence. That's not how it works. So that's not available. But she doesn't, listen. She doesn't kind of accept her role in this courtroom as you do it according to their rules, the way that they tell you to. You're there to answer the questions, not to tell them how to present information. And so even the judge is finally starting to push back on her a little bit. No, we're not doing that. Can't do that. Not talking about what you said, things like that. She starts going afield. Even the judge is starting to hold her in a little bit. So I suppose that's a good sign. The weird struggling with the play fighting. You're the one who said right up front that they were play fighting. You said, he's asking you, did you see a part on the surveillance video where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins got up and they got physical with each other? And she said, I'd say they were play fighting, and Nick was involved too. And then now suddenly it's very difficult for her to understand play fighting. You brought it up. I don't know what they were doing. They were playfully engaging. Why did you think it was fighting? Those were your words. I'm starting to pick up on little sirens going off, maybe a little bit of a narrative shift. Maybe just a little bit of a narrative shift. And I'll tell you exactly what made me think about that. Exactly what made me think about the narrative shift. Specific statement she made. Okay, this is right before we're going into the details of the text message. You asked Julie to send you the text messages. If everybody knows what everybody was, then we don't need to talk about it. We're just supporting each other. But yet you're still going and getting her text, and then you're not turning it over to anybody. You're keeping it for yourself. You're trying to piece together, except you're not talking about any deadlines, any timelines, except you clearly are. So just a lot of incoherence around these explanations for her activities, particularly her communications with other. But what she said that has clued me in, we might be in a narrative shift. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside. What happened outside was different than anything, separate from anything that happened inside. Oh, what happened outside had nothing to do with you. Something happened outside? Did something happen outside? I already got that hint that we might be moving on Higgins on this one. We might be pointing the finger at Higgins. We had that shift in the time frame when he was at 34 Fairview. He said left at like 12:30, 12:45. Yesterday, he's at the house. She puts him at the house until like not very long before they leave. Is Brian trying to get himself out of 34 Fairview before something happened on the front yard outside? Just little sirens went off. Just a little thought I had. Chloe. We visited Chloe. Interesting question. Are you aware if she is a pure German Shepherd or is a mix of Malinois? Why? Because I'm suspecting this has something to do with Dr. Crosby. I was about to call him David Crosby. Maybe he's on crack. Oh no, sorry. I love David Crosby, but he was real cracked out for a while there. Dr. Crosby. One of the reasons I love David Crosby, he was the middle harmony. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, absolutely beautiful. Some of the most beautiful harmonies. David Crosby, young David Crosby, one of the most beautiful male tenor voices I've ever heard. But he was the middle harmony, so you really don't hear him. It's a very humble role to have. Anyway, total aside. I think this might have to do with Dr. Crosby, and what he did with Chloe. Chloe. Is it Chloe? I don't know. Might have some record of, we know there's records of Chloe with the when the Albert still had her, as far as the attacks and so forth. Probably there's vet records and things like that. Might document her breed. When they got her, might document her breed. I don't know. But Very possible. It's kind of what I'm thinking, that that's part of the verification that, Dr. Crosby might have done with this dog. He is presented as Chloe. You can do the dog DNA test now, find out the different breeds that your dog is related to. Maybe she's a Malinois mix. Maybe Chloe was. Maybe Chloe in Vermont was. Maybe there's a discrepancy there. I don't know. Malinois, very common police dog. Very common police dog. I forget exactly why. There are specific reasons why the Malinois is kind of preferred now over the pure GSD, and I just can't remember off the top of my head. I don't know these particular dog breeds all that well. But yeah, Malinois, very, very common. I think, no, I don't want to guess. I don't remember. Anyway, doesn't know. That smile. When Alan is describing the chaos, Karen was screaming, Carrie was screaming back at her, shut up, shut the fuck up. She says yes, and she smiled. She enjoyed remembering that. She liked remembering Carrie telling Karen to shut the fuck up. She smiled. There was a little mask slip. Oh, does that amuse you? Does that amuse you? I thought you were traumatized by that morning. You often laugh about your trauma? Oh, I know. When I talk to people who have been through traumatic situations, and we talk about their traumatic situations, they laugh about them. Actually, in fairness, sometimes they do. Sometimes people cope with black humor, but it's more that you just laugh about other stuff. Nobody's like, yeah, I was robbed at gunpoint. Ha ha ha. No, it's not a memory you enjoy thinking back on. She smiled, she laughed, she liked thinking about that. Again, with the incoherence, I was in a state of shock, but I didn't want to startle them. I didn't want them to have a heart attack, so I'm thinking about how I'm going to approach them. No, these are not the same thing. You're not in shock if you are rationally evaluating what's the best method going to be for me to. If you're in shock, you're going to be in full react mode. Fight or flight. Adrenaline dump. You're not processing rationally. That's the whole point of shock. So it's this escape hatch that she has for herself to explain pretty much anything that she doesn't want to explain, or that she doesn't remember, or that is uncomfortable for her. It's a shield that she gets to hide behind with the jury. Feel bad for me. I was in shock. I'm not lying. I'm not being evasive. I just was in shock. But she's not describing anything remotely like being in shock. She's describing rational decision-making processes. No, that's not. You're so afraid. You're so just overwhelmed. You're so traumatized that you're dealing with you're operating just on pure instinct, fight or flight. Nothing about the dog. She doesn't remember the dog. Doesn't really know anything about the dog except it was aggressive with other dogs. Maybe, might have been. And then the lights. She's getting sloppy with, were you at the door or did you look out the window? Noticed her slip right at the end there. I remember looking out the window. I assumed that the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox. It was dark. I wasn't staring at them. Window or door? Which one was it? I hold out it could be a slip, but it's different. It's different. She was very insistent last trial. She got up, went to the door, looked out the door the entire time, never looked out anywhere else. Blinds were closed. according to her in her direct at this trial, blinds were closed, so nobody's looking out the window. How did anybody know there was a car outside if the blinds were closed and nobody's looking out the window? She said she went to look because somebody said there's a car outside. How'd they know? How'd they know? You said the lights were over there to the left. So what, they're still arriving? That text arrives. Kind of interested in how all that fits together. If the lights are just off to the left, seems like you'd remember where they were. Were they right behind Karen? Was there a Jeep in between them? How'd you know there was a car outside? So just a little bit of slippage there. A little bit of could just be malapropism. It happens. I know it happens. I do it. But it's just a little bit telling that a little bit telling that's not consistent. Guys, I did mean to go through some of your questions and comments. I am going to have to step aside for a couple minutes here. We're already like halfway done with lunch. My goodness. I apparently I run on. It's part of me being oblivious to what's going on. I better check the chat and make sure my audio is okay. Let me check in. Nobody's screaming at me about my audio. Thanks, guys. I think it's good. We'll take a couple of these and then I'll step away. The rural juror, a blessing or a curse. Jurors, you can believe Jen or you can believe Proctor, but either way, you will come away with reasonable doubt. I like that. You can't believe them both. You can't believe them both. She just gave that to us. Proctor's report is wrong. His report is wrong. But she already lacks credibility because she's lying to the FBI and her whole story. No, that was a mess. And boy, did she lose her confidence. That's one of the things I loved about the way AJ is doing the, keep him off balance, the shift around. She had her cool at first. She was feeling pretty good, feeling in control. That deflated her. And then we got a little bit of a different Jen McCabe after that. I think that's what I saw. She lacks credibility, but she says Proctor was wrong. Okay, but they're not both telling the truth. So. I thought that when everybody knows, then you don't have to, it's not stories. It's just what happened. It's just what happened. And, according to Jen, she is the authority on what happened. Hers isn't a story. If it's wrong, it's everybody else that gets it wrong. Sherry Sykes, what would strike me if I was in the jury is why Jen McCabe shows such animosity about Karen being hysterical. Wouldn't they be a normal reaction if your partner was missing? I think that's a good point. You're friendly with this person. She's worried. You're concerned enough at least about her to go with her, get up early in the morning after you have, you didn't have any sleep. You got home super late. You're barely awake. Had to do some late night Googling. You're concerned enough to help her. But at the same time, you have this contempt towards her and her state. That's not what a helper does. Is she kind of trying to overcompensate for that this time? She liked Karen. Karen wasn't her friend, but they were, friendly and they saw each other and so forth. Maybe, I don't know, that 911 call, honestly, is like the most sympathetic she shows up in this whole time frame. I know, honey, I know. She's comforting her. That makes sense. That's what a person would do. If this person shows up in my house and they're super worried and now we found the boyfriend and yada, yada. Yeah. Yeah, you comfort her. Look, it'll be okay. Look, here's what we have a plan. I know we have a plan. I think this is a good insight. The contempt is what really spilled out of Jen McCabe last time when she was on the stand. She just like couldn't wait to spit out some of this stuff, like the babysitter with benefits. She got such satisfaction out of it. You could see her little smirk that she got to drop that in. That thing that Carrie said about Karen, she enjoyed it. Very different approach this time. Fantastic Mr. Foxy Daddy. When there's an objection, why does the judge always tell the prosecution to phrase it differently, but doesn't tell the defense the same thing? Well, you know, we're reading Judge Bev's mind here because that's what she expects and requires us to do. My best explanation is this: when they're objecting and she's sustaining more or less objections to the Commonwealth's questions, it's because they're leading. So it's an objection to the form. It's not the question itself that's a problem. They can ask it again, just in a different way. When Mr. Jackson is being objected to, it's argumentative, or it's going into, like, you know, spousal privilege. Those are legitimate objections. Now, should have been overcome when it came to you told the FBI what you told your husband because you waive your privileges when you voluntarily disclose. You waive them. And Brennan knows that because he made that argument about her interviews where she's talking about what she said to David Yannetti. That should have been like, lawyers should have been on top of her, keeping her from saying that. That's a waiver when you voluntarily disclose it. So, you know, different objections. That's the best explanation I can give you. When she's sustaining for the Commonwealth, it's not because of the form. It's because, you know, the topic, the repetition, whatever, is argumentative. He's asking her again. He's already asked her this, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not like something you can necessarily fix by just rephrasing. But with Hank, only time Hank's got a problem is just, you know, he's leading. So as long as he fixes that, they're fine. And if there's something else going on, hearsay or whatever they need to discuss, they take it up to sidebar. Sarah Kerbo, phone falls out of pocket when moved. Phone calls alert them to it, and they have to move it back to body before Karen shows up. Or it's moved up front basement, and Jen gets it when she goes in house. Different possibilities, huh? This phone starting to look for faces. The pocket state cleared starting at 6:02. This is big for me because that's before they got there. Was it? It couldn't have been after they moved John. That's before they got there. Karen is making the phone call to John's phone at 6:03 before they got there. If we can tell from that granular cache data that Mr. Whiffen was telling us all about, that you can break down individually, why did all these activities get aggregated together into one clump? We can look at the individual, you know, actions, measurements, efforts, whatever it is, and see when they actually happened. If it started at 6:02, that is before they got there. So that's not any of them. That's got to be somebody else. I don't know, guys. Peculiar. Haven, in regards to your audio, anytime you talk while there is noise, such as the trial, your voice is distorted. That's what happened yesterday. Court wasn't muted. There was feedback. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Haven. I really appreciate you helping us sort this out. Definitely does seem to be the problem. Looks like we got it fixed this time. It's weird it doesn't do that during the breaks. And maybe it does. Maybe I need to like read the chat more. Maybe it is happening during the breaks. You can let me know if it is. But it really seems to be the lunch break. It makes me wonder if they're doing something else with the sound feed out of the court. I don't know. I don't have a good explanation, but it is very important to us to have good audio. You know, want the sound to not be grating. I hate when you have to like strain to hear something. It's why I understand Mr. Jackson is a bit of a pacer in the courtroom. I understand I'm a bit of a pacer in the courtroom. I get it, but he's away from the mic. And so it gets really hard to hear him sometimes. I hate having to like strain, or then you have it turned way up and then it goes back to normal and it blows your eardrums out. Guys, I'm very sensitive to this stuff. So we will continue to try to make sure we are giving you the best quality audio experience that we can. And that's been very helpful. So I'll make sure that I mute the court stream when it's not being shown. Alessi's big brain to free Karen Reed. Jen has caught the Hank slime virus. Oh, with her sniffing. Is that what's going on? Is that what's going on? You know, I'd give her credit for she just got allergies or something, but she's got that very deep, like, you know, snort that's like way up in your sinuses, like you're trying to clear something. Just noticed it yesterday. Jason McClellan, what do you call a civilian witness in the U.S.? Not expert or police. Sounds like a woman scared of her boyfriend dying, the kids, blood on me, praying, etc. It's just a witness. Normally, you have a fact witness or a percipient witness is the main ways that you describe that when you're lay people. You might have a character witness under like limited circumstances where you can bring up character. Sometimes you might have, you know, foundational witness. Somebody who wasn't there, didn't see something, but they have their own fact knowledge that they need to present because, you know, they're the record keeper at the business and you got to lay the foundation, stuff like that. Those are like the main ones I can think of. And then you've got your expert witnesses. You know, law enforcement are who they are. Sometimes they get to be experts and sometimes they don't. It's very easy for them to be experts in Washington. They just pretty much have to say, I got law enforcement training when I went to the academy. Oh, then you're an expert. And you get to say, based on my training and experience, any large number of perhaps implausible things are what I believe. Yeah, she does. Karen to me sounds pretty authentic in all of this. She sounds pretty authentic in all of this. She's freaking out. Who wouldn't be freaking out in this situation? He didn't come home. She was worried. Knew that wasn't normal. Shouldn't happen. He wouldn't leave the kids. So when he doesn't show up, when she wakes up, she knows there's something seriously wrong. To me, this all would I don't know. We don't know how we would behave until we're in that situation. But yeah, none of it seems real like worthy of contempt, certainly. Lawyer nurse, did she mention KR had period in the first trial? Yeah, she did. She did. That was part of her testimony the first time. Lawyer nurse, if not, she definitely watched AJ Cross of Nuttall. Yeah, she might have. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she's watched everything, but yeah, she did testify about that the first time. So Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, why didn't she run to her sister's door? Yeah, $1 million questions here. There's somebody right inside, Brian Albert, first responder. That's where he was supposed to be. They can help. But you didn't do that. Trying to keep things a little under the vest at first, maybe. He's John. 40, 43, whatever, 46. I forget. I don't even remember how old he was. Sorry, guys. I don't remember what she said. Guy who can do CPR right inside. But you don't. Yeah, where I thought of this was when AJ's asking her about the, you didn't think maybe you should stay separate. No, why would we? But you're not an investigator. You're not a detective. Yeah, and you know who was? You know who was here in the middle of all this scene? Yeah, Brian Albert was. The one that's in the middle of all of this is the one who definitely knew better. He knew better. We'll get to that, I'm sure. All right, guys, I am going to go ahead and pause real briefly here, and I will, do my checks and everything, make sure everything is good. Got the plants watered this morning, but, season's changing. Got to make sure nobody has any needs to look after. Boy, these living things, man, when they need things, they need them. So I will be back more momentarily. Thank you for sticking tight with me. Okay, slowly coming back. No jump scare. Everything's all good here, guys. Still waiting for court to come back. So I did have the chance to just try to look around and see, does anybody have an answer about what was going on with that Chambers conference? So unusual. Never seen a configuration like that before. And I don't have anything. I don't see, there's no formal like announcement or anything like that. But the general take seems to be that it may have something to do with the O'Keefes. They are sitting in different positions when they came back into the courtroom. And, there's been an issue with making faces and in reactions and things like that. They are right in the line of sight of the jurors. So could have had something to do with that. Possible. Seemed like a long conference if it's just to tell them mind your P's and Q's. But I don't know. We'll find out at some point, I'm sure, just maybe not right away. Well, let's take a few of your comments while we're waiting for court to get back. Lawyer nurse, one of the officers testified in 1.0 that the voice recorder auto records when anyone is placed in back. Where is that recording with the Sally port? Talking about the back of the car. If anybody was in the back of the car, internal camera, there should be. Where is it? $1 million question. Video footage of Karen Reed at the scene when John is discovered. I don't know how you would say that's not like evidence that needs to be preserved and needs to be turned over. That like, if the Commonwealth doesn't turn it over, they didn't know that would be, of course it's relevant when they asked you for video footage, that would be relevant. So yeah, where is it? $1 million question. Because that sure would be helpful. Sure would be helpful if there's supposed to be Google searches happening then, except now we have a different story, don't we? No longer in the patrol car. Hard to keep track. Oh, that's what we just looked at. Alessi's big brain to free Karen Reed must be the only street on the planet that doesn't have curtain twitchers. I've seen photos that other people took from like down the street, out the window or whatever of this scene, all the cars and stuff out there. But apparently, only people who aren't interested in coming out and checking it out are the Alberts. They might have been real drunk, guys. They might have been real drunk. They might have been real drunk. Passed out. Nothing's going to wake them up. I don't know, though. I really don't. One of those things about alcohol, it actually doesn't make you sleep better. You think it does, but it disrupts your sleep patterns. It tends to mess up your REM cycles, and you don't necessarily sleep as deeply or as well. So would you sleep through it if you're real drunk, or would you wake up from the noise? Yeah, just kind of peculiar. But I've seen photos from down the street. I don't remember where I saw them, but it's out there. Anna Jasky, noticed in this dash cam, the lights are now on. Is that the other police officers? If so, wondering when cops went to get the red Solo cups, because the video doesn't show this, and think Brennan would have pointed this out. Love your channel, Andrea. Well, thank you, Anna. And thank you so much for being here and your support. I believe that so when we're watching the dash cam, when you see the other lights, I believe that's either the ambulance or the fire truck that's coming. That's, if I recall, what they identified in the first video. And so I think we're seeing a reflection. We know that, so Officer Seraph was there. Mulaney was there as well. Pretty sure Mulaney drove separately. Not 100% sure, but pretty sure they came in separate cars. And then a whole variety of police officers show up over the course of this. Good shows up, Lanks shows up. Who else? I feel like, I think even at one point does Berkowitz show up? I can't remember. I can't remember. Don't hold me to that. But just a whole bunch of them over different points in time. But at the very least, while all this action is happening, we have Good, we have Lank, we have Seraph, and we have Mulaney. So multiple cars. We should have multiple dash cams and multiple vantage points. So far, they're only showing us this one. But I kind of remember we saw the other one in the other trial. Pretty sure we could see the one where Karen and Jen got into the patrol car during the last trial. Not 100% sure, but pretty sure that happened. So there should be other vantage points to show it. As far as when they went to get the red solo cups, I don't think that's until after it was light out, because when we start to get photographs of the scene, that's when I think it was Good. Was it Good that ran all that? Sometimes I just got to try to find my little like summaries as best as I can. I don't think I have a good summary of that. I think it was Good. He was a shift sergeant. Anyway, it's starting to get light. They start to take photos while it's still a little bit dusky, photos of the scenes. Just when the sun is starting to come up and it's starting to get a little bit light out. By the time they're doing the snow blowing, we have video of that. So we can see the snow blowing. By then it's light out. So it's morning. And my recollection from the testimony is that it was while they were snow blowing, like right around that time, they saw the drops of blood, and so they went to get the red solo cups. So based on that, it sounds like that would have happened quite a bit after these events, maybe an hour. I'm not sure when exactly the sunrise was here, but it's going to be in that time frame when it was starting to get light. To the point where it was light outside and you could see a lot more clearly. Jason McClellan, if proving a witness is an Olympic sport, Hank is going for gold. Maybe. I don't know. Do you think he wanted her to say that thing about the car repairman? The car repairman is at John O'Keefe's house the next day. That's the one you reach for and you come up with. The car repairman. Was there something he needed to repair? That was a little close to the vest. But certainly, in terms of demeanor, presentation, attitude, engagement, we do see a little different Jen McCabe this time than we saw last time. We see a little bit more nicer. She's nicer. Not as contemptuous. Very contemptuous last time. And boy, it was very off-putting. It looks like court's coming back. Let's get him on. So yeah, I do suspect there have been some conversations about, we just don't have sound from the court yet. I expect there have been some conversations about, you might want to give some thought about how you came off, because not sure you killed it. Really not sure you killed it there. I'm assuming we're waiting for the jury and or Jen, and that we will get sound at some point. Something's being said, but maybe just conversation. I don't know. Would be nice if they'd give us sound when they give us video. Are they at Sidebar? Are they having another sidebar? I'm just having a hard time of telling what they're doing, keeping up with what's going on. There's been more shifting of positions of people now. Oh, now Paul's in the back. Paul has never sat in the back row, as far as I know. You know, there were some issues. I do wonder if this gives some credence to the rumor this is about courtroom demeanor. That's what that Chambers conversation was about. Because Paul is the one that's been sitting there, you know, eyeballing down, glaring at Karen the whole time. Haven't really watched too much this time, but definitely saw that last time. And now he's in the back. But that maybe that was what this was about. Gotta mind your P's and Q's. As far as this question, I can't quite tell because I believe she is back here in behind the guy in gray in that green. Of course, I can't see her, so I can't say 100%. But I think that's Aaron. That's a great color. Not quite a turquoise, not quite a teal.
Sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So these old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Look at it.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question before I give this to the witness? Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one fell swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
So he wants her to get one look and then have to answer the questions. He doesn't want to have to bring it back over and over again. Nevertheless, it's going to happen. She's not going to remember 5 times.
Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document. Two days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know if exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
Oh, Jesus. Were you refreshed or not? We're going to play that game again.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
If she's refreshed, then she remembers. If she has to look at the paper, she doesn't remember and she's not refreshed. Now we have to go to, do you deny it? And if she denies it, if she says maybe, then great. She doesn't deny it, maybe that's when it happened. That's fine. Now you have the time. But she denies it. I don't know. I can't say. You texted it. There's a record of it. Now you can get into your confrontation with the prior inconsistent statement, which is the text message, and get it admitted. This was the game they played last time, back and forth. I don't remember. It's on the paper. Whatever the paper says. She knows there's limits on the paper coming in to evidence and the jury seeing the paper or not.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
May I? Yes. Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone, where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42:09. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45:53 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and content of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jennifer McCabe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, it's contained in the Cellbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is
Making
similar.
it
So we
easier,
just
so
heard
you
both
don't get to
lawyers
fight
agree
about that.
That's information contained in his Celebrate report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay.
That's not the
So-
question.
It's fair
And
to
be
say
very
if you
careful.
texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walked up, look out the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did,
Do
sorry.
you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you
Could you-
testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
No, don't play this game, Jackson. Don't play this game. Could you show that to me? Do you deny it? Is the answer. Do you deny it?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
No. No. Can I see it? No, you may not. Do you deny it?
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay.
That's
Did
not
you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door. What I
Certainly.
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it
This is why you
at
don't
the
refresh.
flagpole,
Then she
and a
gets to
third time
explain.
further up. I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a
Someti-
little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what
Oh,
I experienced
God.
and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes,
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was at the flagpole, yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that. It was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
You said it to Proctor. AJ.
That's my question. Did you testify
AJ, she said it to Proctor.
Every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John.
That's a summary of maybe the.
Did you testify to that a year ago?
To what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Letting her run the show, AJ. Do you deny it?
At some point, did you know that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
It doesn't refresh her because she says it's what the paper says. That's not what refreshing your recollection is. She's doing the same thing she did last time. He's losing control just like he did last time. I don't like this. I don't like this. It's not clean. Do you deny it, impeach her, or not?
Yes.
I'll talk about this at the break.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well,
time?
that's the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about.
Okay.
That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone. Had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
it had moved closer to the flagpole.
First question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text or two. I know I just said one here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a fourth time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the
Convenient.
flagpole and beyond. I don't
It's in our
remember
timeline.
how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right, but according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Vanna, it's not landing because it's not impeachment. It's not impeachment. He's not doing impeachment. He's
You
refreshing.
had a clear view of that
We're gonna
SUV
talk
as you
about
looked at
this.
that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
Past 3 cars.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this, yeah.
Where did you see him?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah, I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. It was something in your peripheral vision. And
Who notices tire tracks? Let's prioritize that for long-term memory.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we take a look? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Not for identification.
Not for
no.
identification.
I'm happy to move it into evidence.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it
Okay. All right.
as a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's about as good as his pool care, that green pool.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask them to
I
move
didn't
that in
catch.
evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
It's already been shown.
46.
Thank you, Your Honor.
46. Messy. No, you don't get to publish it when it's just admitted for just marked
May I
for
continue, Your Honor?
identification, not in evidence.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, Now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes,
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. So just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, when you saw the SUV sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire tracks.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV it was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
know, tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out, there they are.
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
That second time,
Just
you
looked
looked directly
right
at the
past
SUV
John and Juan.
with no obstruction between you and the SUV. You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
Not
No.
that I
And you
saw.
would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct? The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't see that search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended
big,
seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the drive. It was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a 3-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
I wish I had. Was last time.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
Oh, this man
You
I
didn't,
married.
as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
According to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side?
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Ms. Roberts ran over to assist Ms. Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Ms. Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just
it was
testified to it yesterday. If you remember saying, I did get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, said she started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114,
Little glitch in the matrix there.
lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Object.
Do you deny it?
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know.
Do you
Next
deny
question.
it?
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your own, sitting on that witness stand?
Why are we not just impeaching her?
Refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year.
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question.
I'm not
asking
sure
you
he
right
knows
now.
how.
Asking how you testified a year ago, ma'am.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can I answer his question?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
Mayor Coach?
Yes.
This is not how you impeach. She already said she won't be refreshed. This is not impeachment.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Ms. Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object.
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you wait and get to Mr. Jackson, please?
I'm tearing my hair out. I'm tearing my hair out here. Why doesn't he just impeach her? He doesn't seem to know how. Or he thinks he is. I'm just baffled. Guys, we're going to talk about this when we get to the break. We're going to talk about the difference between impeachment and refreshing and what is going on here and why this is so extremely frustrating to me. Because these are very important differences to a trial lawyer. If you do trials, this is basic. You need to know. You need to know how to handle an evasive witness. And so refreshing them is one way, impeaching them is another way. But they're different things. There's different approaches to getting them done. There's different implications about how you do them. So generally going to have different reasons for doing one versus one or the other.
All right, now you can go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Ms. Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
It's the first word that's
Yesterday,
problematic.
you
Now she's telling him how to
that
clarify.
It was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly, all the way from the car, right?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
McCabe.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
No,
Are you
you're
trying
not.
to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony now.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Argumentative, it'll be sustained. Oh, AJ's fallen into the same trap as last year. The argumentative approach doesn't work.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question.
Yeah, she was
Would you
going to do that.
overlook
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
Close the circle. She didn't tell the grand jury that.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of
Which
fact,
you're not doing.
in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say. Going to and
Walk
at
her
the
through them,
scene,
AJ,
correct?
one by one.
Correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
No.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
I like this. Good. Let's get precise.
Court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Good catch. Someone's got 227 on the mind.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
On what grounds?
So, I don't want to have to see it, Sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have
True.
no idea what that said.
Yes, we do.
Your Honor, everyone,
The answer.
I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to Sidebar?
Sure.
And bring them.
This is a little bit aggravating from a procedure standpoint. What you're supposed to do is ask the question. Just ask the question. Did you say this at this time? You can refer to it. You don't have to call it out to her at this point, but just ask her, did you say this at this time? What does she say? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. I don't remember. That drives what you do next. That drives what you do next. Yes, I did. You're done. We've established it. No, I didn't say that. So you're denying you say that? Now you approach Ms. McCabe. I'm showing you a copy of your grand jury testimony at this page. Mark it as an exhibit. It's coming in as evidence if you impeach her with it because she's denied making it. I don't remember. You have the option. You can, well, would it refresh your recollection to look at the thing she's told you a million times? It's what the paper says. So no, it's not refreshing your recollection. Refreshing your recollection means I now have an independent memory because this reminded me of it. And I can again testify from my memory. She's told you multiple times it's not happening. She's not being refreshed. She's just using this opportunity to read it and continue to pretend like she doesn't remember or, imply she didn't say it. So you have to pin her down. And the way you pin her down is, do you deny it? Do you deny it? He's just walking up and handing her stuff without ever
Do you have
asking
an extra
her.
copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Jackson? Okay.
So none of this foundation has been done. I don't know that I believe this,
On
Miku,
page
because he isn't
192,
asking
line
her.
4, for context, were you talking about a
He
statement
isn't
that
laying the
was made
foundation to
in
impeach.
Karen's
That's
car
why she's not letting him if she's
on
not
that
letting
morning
him.
before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment you made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193.
If she says, I don't deny, then you
Line
state, so it's
1 through
possible
2.
you said that. You accept you could have said that. And then it's as good as if she says, yes, I did say it. If it's possible she said it, that's good enough for the jury.
This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201.
Because she said, could I hit him a
Lines
billion
23 and
times? And
24.
yet somehow I hit him was shocking and stood out.
This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I like this organization. This is good. Each and every time you had the opportunity to say the declarative statement and you didn't.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank
reviewed
you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes,
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
yes,
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
Good, AJ.
And
Good.
this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men.
Oh, really? Shall we
police
watch the dash
officers.
cam?
May I approach?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You watch the dash cam and look for all the other times that you and Karen were there talking to Katie McLaughlin. Didn't you point it out? Didn't you point it out on the camera when Brennan showed you? That's when you guys were all there together.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227
Why don't you do
pages
that
to see.
tonight?
As you sit here today,
And then come back
do
tomorrow.
you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
What other grand juries has she talked to? How many other grand juries has she talked to? When? What matter that you talked to about
Spoke with
this?
Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation.
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what. You never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I have something to say about that. Y'all are not gonna like.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I hit him.
So again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Objection.
System.
Lay the foundation,
recall
Mr. Jackson.
Telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I didn't show up" anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. Brennan, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry.
Bev is making it difficult, but he's not helping himself. We're gonna go through all this when we break, guys. I got the rule all ready for you.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early
Smiled
morning
over
hours
at the
of
O'Keefes.
January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes,
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I've met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
You remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Right, Flux, we are going to get into that. We are going to go over this in fine detail, and we're going to go over how easy it is to get it wrong and how often it happens, even
Do you need a couple of minutes,
sometimes,
Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, juries, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay?
even sometimes by very good lawyers
You
in
can
very
tell us
high-profile
Thanks.
situations.
Mr. Jackson, do you want a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
And we're still going to stop at 4, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back and come back.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute recess. I don't know if that's going to be long enough. It's not going to be long enough to go through everything here. So what I'm going to tell you guys, this is what we're going to talk about as soon as they're done with court today. Rule 613, Massachusetts Guide to Evidence. Yes, I know they're not actually binding rules, but they're a compilation of the law. They're prepared by the Supreme Court. They're telling you this is what Massachusetts law requires. Section 316 is the rule about prior inconsistent statements and how they work and what you do. That's what we're going to be looking at. There is a big difference between refreshing a witness's recollection and impeaching a witness with a prior inconsistent statement. They are very different things. I do want to check, and well, I'll do that when they get back on. So, is Jen coming off great here? I don't think so. I don't think so. She looks real squirrely. She looks real evasive. But here's the problem, guys. AJ let her talk her way out of the timeline. Let her talk her way out of the timeline problem because he hasn't impeached her. He let her talk her way out of the timeline. She said before, on multiple occasions, every time she would get up and look outside and see the car, she would text John. And then after the last time that she texted him, she got up and saw the car drive away. That is what she told Proctor. That should be right there in Proctor's report that he's ready to confront her with. It's all right there. She's said it. That is evidence, information. It's available for him to use it. What has she done now? She's changed it. Well, now I don't remember. Why? Because she knows there's a timeline problem after 12:30. So now those last texts, 12:40 and after, now she doesn't remember. If that's when she was at the door, now she doesn't remember if she was looking out and if she saw the SUV. She's talked her way out of the timeline trap. That's the problem, because he hasn't found the way to smack that down with her prior inconsistent statements. He hasn't got them into evidence. He's letting her talk around if it happened explain it. She gets to explain it. But the jury is not seeing it like substantiated that's what happened. And he's trying to do this through refreshing. So we're just relying on her. Wouldn't it be nice if the jury could see the transcript and the actual words that she said? Wouldn't it be nice if the jury could see Michael Proctor's report and at least that part, redact the rest? That's fine. You can redact it. Wouldn't it be nice if they could see that? They can do that if you impeach her. Yeah, they can see for themselves. They can't do it like this because none of this is coming into evidence. He's walking it all in through what she remembers, what she doesn't. Does it refresh her? Does it not? So that's my concern. No, I don't think Jen looks great in all of this. She looks evasive. She looks squirrely. She looks nervous. But if somebody is feeling extremely generous towards Jen McCabe, they might think, well, I'd be nervous on the stand too. And he's a defense lawyer and he's trying to trap her and yada, yada. So you really have to pin down those lies. You can't just rely on, general demeanor while she looks bad. You got to win on the facts, guys. Got to win on the substance. Before we come back, I'll say it now because a lot of you are not going to like it, but I'm going to say it. He's losing as soon as he got argumentative. As soon as he started making his little snide asides, he's making the same little snide asides that we were just criticizing Hank Brennan for doing with ARCA the other day. Okay? It doesn't become good lawyering just because you like the person who does it. It's terrible lawyering no matter who is doing it. This is very bad by AJ. And it, to me, shows he is the one that's getting rattled by this because he's not getting what he wants because he's not doing it right. He's not doing it right. That's the problem. If Bev isn't letting him impeach, it's because he's not laying the foundation for impeachment. Because to lay the foundation for the impeachment, you got to establish, does she deny making the statement? You got to establish it is, in fact, a prior inconsistent statement. Oh, this is kind of what I was afraid of, guys. Kind of what I was afraid of. I'm not responsible for his report. No, you're not. Yeah, as soon as you just got pulled into that, arguing with her, you just lost. Sorry. I know you guys don't want to hear it, but that's Brennan level lawyering. That's Brennan level lawyering. That's loser stuff right there. You got freaking facts. You got evidence. Those are your weapons. Use them. Use them. You being snarky with Jen McCabe is not your weapon. Don't rely on that. That's why I find this a bit of a letdown. I just I feel like I see the potential here, and we're not getting it. It's the same problem that we had last time. I really hoped we would have learned from that last time. But as soon as we came back after lunch and we're talking about her prior testimony from last year, and Jen asks, "Can I see it?" And he says, "Sure." In my notes. No, Ms. McCabe, you may not. Do you deny that that's what you testified to? And part of the problem with it too, with just the way he approaches it, he is imprecise. He likes to summarize, he likes to color, he likes to characterize. So he doesn't read her back verbatim what she said, and that gives her wiggle room to argue about it.
Jackson.
If you can read it back, you take that away.
On schedule?
We are.
Okay.
Oh, are we leaving for the day now? Yes. Read it to her from the transcript. Is that what you said? This is how you pin them down. If you give them wiggle room, they are not pinned down and then they find ways to escape. And yes, this is my opinion, but this is basic technique and it's based on rules that we are going to look at and we are going to talk about. Okay, so they are coming back now. I'm just a little bit confused. If she says, I don't remember, you ask her, do you deny it? Do you deny that you said that? And then she either says yes or she says no. If she says no, she doesn't deny it, then that's fine. So you might have said that. Great. That's good enough. That's good enough. You can't rule out that you said it. That's good enough. You deny it. Now I get to impeach you with it. That's the difference. And so that's how you do it.
Let's go to the session. Please be seated.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
This
Your
is
Honor.
fine.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to
Because it's
the
possible.
morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, I just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number, he had your cell phone number?
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number?
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris?
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
Others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes,
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He's the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to get busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come back to 34 Fairview?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would
At
say.
your request.
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, "Yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone." He literally said, "Okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard." It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me. Correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't walk over. I mean, he came over his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get his car, drive over to Blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the Blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have. Correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, "I hope I didn't hit him." Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just wondering.
Yes.
Yep,
Thank you.
you're welcome. If you could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, "I hope I didn't hit him." Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, "I hope I didn't."
Sustained.
He hasn't even finished the question.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that report right?
Your Honor. Objection.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
"I hope I didn't hit him."
I'll explain why this is happening.
Or something to the effect of, "I hope I didn't hit him." Sounds an awful lot like, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Do you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said, She had gotten into a fight. Her taillight was cracked. And she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's wrong with that question?
Yes.
I don't know what's wrong with that question. This is asking a fact question. Yes, you were interviewed by Good. The reason why she was sustaining those objections to what Lank put in his report, because Lank's report is hearsay. It's her statement in the report that matters. It's her statement that you're asking about. So all you can establish with her is what it says in the report her statement was. You read the statement from the report to her and ask her if that's what she said. That what you told Lank? No. That's where you got to stop, because now you're going to have to get it in through Lank. His report is going to be hearsay. You might be able to get it in, put it in front of her, but probably not if he's going to object. And you got a real stickler. You got a real stickler like Bev. Then you got to bring it up with Lank. We'll get into this.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he gave you...
Interview was the issue?
He asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just flew the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
She's not
Do you
answering.
recall? That is a yes or no question.
Unresponsive.
Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember. Correct?
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lanks that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember what I all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Ms. Reed said anything about could I have hit him during either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day, you had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Right?
Whatever.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Ms. Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not my
that I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police
Let her
officer that I
finish.
spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jurors, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And you never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury.
This is
What
painful.
did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said.
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right.
So folks, we are done for today. You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors is okay. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Painful.
Goodbye.
That was painful. Excruciating. That whatever at the end, whatever, that's your fault, Mr. Jackson, because you're not being precise with your questions. You're being sloppy. You're characterizing stuff. You're not being precise, targeted, focused, direct. You're being argumentative. And that's why Judge Bev is starting to be protective of this witness. That's why she's letting her run off on this tangents. She pretty much already said it. He's being argumentative with his questions. He's answering.
Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you in any way. I just want to know, how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds.
Sure, take your time.
I would expect that I would say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
With Mrs. McCabe?
Yes.
It depends on how the rest goes, but certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
All right. So that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, the morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. You have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right. And nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right. All right. We'll see you on Friday.
Friday. She said Friday afternoon. Are we not coming back tomorrow? I'm confused. Today's Wednesday, right? Not that lost, am I? I do have to sometimes check my phone. Yeah, today is Wednesday, April the 30th. Are we not coming back tomorrow? I guess I'll find out. Okay, she did. Chat's telling me no court tomorrow. All right. So back Friday for a full day. I'm taking it, and then that's not a half day. Full day Friday. Yeah. Boy. This is deteriorating. This is the same thing that happened in the first trial, guys. Okay. We're going to start this with a little storytelling because, I see the chat going by and different thoughts, and yes, obviously, of course, all I'm talking about, make sure that my stream is mute. I'm going to keep it on just until they kill it in case something else happens, but make sure we don't have those audio problems. Obviously, I'm talking about my opinion, but I am talking about rules. I'm talking about trial process, and this is something that trial attorneys learn sometimes the hard way, which is okay. They killed the stream. What's going to take me to story time? Because I understand. I see people saying, is it how could he possibly not know how to do this? It's possible he does know. He's got some strategic reason. So we're going to tell a story about Depp versus Heard. We're going to tell a story about Depp versus Heard with lawyers that should have known, partners, Camille Vasquez, Ben Chu, the entire defense team for Johnny Depp from Brown Rudnick. They should know perfectly well, how do you impeach a witness with a prior inconsistent statement? And so what did they have? They had Amber Heard's sister getting on the stand and, just basically telling stories about incidents between Johnny and Amber that, she claimed to have witnessed. But unfortunately, she had long before told somebody else different stories. Very specifically, this was Jen Howell, who was the executive director of Art of Elysium, a charity over in Los Angeles. Whitney Heard worked for Jennifer Howell while Amber Heard was in the relationship with Johnny Depp, and there's lots of drama and lots going on. And this point in time is when Whitney got kicked out of the penthouses. If you're into Deppy Heard and like all the ins and outs of that story. And so all this is going on, and particularly with Australia, She is working for Jennifer Howell at the time that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are in Australia for filming Pirates. Was it 4? Pirates 3? Whatever Pirates it was at that point in time. Pirates 5. And, gets cut short because Johnny, gets his finger cut off. And then we hear a whole story about that at trial about, what happened. So Whitney Henriquez now, told Jennifer Howell at the time, back when this happened, Amber Heard literally calls her on the phone and she hangs up the phone and shouts to the entire room where she's working, holy shit, she cut his fucking finger off. She's really done it now. A lot of stories about how abusive Amber was. A lot of stories about how she was afraid Amber would kill Johnny at some point. Tells all this stuff to Jennifer Howell. So this is pretty valuable evidence for the defense, right? This is pretty important stuff. Because you have one of Amber Heard's witnesses, you're not only catching her lying, she goes in and testifies at trial. Oh, no, I never saw anything like that. And, these things didn't happen. But she's providing an insider's view into the relationship, which, the whole behind closed doors thing, this situation, they didn't even try to hide it. Amber didn't even try to hide it, what was going on. She did this in front of people. So this is one of Amber Heard's own witnesses admitting, actually it was Amber that was the abuser and was probably going to kill him at some point. Critical, real key evidence for the defense. And so what happened? They fucked up the impeachment is what happened. They didn't lay the foundation because when they have Whitney Heard on the stand, they never confronted her with it. You have to lay a foundation to impeach somebody with a prior inconsistent statement. That means you have to ask them about it. You have to present it to them. You have to give them an opportunity to explain it. And they never did it. They just took Whitney Heard's entire story and let it sit and then thought they were going to be able to bring in Jennifer Howell and have Jennifer Howell testify all about the things Whitney Heard said. You didn't lay the foundation for impeachment. So none of that came in. None of that came into the trial. Okay, a team of like 7 lawyers sitting there at the table, couple of partners, a lot of trial experience, millions of dollars they're paid for this defense. These are supposed to be the cream of the cream. I remember Nick Rakita saying this is these are the best lawyers money can buy, so prepare to be disappointed. Wow, was that a prophecy? Because they fucked up the impeachment. And Jennifer Howell's testimony never came in. And this was like doubly alarming because not just the obvious, this is such important evidence. How on earth did you not get this right? Like how could you let that slip through the cracks just from a pure like competency standpoint? What the hell? But it was particularly bad because Jennifer Howell had a lot of consequences as a result of coming forward about what she was told. You think these anti-Karen Reed folks, these little trolls that yell and scream on the internet are bad? Jennifer Howell had her house broken into. Okay. So yeah. So everything that she gave up, she sacrificed personally for the sake of the truth, of telling the truth about what happened. And it all went to waste because this expensive legal team didn't know how to impeach. So that's how common it is. Now, I mentioned before, and the reason why I'm screaming, do you deny it, is because the most effective person I've seen at doing this, it just has it down to a science, brilliant at it, Alex Spiro. Watching Alec Baldwin's trial, watching the pretrial hearings, the stuff when he's in there dealing with the witnesses, and he's got it nailed down. That guy is a shark. Okay, that guy is a shark. He is focused. From my perspective right now, probably one of the best trial lawyers in America right now. Extremely skilled. Has a great record to prove it. And so that's his method. The method I'm describing here is the Alex Spiro method, and it works. It's so effective. It checks all of the boxes. So let's talk about what you need to do. we're going to talk about the difference between these things. So I'm going to start here with what refreshing a witness's recollection is. Is that big enough? Can we see that, or do I need to blow it up? Is that a little bit better? That looks a little bit better. Here's what refreshing is. When a testifying witness's memory is exhausted, the witness's memory may be refreshed in the presence of the jury with any writing or other object that permits the witness to further testify from a refreshed memory. The writing or object should not be read from or shown to the jury. When you are refreshing somebody, it is a memory aid. You are still asking them to testify from their memory. It's just that they can't remember something. If they see this other thing, it might remind them. And it can be anything. It can be a note that they took. It can be, a photograph. It can be like it could be a piece of their clothing. Like it can be anything, as long as it serves to remind you, oh yes, now I remember. And so now I can testify from my memory. That's what refreshing is. Then we have prior inconsistent statements. Can we see this here? Yes, we can. So we'll skip. This is not his own witness, so we're not dealing with that. Extrinsic evidence of a prior inconsistent statement by a witness other than a witness who is your own witness is admissible, whether or not the witness was afforded an opportunity to explain or deny the inconsistency. I guess we'll start off with this. You may prove that the witness made prior statements inconsistent with the witness's prior testimony, but if it's your own witness, you have to lay this foundation by asking them if the statements were in fact made and giving the witness an opportunity to explain. And this is the standard foundation. You have to ask them about it. And if you want this to be real clear, especially if you got like a difficult judge too, who isn't, necessarily giving you a lot of leeway, you have to be clear. You have to be precise. It has to be pretty obvious what you're talking about. So, good way to kind of set this up. Ms. McCabe, you testified today that X. Do I have that correct? Okay. But you testified back in April of 2022. Read it. Read it. Have it precise. Okay. Don't give her the wiggle room. If you try to characterize it and color it, you testified that, just whatever. Read it. She doesn't have any wiggle room. Is that correct? What are your answers? I don't know. I don't remember. You don't remember. Here's what Alex Spiro does. Do you deny it? Because now we don't have to walk through this whole, I'm not trying to get you to testify from your own memory. I'm trying to impeach you with something inconsistent. I'm trying to show you're a liar. I'm not trying to get you to tell the truth now. I'm trying to show that you're a liar. So I'm just going to skip over the showing you stuff. Do you deny it? If she doesn't deny that she made that previous statement in the grand jury, and I have already set this up, you said today, but you said before, and we can see comparing these things that these are inconsistent. And she says, yes, it's possible. She's just admitted her testimony could be inconsistent. That's all you're trying to get at. That's all impeachment is. Yes, I deny it. May I approach the witness? Madam Clerk, I'm handing you, to be marked as whatever, page whatever of the grand jury testimony. Mark it as an exhibit. Ms. McCabe, I am handing you what has been marked as exhibit number 47. Do you recognize that? Does that appear to be your grand jury testimony? If we have to do the whole transcript, we have to do the whole transcript. We can play this game, with the evasiveness. We want to mark the whole grand jury transcript? Fine. Fine. But, And do you see what it says here at lines 20 to, 20 whatever? Yes. Would you read that to the jury? So it's kind of fun when you can make them say it. Not necessarily the best technique, but you can. Or, and at page, whatever, what I just handed you, exhibit 40, whatever says, and read it yourself. Did I read that correctly? There we go. Our little hat tip to Mr. Rottenborn. That's how you impeach. And now it's in evidence. Let's talk about this next level issue with Lank and Proctor. Their reports are hearsay. Her statements within them are hearsay. Both have to be subject to a hearsay exception for that report to come in. So we got to start with Jen. Jen's statement. You've testified here today, Ms. McCabe, that X. When you were interviewed by Mr. Lank on whatever date, you said blank. Go through our same process. Is that correct? You don't remember? Do you deny it? Oh, you don't deny it? So it's possible you said that. Great, then we'll move on. You deny it? Now we're going to stop. Because now we're going to revisit it with Lank. Lank's own testimony from Lank's own memory is not hearsay. So we're going to come back to it when Lank is on the stand. And we're going to ask him, when you conducted this interview of Ms. McCabe on whatever day, did she tell you X? I don't remember. Do you deny it? Maybe with Lank we'll refresh him. Would it refresh you to look at your report? It would. Okay. Does that refresh you? Well, I still don't really remember. Well, do you deny that that's what she said? No, I don't deny it. Good. Then it's possible. And we've established it. Yes, I do deny it. Now, his report that he wrote down is his own inconsistent statement. So now we have the second level. Both of the hearsay exceptions have been satisfied. Her inconsistent statement, his inconsistent statement. So now we are walking up to the clerk. Madam Clerk, please mark this page of Sergeant Lank's police report as Exhibit 4. Sergeant Lank, do you recognize Exhibit 4 as your report? Walk through it with him too. And now it's in. So that's impeachment. That's how you do impeachment. The problem here, you got to remember the jury is going to be instructed. The attorney's statements are not evidence. Their statements are not evidence. What they say, for example, how they phrase their questions, it doesn't matter how cute you get with phrasing your question to load facts into it, load assertions into it. The fact that AJ tried to get real clever and say, so when you went to the door the last time at 12:45 and sent that text, this witness already answers the question she wants to have been asked, not the one that was. So it doesn't matter that you said that that's what happened. If it hasn't been established from the testimony or the evidence that that's what happened, then it's not a fact. It's at best an inference. It might have happened, but you haven't established it. And the best way to establish it is to get in Jen McCabe's words from before, saying that that's what happened. That's proof that it happened. But as of right now, all we have is she's talked her way out of the timeline. Because she said, well, if maybe I misspoke, but it was just 2 times. And he kind of let that go. Tried to build it in with his questions. But he let her talk her way out of the timeline, guys. And sorry, I've just seen this game before. I've seen this play before. Saw it in depth, he heard. You might not think they would do that. I remember I remember when Whitney Heard was on the stand because I knew what was happening. I watched the UK trial. I knew that the Jen Howell stuff was waiting in the wings, and I'm waiting for them to lay the foundation, and they didn't. And I'm thinking to myself, there must be a reason. There must be a reason. There had been a whole bunch of like late flurry communications about Whitney Heard's deposition. They left it until very close to trial. She had been pregnant. They did it. They dropped it. They had to come back. There was this complicated stuff. I'm thinking maybe they just decided. Maybe they just decided as like part of a stipulation that they wouldn't have to. No, there was no rhyme or reason. They just didn't know. So it never came in. They just fucked it up. So it's unfortunate that that kind of thing happens. But, it does. It doesn't mean these guys aren't good lawyers. It doesn't mean they aren't trying. It's just, this is very technical stuff. And even, even a good trial lawyer, if you're not doing this stuff like every day, you're not doing a high volume of stuff. I've said many times, I know that the private defense attorneys and the high profile attorneys, they have reputations. Some of them are good lawyers, but some of them are not particularly good lawyers. Some of them would be schooled by your average public defender down at the courthouse who does nothing but try cases day in and day out. And they know this stuff like the back of their hand. It's second nature. You have guys like Alex Spiro that have it down to a science. Not everybody does. This was a problem last trial. I was really hoping that they would correct for it, but I'm seeing the same game plan. I'm seeing the same game plan, and I'm seeing the same result. Alan Jackson is now the one that's getting frustrated. And Jen McCabe is not. Whatever. That's frustration with yourself because you didn't ask it right. So, I'm not, saying it how I see it. I'm not seeing this go the way it could. This is far short of its potential, in my view, given what you have to work with. This is just not maximizing your raw material. He's got a day to think about it, adjust, reevaluate, maybe shift his approach. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So, is there anything else? I'm going to check real quick in this prior inconsistent statements I wanted to show you. They always have notes to these rules, and sometimes this is an important one. I'll go ahead and point this out over here. Take me off of it. Right here at the top, although there's a discretion involved in determining whether to admit or exclude evidence offered for impeachment, when the impeaching evidence is directly related to testimony on a central issue in the case, there is no discretion to exclude it. You can always impeach witnesses on central issues like, the timeline, credibility. These are central issues in the case. And not just credibility generally, but credibility about this particular event. We know how Judge Bev likes to play with her discretion. Use it how she can, when she can. You do it right. You take away her discretion to say, no, you can't do that. And she doesn't let you now. Once again, you've got a real good record when you go up, I couldn't even defend my clients because I'm supposed to be able to impeach these witnesses, and the judge wasn't letting me do it. Here's what he was trying to get at with the Lanks stuff. Impeachment by omission in a statement. An omission from an earlier statement may qualify as a prior inconsistent statement. So in a case where, you keep a journal, but you don't mention something in your journal and then later testify to it, that's potentially a prior inconsistent statement. That's what she's trying to do with the statements to Lank, the statements to Good, etc. You didn't say I hit him. But he doesn't, this is my read. Again, he doesn't have like the long view of how this works, because all you get to with her is just admit or deny it. You can't go further with her. You have to get that from the witness who heard it. They're the ones who will testify to her prior inconsistent statement. So when you have Jen on the stand, all you're doing is planting the seed, the foundation. She denies saying that. And once she denies saying it, now we can go when the other witness is on the stand and present proof that in fact she did. So he's lost sight. This is just how I'm seeing it. He has lost sight of the forest for the trees when it comes to somebody found a case here, I guess, Commonwealth versus Parent. Let me pull this one up. This is very small. Let me get myself off and try to make it big. The judge erred in preventing the jury from learning that the victim made statements to a police detective regarding an alleged sexual assault in her first complaint that were inconsistent with her testimony at trial. It relied entirely on the victim's credibility. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time in the facts on this, but we're going to talk about impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. So, okay, the story changed over time. Defense is trying to elicit this. The rule of evidence is well settled that if a witness, either upon his direct or cross-examination, testifies to a fact which is relevant to the issue on trial, the adverse party, for the purpose of impeaching his testimony, may show that the witness has made previous inconsistent or conflicting statements, either by eliciting such statements upon cross-examination of the witness himself or proving them by other witnesses. So yes, when it's not collateral, you get to bring in other proof. To be used for impeachment, it is not necessary that the witness's prior statement be a complete categorical or explicit contradiction of his trial testimony. It is enough if the proffered testimony taken as a whole, either by what it says or by what it omits to say, affords some indication that the fact was different from the testimony of the witness whom it is sought to contradict. So it doesn't have to literally be polar opposites. I testified on trial 1 that it was nighttime. I testified in trial 2, it was not nighttime. It doesn't have to be that much in conflict. It can just be, I told different stories. They're not the same stories. So that's all that an inconsistency requires. Commonwealth here says that statements were not inconsistent because there is no inconsistency between a present failure of memory on the witness stand and a past existence of a memory. If I get on the stand and say I don't remember something that I previously remembered, according to the Commonwealth, that's not inconsistent. But the problem is, in Massachusetts, under some previous cases, we concluded that the complainant's lack of memory at trial is not consistent with her prior testimony. So that's a different case. But in this case, she did recall certain things. And according to the incident report, her earlier statements were materially inconsistent with some of her trial testimony. The defendant did not contend that her lack of memory at trial as to what she told the detective was inconsistent. Rather, he contended that what she told the jury as to what happened, and when she first spoke of it was inconsistent with what she told Detective Chalk. So they're not saying the fact that she doesn't remember it right now is inconsistent with her remembering it before. They're saying, no, she's told different stories. A witness who has actually made a statement contradictory to trial testimony cannot escape impeachment simply by saying she does not remember the statement. You don't get to not be impeached just because you say, I've testified to so many grand juries, I just don't remember. Mark the grand jury testimony. Read it to her. Get it admitted as an exhibit if you need to. You can. You can. It's extrinsic. It's on a direct issue. You're allowed to do it. Make the record of doing it that way. So they're saying it's collateral. You couldn't do that. Court says no, it wasn't. It had to do with credibility. And so ultimately, what did they do? Vacated the conviction. Vacated the conviction because they didn't let the defendant do the impeachment, and the impeachment was otherwise proper. So interesting stuff there. I don't remember. Doesn't get you out of being impeached with it. I don't remember making that statement. So that's honestly, guys, it's kind of even worse than just, do you deny it? Her saying, I don't remember in Massachusetts, you can still confront her with it. So, yeah. Just feel like this kind of ran aground a little bit. This was a rocky shoal, and this boat is very heavily loaded, and not sure it is really continuing to move smoothly through the water. Guys, in the very first trial, I remember thinking, well, this could be going better. This could be going better. But surely Jen comes off as like a lunatic. I mean, she's like so much more hostile and everything than argumentative, and a lot of smirking and all that stuff. But it doesn't seem that the jury saw it that way. So that's what I'm concerned about. We don't know if the jury is looking at this and thinking, wow, I feel bad for this woman who's being picked on and trying to be, put in the corner by this attorney who, characterizes things unfairly and then gets mad when she doesn't just unequivocally accept that. Or if they're thinking, God, this witness sitting over there just can't answer a straight question. She won't answer the question. While she's sitting here telling us, she's trying to explain why she didn't say things in these prior proceedings because she wasn't asked, but she's not even answering what she's asked here in this one, right in front of us. We don't know what the jury's thinking. And that's why it's just not, it's a gamble. It's a big gamble to try to shape the jury's view of your case by trying to shape their view of the witnesses. I don't like this person. I like this person. I don't trust this person. I do trust this person. This person is credible. This person is not. Because you don't know how they're going to take it. That's why you use your facts. Your facts or your fists. I've said this so many times. In the courtroom, your facts are your fists. And your facts are your things that you can substantiate with other witnesses, extrinsic evidence, and you have some way of getting it in. You've game planned it. You know you can use it. If the rules are applied, the way that they're supposed to be applied. And if not, then you're able to make a record of why you should have been able to do it and what your basis was. So you've got it road mapped out. And those are your fists. That's your preparation. That's how you land. And, the upside tends to be if you land your facts and your facts aren't really good for that witness, then that witness is going to come across as not credible and evasive and not likable and all those things that you wanted in the first place. So I'm not seeing that happen. There was a reason why I really wanted the Alessi cross of Jen McCabe. I really wanted it, even though I didn't really expect it. I really didn't expect it. We got a pretty clear perspective that Mr. Jackson is the lead attorney on the team. He is making most of the decisions about how all this is going. And he thinks he's the one to do this. Maybe it hasn't even come up that it should be somebody else. Maybe it hasn't even come up. Certainly possible. I wouldn't expect Mr. Alessi to suggest, hey, maybe I should do this one this time. I wouldn't expect that. Mr. Alessi, impression I've gotten from him, he's a team player. He is more than happy to, take his marching orders, show his belly when he needs to, step up when he needs to. But he's not, I just don't get the impression he's the guy that's looking to come in and like take over the whole show and run the show. I don't think he's going to be pushy about it. So it's really what I wanted, because I thought his skill set would fit better with what they have and what they need to do with it. They need precision. They need focus. They need an outline. They need a game plan. They need it prepped. And we're definitely not saying he's not prepped. He's not prepared. He's got a lot of stuff, but he's getting lost in the weeds. I'm afraid. Just don't know how this is coming across to the jury. All right, guys, an awful lot of comments and questions to get through, so let's turn to it. Z, audit said Canton PD do own dispatch. Wonder why. Yeah, and it was funny how they put that too, because they're like, really the only downside is that Canton PD loses control. It's like it would be free, at least for a certain number of years, wouldn't cost them anything. But it's like you're paying to man your own dispatch anyway. If you subcontract that out to an emergency management, organization, however it's structured over there, it's usually something like that. Are you paying more than you're paying a senior officer to sit there and answer the phone? I doubt it. They literally said in the audit, it was the downside is that they would lose control. Yeah. And there were issues with calls not being responded to and stuff like that. Yeah. Edward Kirkpatrick, problem is demonstrative, is you have to share it with the Commonwealth before the trial starts, so she gets prep as to what is coming on demonstrative. Yeah, good point. Good point. Trying to think of how you might be able to work around this. The demonstratives that people make themselves on the stand, I can ask the witness, draw a chart. It's a demonstrative. You've never seen it before. I've never seen it before. It is being created in real time here in the courtroom. So it's maybe not a hard and fast rule about notice, but I mean, just as a fairness thing, yeah, if you have it ahead of time, you're going to have to share it. If you have to share it, they have to be able to prep on it. So they're going to have that opportunity. It's a good point. Gardener, yes. I did not get that right, but I did my best. He hit his head in the basement. He hit his head. I am open to different ideas about where he hit his head and how he hit his head and what hit his head. But definitely hit his head. These little seeds that are being planted, Higgins is kind of on the outside now, and not backing up his story, and what happened outside is completely separate than what was going on inside. It just does make me wonder, are we setting up something where maybe it just all happened outside? Is that like our compromised position, where most of us here in the house are safe and we didn't do anything wrong, and we weren't involved? And we can just, throw under the bus the people that were out in the front if we have to. Maybe doing a little backup fortification of the positions. I just do wonder. I mean, the basement makes sense, but it doesn't have to be the basement. It could be out in the yard. Met him out in the yard. Hospice Jess, I've attended many deaths. People start cooling right away. How was he not frozen after 6 hours outside? Core body temp was 80 degrees. That's not even room temperature. That's a good point. Yeah, I know that there's like a formula, a kind of average rate of cooling of the body, and I don't remember what it is. And I'm sure it's going to depend on it's like based on room temperature. Maybe not. I mean, maybe you cool at the same rate regardless of the temperature you're in. It's just where does it stop? I don't remember. I just, I've seen some of that stuff before. I'm not pulling it off the top of my head, but it does come up from time to time because it's one of the things that you'll occasionally see for estimating a time of death is body temperature. But yeah, this is a good point that core body temp was 80, so it's roughly 16 degrees below normal body temperature, 18 degrees. I guess I run a little bit cold. I think the average is 98.6. Mine usually runs 96 point something. I'm cold. Apparently I'm cold. I do always have the cold hands, and live the I'm like that walking stereotype of the girlfriend that's always got the cold hands and feet. Sorry, honey, but it is what it is. So, I mean, yeah, for a long period of time. And so the only way I could see this, like maybe being complicated, okay, if he didn't die instantaneously, I could buy he didn't die instantaneously. I could buy that. And so he's lying out there alive. And so his body is maintaining its internal body temperature for some period of time until he dies. Then he's going to start to cool. The question is, when did that happen? And isn't there some way that we can kind of try to figure that out, given what we know about the environmental circumstances and what his temperature was? I mean, it seems like we should be able to get at least in a ballpark. Different kind of assumptions we might be able to have. If he died at this time, if he died immediately but was in a warm environment, if he died immediately and was out in the cold the whole time, seems like we should be able to kind of game all of those different scenarios and get different information about it. So it's a good point, Hospice Jess. The body temperature does seem to be potentially an underutilized resource in the trial. Anna Jasky, so fact they weren't comfortable with CPR, very, very sus. She never went to get her certified first responder brother-in-law that she has known since kindergarten, in my opinion. Yeah, she, that whole description of the giving CPR, I saw a couple different comments about that last night. That did not land well with healthcare workers, apparently. Just saw a few takes, not impressed with her description of what she was doing. They're like, she's never given CPR. That's like, why would you describe it? It feels weird. Like it's exhausting is the main thing that you would remember about, you're assuming this is your first time ever giving chest compressions to somebody who is unconscious, not just on the doll in the CPR class, which we don't even know if Jen has done that. Yeah, the thing you're going to remember is it's freaking exhausting, and it's it's hard. You're having it's very difficult to move the body. You're using a lot of force. People often come out with cracked ribs, cracked sternum, and stuff like that. It is not a gentle thing to be doing. So a lot. I just saw a lot of comments, mostly healthcare people looking at that. Like, it felt weird. There was resistance. Yeah, of course there was resistance. But I think you make a good point here that's kind of doubly with the uncomfortable person that this is feeling weird, am doing this when I could just go get would Brian Albert be a big boy? Would he count as a big boy? You could go get the big guy out of the house that is trained as a first responder. The guy that you're supposed to be relying on in these situations. Isn't that what he's supposed to be? Isn't that why, people become cops? They can take charge in this kind of situation, and everybody else can rely on them. But you choose to sit there and do it yourself and feel, kind of uncomfortable when your brother-in-law is right there and could take it over and would know what he was doing. Does raise some questions, doesn't it? Edward Kirkpatrick, German Shepherd with bite history. Woman enters dark house with dog, goes to its master's bedroom, stands over its master's bed. Dog never reacts. Yeah, a guard dog. A dog that is bred to guard its flock and protect it from predators. A protective dog. A protective dog that has bit people. Although, in fairness, I'm not sure if she had bit a human at this point in time or if she had only bit the dogs. The human was the following year, I think. But the dog doesn't even bark. I mean, come on. I think he landed that very well. I think he made it very clear. There's no dog in that house. The dog wasn't there. There's no way that dog just sat there silently and didn't react or anything. Where's the dog? How was the dog not barking the dog's head off when everything started going off outside and wake up the homeowners? I have a little skunk go by in my front yard in the middle of the night. And my dog will freak out and start yapping, start barking her full head off, wants to go get the skunk. And this whole chaos that we've heard so much about is going on outside, and the dog doesn't wake anybody up. Yeah, I don't know about that. Lawyer nurse, oh my God, just a thought. What if Karen Reed handed it to Peggy, who all along with Paul O'Keefe assessed John O'Keefe ring camera via the app and deleted the missing video from John's house? I don't know if this is Karen or if this is Jen or Carrie Roberts. What if Carrie Roberts handed it to Peggy? I mean, maybe. We know it ended up with Proctor. And so there's a lot of different pathways it could have took there, because we don't know. We don't have a chain of custody. I just noticed, interesting little correlation in the timeline between Jen sitting around at Fairview starting about 8:30, Jen going home at about 11:30ish, and then Proctor showing up at her house. And the phone movement tends to track a lot of that. And then it ended up with Proctor. Just couldn't help but notice that. I think so far that is my that's my leading hypothesis. That's the one that's in the front for me about where the phone went and how it ended up at the Canton Police Department. But yeah, this is possible. There's a lot of pathways. Jonna, was the car repairman by chance the same guy that took the taillight out for MSP? No, I don't think it's that guy. Well, I mean, maybe. The only official person who took the taillight out for the MSP was the February 1st or 2nd, whatever, the folks who came from the lab. That was Ashley Valier, I think her name was. Valier. I don't know. I don't remember how it's pronounced, but Ashley V, I think it was. They showed up, did a whole bunch of the forensic stuff, and that's where we got those great photos of, like, we're photoing evidence with like the open Stop and Shop bag of blood in the background on the floor. Why it's there, I don't know, but that's what they did. So officially, that's when the taillight was first touched and removed. Of course, a lot of Sally Port video from Canton PD that's missing to tell us exactly who had access to that taillight and what they did. So might be a little bit of a generous assumption that that's the first person who messed with it. But for purposes of the car repairman at John O'Keefe's house, now this is going to John's car. John's car, because that was part of the argument at the first trial. Mr. Lally brought in the photo of John's car to show it wasn't damaged, and therefore, I guess Karen Reed didn't hit it, or she didn't hit it hard enough to crack her taillight, is basically her theory. This was bumped to me because I personally, a couple of years ago, and honestly, I haven't even fixed it yet. I'm kind of embarrassed. I wanted to go ahead and do a taillight upgrade if I got to fix a taillight, but I was looking around, and good Lord, the Valentis are like insanely expensive. I'm not paying that kind of money for taillights, but I do want like a cool looking taillight. If I'm going to do that, I like a nice like smoke taillight. So I'm still looking, haven't finished that. Anyway, busted my taillight like a year and a half ago, backing out into the driveway into my husband's car, into my husband's truck. And long story. We won't get into the details of how it happened or who was at fault. But bottom line was my taillight gets busted, plastic all over the ground, not a scratch on his car. Nothing, no ding, nothing. You would never know from his truck that I had run into it. So that didn't really impress me as evidence. But that's the car repairman, right? Guys, come out and do a little buffing, little air spray, get it all shiny and new. Joshua Frost, is that rock trick serious enough to dismiss a case? Well, not on the record we have here. They don't even seem particularly interested in how it got there. Judge didn't seem interested in how it got there, as far as we know. Just told the jury don't pay any attention to that. It depends on how and why and what the effect is. If it's a situation where the people that are living there currently were just trying to market so that people knew where to go once they started showing up, and this was a rock that, was pre-existed them moving into the house, because it's not the Alberts there anymore, right? It's new owners. So they just found the rock and thought it would be helpful. Didn't cross their minds, that it might be suggestive or anything like that. That would be one situation. Are you getting a mistrial for that? No. But if it's, one of the Alberts had the rock, and they chose to go by and leave it there, I'm sure they'll have some explanation, for what it was for. But helpful, it's not the Alberts' job to be helpful to the jury. They're just witnesses here. That would be quite a bit more problematic, because, that's starting to get into the potential of this looks like jury tampering. This is getting very close to jury tampering. It's getting very close to improper influence, almost a indirect, type of communication. So if they were interested in fleshing out the facts, maybe it would, but it doesn't seem like she is. So no, it probably won't be. Laura Spence, Turtle Boy's case is ongoing in next court right now. Oh, this is the sidebar, or the conference, the Chambers conference. Could be to do with the new affidavit making allegations against Jen McCabe, or fact he's not allowed near her. It could. It's just I don't know why the family would be in there for that. The family being in there for that is what made it unusual. That's an unusual state of affairs, because normally they're not parties to the case. And so, you don't see them up at sidebar. They don't get to participate like that. So if something is going on in Chambers and they're there, it's unusual. Normally it's just going to be the parties, their representatives. But it could have something to do with Turtle Boy, his case going on in the next corner. I don't know if we're going to find out. Z, audit says officers called directly and personally. Yeah, they all have their own cell phones that they use. That was one of the recommendations of the audit, was get these guys department issued phones. Don't have them using their personal phones for business, because you run the risk that they're going to become evidence. You run the risk that they're not secure. They're not handled correctly. A lot of problems with that. So that's getting a little bit into this, I just got Lanks' number, his personal phone number from Julie. You could have called the non-emergency number at the police and told them to relay it to him. But no, you called him on his personal cell phone and then showed up in his driveway the next day. James Casatelli, when he says fair enough, it comes across as him conceding he's wrong. I wish he'd stop doing that. It is a concession. It is a concession. It's also a comment. She's not chastising him for that comment. It is one, though. It's not, technically appropriate for him to do that. It's editorializing. It's just not snarky. So it's not getting anybody's attention. It's not getting their dander up. Is there something he could say that would be better, that just acknowledges what he's basically saying is, what you're saying is different than what I said, but I'm going to accept it. And, is there a better way to say that than fair enough? You don't necessarily have to say anything. Okay would be fine. I mean, it comes across as conceding because it is. He's conceding the point to her. So maybe he thinks it makes him look magnanimous. And it probably does. It's so interesting how this cross, it really started off as kind of a battle for the high ground. And as it's gone on, it's devolved now into a little more of a battle for the low ground. Who can be more evasive and argumentative and commentary and snarky, and who's going to win the exchanges. And I got to tell you, I don't think AJ's going to win that. We know Judge isn't going to let him win it. She's not going to let him win it because she's going to say, if you're argumentative, she gets to answer in kind. That's what she's been letting her do. So might go back to, fighting for the fair ground. I might prefer a little bit more fair enough from AJ right now rather than less. Jason McClellan, McCabe does a vague memory very well. She has a vague memory. She has a faint memory. She seems to recall a lot of throat clearing with stuff like that. And it's good when she wants to get it out, but she doesn't want to be so pinned down that she's stuck with it because she's not sure. That's my hypothesis about the throat clearing. Like with Lanks driveway, vague memory, I went into the bathroom. Why? Because you think they might be able to put you in the house. Just my guess. Jason Sorensen, Jen, I lied because I only tell the truth after brushing my teeth. Wasn't that? I mean, that's always, as far as the throat clearing goes. Let me be honest. Let me be perfectly honest. You're telling me you weren't before, or you're telling me you're not normally. Like, this should not be something to call out, to sell my honesty to you in the minute. If we can't all take it for granted that I'm being honest all the time, then maybe we shouldn't be talking. I mean, maybe there's no point in me saying anything. I gotta be honest. Oh, you do? Because you weren't then. You said you were Nicole. But now she's honest about it. It's funny. You only tell the truth after brushing my teeth. It's like, it's like, you can't beat up your husband because you're wearing pajamas. I forget exactly what that one was. There was a ridiculous one like that in Duffy Heard too, over there in the UK. Haven, notice how Jen said Kay kept saying things in threes before they found John, leading up to the I hit him ×3, totally coached. Yeah, I did the pattern of three. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Yeah. And threes are memorable. Threes are comfortable. Threes are solid. Three's a great number. Threes are great. It's a triangle is three. Triangle is nice. Good structure. Threes are powerful. Threes are rhetorically powerful. They've got a middle, a beginning, and an end. They take you on a journey. So, yeah, I could see it. I could see it for a lot of different reasons. It's just strong, but mainly they're trying to cement that, and they're trying to make it consistent. trying to make it sound consistent. She was already saying all these things in threes. Therefore, it's more credible that she also said, I hit him in threes. Why? Maybe because we got to sort out that issue with Nuttall. And first it was only 2 times, but now it's 3. Now it's grown. We've got everything squared away now, all on the same page. Could be part of that. Tons more cowbell. Have they compared the bite marks to Jen's teeth? Well, John isn't family. We established that, right? John's not family. So is Jen McCabe good with strangers? What do you think about that? Duncan, Idaho. I'm loving the cross-examination today by attorneys Jackson and Canoni. Very well done so far. Well, this is probably in the morning. Where did I put my notes down? I just put them down somewhere and now I can't find them. They're right over here. I thought this started off very strong. It did. I thought he was making some really, really good points. Really did a great job with that whole FBI thing. And then, keeping her in line as far as, no, you can't look at stuff. And Judge Canoni was doing it right. But then, it devolved and it got argumentative and we started spinning around on the same topic and he doesn't know how to deal with her not answering. And yes, in fairness to him, a lot of that is Judge Canoni's fault because she's not forcing the witness to be responsive to the question. If I'm the attorney, I'm going to sidebar and that's the record I'm making. I'm asking a question and her answer is non-responsive to the question. It calls for a yes or no answer. She can explain the yes or no, if she's so inclined, I guess. But she needs to at least answer the question. Or I answer a question or I ask her a question and she answers something different. I ask her, do you remember testifying that Karen Reed said, I hit him at the grand jury? And she says, I remember Karen Reed said, I hit him outside 34 Fairview. It's not responsive. So I'm moving to strike and I'm answering it again until I get a responsive answer. This could be a Judge Canoni problem. I don't know. I don't see us getting the record I'd want to be made of that, but that is part of the issue. So then he gets frustrated and, part of his style is just argumentative anyway. He likes to color things and then they argue about the color and he tries to force them to accept it and they don't. And Jen is particularly good at not accepting anything really that is being put to her. She is extremely slippery. So, it comes across looking more and more argumentative, and then Bev gets more and more accommodating to Jen McCabe and her, answering argumentatively in turn, but really it's engaging in long narrative soliloquies to, say things that will try to garner sympathy with the jury. I lost my friend. I was in shock. I went through all this trauma. She's got her points. Started off good. Just couldn't keep up the pace. Nicole Kelly, AJ needs to reiterate, weren't you worried if your family was hurt in the house, seeing a dead guy on the lawn and knowing he's law enforcement? This is the point that several people have made that I got to admit, it really didn't cross my mind. I don't even think the first trial, I don't think this really came up. Maybe it didn't. I just forgot, but I don't remember seeing it. But this is actually a very good point. He's a cop. He's outside. He's dead. We don't know why. We don't know how. We know nothing about it. And honestly, cops tend to be a little bit paranoid about their OPSEC. And in fairness, at least some of them may have good reason to be. Their version, I don't want to say they're not there to help people, but their version of helping people often does not look much like help to the people that are subject to it. It's the whole Ronald Reagan, I'm the government and I'm here to help. It's like the most terrifying words you'll ever hear. I'm the police and I'm here to help. So, lots of people out there that could have have a grievance, have a grudge. And so police officers often go to great lengths to not, not that you have the phone book. When was the last time anybody looked at a phone book? It still exists. I believe it still does exist. The whole book with people's personal information in it. It's got their name, it's got their address, it's got their phone number. And you used to have to pay to keep that out. It was just a default that everybody would get that information. Now it's a completely different world, 30 years later, completely different world. And it's like presumed that nobody has your contact information. But police officers have kind of notoriously been, number unlisted, address not reported, in the phone book under your initials, that type of thing. Do as much as they can to try to keep that information not available so that somebody who has a grudge against them can't come find him and hurt him. And kind of expect that is a risk. That is a risk of the job. So yeah, if you find a law enforcement officer, a BPD guy dead outside and you don't know why and you don't know what happened, might you want to be concerned about the BPD guy inside? And does it have anything to do with that? Maybe. But either way, just the uncertainty alone, you don't know. And as far as he never went inside, so you don't have any explanation for what happened and why he ended up here. But he was on the way over. Yeah, might you worry that there was something going on you didn't know about? It seems like if your family is the most important thing to you, that might be the first thing that jumps to your mind. My family's safety. This is weird. Don't like it. Is my family okay? And that is not what happened. Duncan, Idaho, 6,800 viewers and only 2,000 likes. Let's go. Thank you, Duncan, Idaho, for hyping up the grift. If people like it, like it. If you don't like it, you don't have to like it. It's cool. We're all cool. I do put the chat and subscribers only mode just to kind of keep things under control, keep it manageable for the mods. But subscribe and then quit. It's fine. Do what you need to do. Susie Grosbeck. Jen was so interested in Brian Albert family being at her trooper interview, but she somehow didn't need him as a trained first responder. Brian being at the interview is really sus. And she said she asked him to come over, but then denied that he was coming over to be there for the interview. Well, then why did you have him come over? Oh, for support, I'm sure. For support, because we'd just been through this trauma. I mean, I'm guessing that would be the answer. So you don't ask. There's no need to, but it sure looks sus, doesn't it? You told him to come over and you arranged this interview before you went home. So you knew you were going to be interviewed when you're inviting him to come over, when you know he's going to come over. Wouldn't you at least tell him, oh, by the way, I'm going to be interviewed, so I might not be available for a little bit. Don't want you to waste your time. Why are you going to sit around at my house? Well, you've got other people that need comforting. They're at your own house, your own kids, etc. Instead, you're going to come sit at my house and just patiently wait out of earshot while I have this interview. That is super sus. I know a guy, if they could look out and see the SUV by the curb, why couldn't they see a body lying in roughly the same area? It's in the freaking foreground. Okay. I don't care how oblivious you are. Your field of vision, your range of maybe if it's so close to you, it's right under your nose, and you're looking way over there, but it's just a couple feet away. You're using your kind of long focus, if this is your long lens, your eyes are, focused on your long lens to pay attention to what's over there. It's right there in the foreground. And I'm supposed to believe you saw nothing? Well, I believe it if there was nothing there. Nothing there to see. But if there's something there to see, there's a man lying there that just got hit and brain injured, and he's lying, dying on the snow, and you just didn't see it. I know. It lacks credibility to me. Problem is, it didn't convince the first jury. You know, these facts alone, they didn't convince the first jury. And I worry about that. Duncan, Idaho, she's such a manipulative spider. This is about what she remembers, and she keeps trying to get her fingers on more. It's frustrating as heck to watch. Well, he's letting her get away with it. He's letting her do it. Can I see that? Sure. No. No, Ms. McCabe, you're here to testify from your memory. If you don't recall, you don't recall. Do you deny that you said that? Keep it out of her hands. Yeah, she's very clever about that. Could I see? We could just show the jury. Judge didn't like that. Judge shut that one down, and she stopped doing it. She knows who she can play the games with and who she can't. But with AJ, she figured that out last time. She had him trained, and she's doing it again this time, and it's working because he's letting her do it. Sure, here you go. Refresh your recollection. She's not there to be refreshed and to testify helpfully for you, Mr. Jackson. That's why refreshing is not the strategy to take with her. The strategy is impeachment, because you need to get that statement in front of the jury, not whatever she says about it. She can still say whatever she's going to say because she gets to explain it, but you need the actual statement in. Anna Jasky, Andrea, if I was a juror, fact witnesses continue to contradict Proctor's report, throwing him under the bus, would continue to increase my reasonable doubt. Your thoughts? For me, there's reasonable doubt all over this case. You know, Proctor's issues are one part of it. Them all saying, you know, Jen saying Lanks wrong, Proctor's wrong. Of course, she didn't really get to say that because we didn't handle that from a technique standpoint correctly. So all those objections got sustained. It's not before the jury. But yeah, you know, this is reasonable doubt. All this sus behavior, it's reasonable doubt. The scurrying, the conspiring. We haven't even heard the half of it yet. We haven't even heard the group chats yet. Tell them the guy never went inside. That kind of thing. I mean, there's just so much here that's screaming that there is a problem, that this is not how innocent people behave. That's all reasonable doubt to me. Not seeing John in the lawn as you're leaving the house, as you're looking out the window when Karen's supposed to be there, as people are coming and going, as you are driving by with your headlights on, sweeping past the edge of the property, staring out the windshield because it's snowing and you're being extra attentive to your driving, and not a single person sees a guy laying out there. That's to me, that's reasonable doubt. But I'm a skeptical person. You know, if you tell me the sky is blue today, I'm going to want you to prove it. It's just talked about Big Five. I'm not necessarily that agreeable. But it's just because for me, talk is cheap. And so much of this case, when it comes to the prosecution of Karen Read, it's based on talk. And talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. I don't care what people say most of the time. I care about receipts. I care about put up or shut up. You know, can you back it up? Can you back up your business? I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying, okay, what you say is one piece of information. It may or may not weigh heavily on me. You know, if I know you real well, I trust you, something like that, probably more likely for your word to carry some weight with me. If I don't know you at all, it's just a thing out there. If you've lied to me in the past, your word means nothing. Your word means nothing. Talk is cheap. But not everybody feels that way. Not everybody feels that way. So unless that jury is populated with 18 Andrea Burkharts, I'm not necessarily super confident about where I'm sitting right now. I see the reasonable doubt, but do all they? I don't know. I don't know. We're still quite a long ways from there was no collision. There was no collision. How do we keep bringing it back to there was no collision? Because that's the doubt. That is the primary doubt the jury needs to have if they are going to acquit Karen Read of all of these charges. I doubt. I have reasonable doubt that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. That gets her free on all of them. So, keep advocating, target, directed, organized around your theme. We're getting a little far afield of that. I know it's fun to go at Jen McCabe, and I know she's a lying liar who lies. And I'm not even saying it's not important to point that out. I just, targeted, focused, direct, controlled. Just think it might be a little bit more helpful. Duncan, Idaho. Dear Diary. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah. Jen is slippery. And the thing about it is she's shameless, like not completely shameless. She understands. She's very perceptive, I think. She understands pretty well how other people perceive her. And so she knows if she's going to give an explanation that's just, she has a sense that like, oh, if I say this, that would be completely implausible versus she can put herself into other people's shoes about, what's believable. So she's very smart at it. It's part of what makes her dangerous as a witness. She's not just like casually, impulsively, lying or coming up with stuff. When she does get put in that situation where she's not sure, she gets very uncomfortable. She starts to, do all those verbal stutters like we saw on the 911 call. Talks her way over to something else. Doesn't deal with it directly. But she's from the Commonwealth standpoint, she is a difficult witness. She's difficult for the defense to crack. Only in Canoni's court. If two agents approached me, I would be so concerned about what they wanted. I would never think to say I'm my sister. Only a skilled liar would do that. If I have FBI officers coming to my house, I'm probably not going to say, give me 10. Well, I mean, if I have FBI officers coming to my house, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, guys. Come back with a warrant. Don't talk to the police without your lawyer, if ever. Even if you think you have nothing to hide, even if you think I'm innocent, it will protect me. Did that protect Richard Allen? No, but if I were going to talk to the FBI, am I going to be like, wait outside for 10 minutes? No, of course. If you're helpful, Jen, we've been helpful, Jen, all day. And then suddenly the FBI shows up and she's not helpful at all. You guys are going to need to wait. And then, by the way, we're going to stop this interview. And only thing I'm going to be helpful about is correcting my misstatement. That was another area where, he's trying to get her to say it's a lie. We know she won't say it's a lie. I don't mind pushing that once, maybe even twice. I don't mind pushing it. It's not, she's clearly got an explanation for why it's not a lie. I don't care what it is. The very fact that you're trying to say true or false is a binary, is not a binary, isn't, it's like, that's making its own impression on the jury. It's not helpful. But you can shift. You can be magnanimous. Will you agree it isn't true? Would you agree it wasn't true what you said? It wasn't correct. It wasn't accurate. It wasn't factual. You had in fact spoken with more people. That's all you're trying to get out. Her admitting that she lied, almost nobody is going to ever admit that they lied. They were wrong, they were mistaken, they misunderstood. We saw it with Carrie. I misunderstood the question. Nobody's ever going to say they lied. So sure, you can confront them with it to make the point if you want to, but they're not going to say, yes, I lied. Okay, 99% of the time. So all you need to establish is, well, it isn't true. And the jury can draw their own conclusions about, was this a lie or was this just inadvertent? I forgot the people that I called, all the people that I called. 5 people in 10 minutes. Is that what it ended up being? Matt, maybe it's 4. Matt, Carrie, DA, and Brian. Might have been fun to dig into that a little bit more too, huh? What did you say? What did you say to Brian Albert when you called him? What did you say to the DA's office? Did you get the receptionist first? Did you have to wait? Let's flesh this out. Let's put some meat on these bones of this scurrying that you were doing when the FBI showed up at your house. It's risky because I don't know the answers. Calculated risk. Is there a way she could blow up my case by answering these questions? I don't know. I would think about it. But yeah, she spent this whole examination, this whole direct and cross. She's presenting herself as helpful Jen, but then as soon as the FBI shows up, she's not helpful. That stands out. Kay, if the feds show up to chat with you, it is time to call a lawyer, right? Kay, you got it. You got it. Come back with the warrant. Talk to my lawyer. I'm not having a chat with the feds. No way, no how. You are not finding my name in a 302. Not going to happen. Clever nickname. What LEO keeps door unlocked and no weapon by bed? I just got done saying how law enforcement are often notoriously paranoid about getting hunted down by people or harmed by, people that they have arrested or charged or whatever. Didn't we? That was the whole justification for why Brian Higgins had to do the whole song and dance with his phone, right? Had to get rid of the SIM card and then get rid of the phone. And except he had a whole story about how it was because he was working with an informant and his number had this personal number and somebody called him at his personal number. So then he had to change it all. But that was a month before. And getting rid of your phone doesn't really have anything to do with your number. You can get a new number on the same phone and you can get a new phone with the same number. You can just get a different number on your phone. It didn't even address the concern that he said that he had. So yeah, I do wonder how that lands. Is that credible? The dog, the door unlocked. You were able to just literally walk into the police officer's house and up to his bedroom over him and his wife as they slept. They are that vulnerable. We're to believe that. I'm going to be skeptical of that. Haven, not a fan of AJ bringing up the play fighting. Everyone can see it's play fighting and doesn't mean anything. I mean, I agree. I don't think it's significant. I'm really not sure why they kind of keep digging their teeth into that one. It doesn't have anything to do with whether John was hit by a car. It's not so critical to people's credibility and stuff like that. It's very collateral. It doesn't seem especially incriminating. Guys do this kind of thing and probably more when they drink. It doesn't Doesn't seem to really move the needle for me if Brian Alberts and Brian Higgins were play fighting. So what? Michael Muddragon, she wasn't brushing her teeth. She was flapping her gums. Oh, I bet she was explaining a lot of things. I bet she was explaining a lot of things and not remembering and asking if she could be shown what it was they were looking at and so forth. I would love to know what triggered her to stop the interview. We heard at some point eventually she decided she was uncomfortable and terminated the interview. What made her uncomfortable? I would love to know. I don't think we're going to find out though. Yeah, I'm sure she was. And she, made sure everybody who needed to know, even Peggy O'Keefe knew she was going to be talking to the feds. Or did you just call Peggy for a casual chit chat, check in, see how she's doing before we go down and talk to the feds? I don't know. We didn't ask. Skyway, she was ready for AJ, should have gone with Alessi. This is a rematch. They already had a first encounter. I called it a draw. I said you could really see either way. If I had to pick one or the other, Jen won last time. If I had to pick, Jen won last time. It wasn't like overwhelming. It wasn't massively dominant. Doesn't mean that AJ didn't score points, but overall, Jen won. She came out of it pretty intact. She never got like completely destroyed. If you wanted to find reasons to believe her, you could. She was not, once again, successfully impeached. There's no direct evidence of all this other stuff that you said, all of these different times where you said different things. So they already know each other's game. And that's why I was saying I'm looking forward to seeing there's an adjustment by AJ, and I'm not seeing it. If he had adjusted, I did see it a little bit initially. That's the thing. I did. I feel like I did at the beginning. He was being more disciplined. He wasn't chasing her down these rabbit holes. As long as he got close enough to where he was trying to get with his questions, he would just leave it. And we don't need to drill down to, no, that's not exactly what I said, how I want you to say it, because she's not going to. She's not going to give you that. High ground, all that. Surprised her with that FBI stuff. But then he started getting frustrated. And then you fall back onto what you know. You fall back on what you know and what your habits are. And that's why, it's important to form good habits. Practice the way you play, do the same thing at practice that you're going to do on game day. You wouldn't go to the batting cage and take, 500 swings left-handed and not ever swing with your right hand if you're a right-handed batter. You're going to practice, what it's going to be like in a game. Of course, you might swing left-handed sometimes for like different drills for different reasons, especially when you're elite. And it gets so much more difficult to make tiny marginal improvements because that's all that you have left to be able to improve. You can't make big, massive gains anymore. You're already at the top. You're elite. So yeah, you might bat left-handed, but you're going to practice the way you play. So it's important to form good habits. And I see AJ falling back into what he knows, maybe this worked as a prosecutor, when he was a prosecutor and he can just, be smarmy by, well, can I refresh you with witnesses who are by and large, not very smart and kind of easy to push around. And you have that protection of your position. You're the good guy. The judge is helping you out. The jury naturally likes you. Maybe it works. And that's how he formed the habit. I just don't see it working here. Yuki Roma, she doesn't remember anything because she saw everything through her peripheral vision. The horrid English is making me nuts. Peripheral. The horrendous English is making me nuts. Thanks for the awesome coverage. Well, thank you for being here with us. I was really taken aback by Shank, the Shank of the evening. She was too. when AJ said that, I've never heard that expression before. If anybody has heard that expression before, I would love to hear it. That is that is a completely new one to me. The first one that the first thing that I jumps out to me when I hear that was Kathy Shank from Delphi. Shank, is this like a slang thing that is like picked up since then that I didn't know about? No, I mean, I'm sure it's a saying somewhere, but I have no idea. I have no idea about that one. That one caught me by surprise. It caught her by surprise. Very unique turn of phrase there. But her peripheral vision, if that's what she said, I haven't caught that. I'll have to pay attention to that. Have to pay attention to that another time. Maybe when she gets back. So, yeah. She doesn't remember anything. Stacy Labruno, Malinois dogs are used as police dogs because they are smaller than German Shepherds, so they can fit in smaller spaces and they also have fewer health issues. Thank you, Stacy. I knew there was a reason. I couldn't remember if it was like temperament related or something else. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense to me. They are a little bit smaller. German Shepherds, Malinois probably have issues with dysplasia, hip dysplasia too. German Shepherds are kind of notorious for it, but not sure if gets complicated with breeds and like some of the issues and stuff like that, because there can be like different, show dogs might have certain issues that working dogs might not have, so much of that problem. So I'm not sure if like the hip dysplasia is predominantly a show dog, a show GSD issue. Or if it's just kind of overall could be an issue for all the dogs. I know it's an issue with German Shepherds. I'm sure Malinois have it too, but I would just expect if you're a smaller dog, less weight, just might not be nearly as much of a problem in terms of that dog having a long and healthy life and good working and things like that. Makes sense. Fit in smaller spaces. I buy it. Edward Kirkpatrick, as Jen would say, you are a bit of a talker. Lol, yeah, I can be. If I get inspired, I might say what I think. It's been known to happen for like 9 hours. Here we are in 8:45. Now, granted, I haven't talked this whole time, but still, your point is taken. The rural juror, did she testify last time to stuff Matt told her? If she waived it in the last trial, can she really still claim it in this trial? I don't think she did. I mean, certainly in the context of where it first came up here, we're talking about the FBI interview. That did not come up in the first trial because, it didn't come up. So she didn't talk about anything Matt said to her about her lying. Okay, the 302, the 302 is clearly what Mr. Jackson has here that he's referring to. The 302 is the form. It's form 302. This is just what the FBI agents use. It's like their standardized form to document an interview. And their 302 says, she told them, Matt told her that she'd lied, needed to call back and correct her lie. If she told the FBI, she's waived it. She's waived privilege. But apparently Judge Cannoni doesn't see it that way. Seems to be quite an admission to me as well. If she's telling the FBI that's a statement against interest, isn't it? Telling the FBI, who just warned you if you lie, you could go to jail, that you lied. Seems like that should be admissible for a lot of different reasons, but it came up in that context, and then there was only the one other time. I'd have to find it in my notes. I don't think I marked it, but was it at the house? Was it after Matt got to the scene? boy, I just don't remember. There was one other occasion where he asked about something that Matt told you, and she waited. She waited, and Mr. Brennan got his objection in, and it was sustained. Don't think it was hugely significant, but it did happen. So yeah, I mean, if she's said it before, it should be waived. If she's disclosed it before, it should be waived. That should apply whether or not we're talking about she said it in prior testimony, she said it during an interview, she said it to the FBI. It should apply no matter what. So why it's not being applied that way, I can't tell you. I don't understand how this judge understands the rules sometimes. AP, because Malinois bite and release easier naturally over German Shepherds, which bite, hold, and sit naturally. Also very interesting. Yeah, I don't know these. I don't know these things. My dogs, I have Vizslas. Vizslas are an all-purpose gun dog. They are in the sporting group, and it's because they do a little bit of everything. So kind of jack of all trades when it comes to mostly bird hunting, but not just bird hunting. They'll hunt anything. Mine loves hunting tennis balls. It's like the funnest thing ever, and she hates them. It's funny to watch. Just want to get it. They hate it. They hate that thing. I'm gonna go get it in their mouth. But so she'll point, she'll freeze and she'll point, she'll flush it, she'll retrieve it, bring it back to you. Doesn't probably do any of it as well as a dog that's their particular skill. She probably does not set as well as a setter. She probably does not, point as well as a pointer. And she certainly does not retrieve as well as a retriever, but she can do a little bit of all of it. So I can imagine a situation where, like for a general police dog, depending on what you need, police dogs, you're usually looking for, they can help with control, with suspect control. They can have decent ability to track, decent ability to, yes, bite and hold, keep somebody, release them when you want them to. If you use a dog that likes to bite and shake, that's a liability issue maybe for the department using that dog during an arrest or something like that. So you want a physical dog that can restrain people. It's not always the same dogs that they're using for, sniffing for canine stuff or things like that, but they can be. So just different skills depending on what you're going to use the dog for. Definitely makes sense to me that, yeah, if your general police dog is because you're using it to help you apprehend suspects, you want it to release when you tell it to. From a liability standpoint, that seems like a very important skill. Feral AF, if FBI believed our theory, no trial too, no? Well, the FBI doesn't have a choice. It's not up to them. It's not up to them. This is a state prosecution. They don't have any authority to come in and make the state not prosecute. They don't have the power to stop it. When we were going through the appeal, process and the deference that the federal courts give to the state processes, this is the abstention doctrine. We're not going to tell the state courts what to do because we're separate sovereigns. We're independent government entities with our own interests that are independent, and we respect each other's. So that's the premise anyway. So it's not up to the FBI, it's up to the state. And the only thing really the feds could do to interfere is if they had probable cause to charge, and if they were inclined to do that, might be disruptive. But does even that? Let's say the feds came in and arrested Michael Morrissey. This is the hypothetical. Let's say that happened. Is that going to stop the prosecution of Karen Read? No. These are separate things. They're independent. So They could potentially disrupt it, but it's not in their control whether they agree with us or not. They could completely agree with us, and they just aren't in a position to be able to do anything about it. Chrissy S, feel like AJ has an end game. Well, I hope so, and I would love to think that. And I don't want to be a downer, and I don't want to be a negative Nelly, and I also don't want to seem like I'm, being hard on this defense team. But I am here to critique what I see. And unfortunately, I've seen this go afoul before. Hence the story time. I really wanted there to be an end game and depth be heard. I thought there was. I really thought the jury was going to get to hear from Jennifer Howell. No, they didn't. Sometimes there is no end game. Mistakes do happen, even by very talented, very skilled, very prepared, very knowledgeable lawyers. It does happen. Lola the good dog. Are you surprised Jen McCabe didn't call her lawyer refeds? Not necessarily. Because I think there's a couple of things going on. One, Jen is exactly the kind of person who thinks she's going to be smart enough to be able to talk her way out of anything. She's going to be able to explain. She'll always talk to the police, right? She understands that helpful Jen is a persona that people will like more than, hateful, contemptuous Jen. So helpful Jen is good. People respond positively to that. But she's also going to want to get every piece of information about what is going on from the feds as she can. She's going to be running the same game that she's running with AJ with the feds. Can you show me that? Can I see? She's going to try to get as much information as possible. So no, those are not really consistent with calling your lawyer. Not right away. See what you can find out without putting yourself in too dangerous of a situation. Use it as information gathering. Then when things get uncomfortable, then go ahead and terminate the interview. I'm not surprised at all. She is exactly the person I would expect to talk to the police because she thinks she's smart enough to talk her way out of it. Lola the good dog. Never noticed a third door near the garage before. Makes sense that OJO would go into garage to take off shoes before entering the house and not be seen. Oh, that's a possibility. I really hadn't thought about that one. I don't know. I mean, so I'm coming to a house I've never been to before. Somebody that I don't necessarily know very well. John doesn't know Brian and Nicole Albert particularly well. Pretty sure he just met them tonight. He knows Higgins and he knows Jen. I'm showing up to a house I don't know. I'm not walking in uninvited anywhere. I am walking up to the front door and I am knocking on it and I'm ringing the bell. I'm waiting to be invited in. I'm not walking in anywhere. Now, could be I've never been here before and I have 3 conversations with the person I do know on the way over. I might ask, where should I go? I might be told you should go ahead and go in wherever. Could have been told, go ahead and just go straight in the garage. I mean, seems like all the cars are out in the driveway, so maybe there's room in the garage. I don't know. Garages often have concrete floors too, not just basements. A lot of ways this could have gone, I think. Jason McClellan, are Washington snow/winters like the ones in Massachusetts? It's different. It depends where you are. Down where I am, we don't tend to get a lot of snow. We're over on the arid side of the state. But every single winter, if I want to drive to Seattle, you got to check the weather because you go over a mountain pass. And on the mountain pass, there is an awful lot of snow. So it just depends on where you are elevation-wise and kind of, how close you are to the coast. If you're on the wet side of the state, it tends to be a little bit warmer. So they don't necessarily get a lot of snow. But when it gets cold enough to snow and they get snow, it snows a lot. And then it shuts things down because people in Seattle don't know how to cope with snow. My first, after I finished law school, my first job when I clerked in the Court of Appeals, it was over in Tacoma. And that first winter, there was a big storm, I remember. And it was like 8 inches overnight, maybe 10 inches overnight. I'm still pretty fresh from Tahoe at this point. I'm still driving my same 4-wheel drive truck. It's like my little Mazda B2600. God, I loved that truck. It was such a great truck. But the clutch started to go out and I let it go. But anyway, great truck. I'm still driving the same thing. This is nothing. Okay. This is nothing to me. Whatever. I get up in the morning. Oh, it's snowy. That looks beautiful. Drive into work. I am the only person there. And I think maybe around like 11 o'clock, somebody else showed up. But yeah, it shut everything down. And I was watching the news later, and there was like stories, videos of like people abandoned their cars on the freeway because of the snow, just like not able to drive in the snow. So things can get a little crazy over there. We don't tend to get that much snow, but it does happen. We've had a few winters where it's really come down like that. Massachusetts, our storms are a little bit different. I feel like as part of it. When I'm watching that video of that storm and the whole thing is windy while the snow is coming down and stuff like that. I feel like our storms don't really work like that. What happens is we have all that wind and disruption and stuff as the storm is moving in, but then when the storm is here and the snow is falling, it's very still. So we don't really have a lot of that like full on blizzard while it's snowing. It did up in Tahoe. You would get that. You would get that sometimes. You'd get it both ways, really. So that's my snow comparison for you. Chrissy S. Pale blue evokes innocence and purity. It was a beautiful suit that she was wearing. They were both wearing blue today. Did you catch that? Jen's was more of a like somewhere in that cornflower periwinkle family. I'd say probably closer to cornflower than periwinkle. And Karen's was not quite robin's egg. It didn't have that green. It's like a sky blue. It was just a very light blue. A great color. I loved it. I think is blue supposed to keep you awake? I want to say blue is supposed to keep you awake or like get you alert, something like that. I don't know if she has any plan with her colors or if it's just this suit looks damn good. I'm wearing this one today. It looks great. That was a great suit. But innocence and purity, I could see that. It does remind me like of a robin's egg or I'm about to get blue chicken eggs as soon as these baby chickens get big. The Americanas lay blue eggs. I'm very excited about that. Mike, Jen is crafty. She's not going to give him the timeline. No, she isn't. And I think she won on that. I think she beat him. She got out of the timeline trap. She was crafty. He didn't have the ability to lock her in. And she got out of the trap. I didn't like that one bit. Starry Dust. Question, does anyone know if after all the texts and calls to get John O'Keefe in the house, did anyone follow up with where are you? Where did you go? Maybe call Karen Reed, say what happened. I don't think there's any record of that. Isn't that interesting? They're all just like, oh, he just never showed up or saw him outside and then he drove away and nobody was like, what's up? Are you coming back? Did you need to do something? You just going home for the night? No, there was no follow-up. And that does seem interesting, doesn't it? Because it suggests they already know. They already know what's going on. There's nothing to follow up on. Now, we do have, of course, the texts and the butt dials from Jen from well after the point that Karen's car leaves out front. Because Karen's car had to leave, 12:30, 12:31, something like that, to get back to Meadows at 12:36 and connect to the Wi-Fi. But Jen's still texting at 12:40, 12:45, and then she's making a bunch of calls. And her texts are not, are you coming back? What's going on? Why did you decide to leave? No, that's why she shifted her timeline to try to make it that the accident happened at 12:45 and that it was only, it was only when it came out about Karen connecting to the Wi-Fi that it was like, oh shit, we got to shift the timeline drastically. That's why she had the whole story about I looked outside the window, I saw the car, I sent a text. That story that she told at least a couple of times and now disavowed today and got away with it. So she's texting him, hello. And she's calling and she's calling. What's that about? This is part of why I would entertain the theory. We're shifting. What went on inside is different from what went on outside. Maybe something happened inside. Maybe it really was. The people inside just didn't know. She really didn't know. She didn't know where he'd gone. At some point he got out and he ends up in the garage or in the basement or out fighting in the yard or something like that. Right about the time that we heard in the first trial, Brian Albert is taking Chloe out to do her business because she'd been in the house while they were out at the bar. I would maybe buy that she literally was texting those things because she didn't know if they were coming. She didn't know what happened. So she is trying to follow up. Hello? What were the other texts? We got the stipulation. Where are you? At 12:42? Hello, where are you? Hello? She maybe really was looking for him. Because Karen's gone. And he hasn't come in because whatever happened outside was separate from whatever was happening inside. I might be leaning in this direction. Skyway, AJ was the wrong choice for this cross exam. He had his first shot, and it wasn't. He didn't knock it out of the park. And so I wanted to see something different. I really did. I think their thought is that, well, she hates him and she's afraid of him, intimidated by him, whatever. So she'll get riled. It's not working if that's the theory. That's not working. She's doing the same thing she did before, and she's outmaneuvering him. I would have liked to have seen something different. Duncan, Idaho, just a regular small town mom, everyone living in a lonely world. Just a small town mom living in East Canton. Wherever. I'm not sure exactly where she lives in Canton. Living in a lonely world. She's not literally the worst or anything. She's just a small town mom. That was a good one on her. I'm just a small town mom. I got a call. I helped. She answered the call. Small town mom. Hero. Helpful Jen. She's got her talking points, man. And that's effective. It's good stuff. If the jury buys it, I'm a small town mom. They'll, relate to her. Then you're going to give her a lot of benefit of the doubt. And if you want to relate to her and give her the benefit of the doubt, she hasn't been effectively impeached with her different stories. So you could just not pay attention to any of that. Well, she explained everything. Sandy B, she keeps looking at Brennan for help. Yeah, she probably does. I didn't notice that. I did notice her looking over at the O'Keefe's several times, and I noticed her give that little smile over in their direction. So I definitely did see that. Duncan, Idaho, Mrs. McCabe, is it true that you're a lying liar? He kind of did ask that. He kind of did. He asked her. It was a lie. What you told the FBI, it was a lie. That's pretty close to you're a lying liar. Not square on the nose, but pretty close. Pretty close to what he did. James Casatelli, even the chat seems to be divided on whether or not AJ is winning this. Doesn't bode well in terms of what the jury is thinking. That's the issue, man. You want it dominant. You want to leave no question. And when you have so much ammunition with a witness like you have with this, you should be able to do that. You should be able to close. You should be able to put her on her backside and get the count. You should be able to do it. That's my expectation. I do. I expect a lot of these guys. They're excellent lawyers. Best of the best. She hired them for a reason. Just not seeing that champ performance I was hoping to. And that's my big concern. Just because I look at this, I've already said I can't look at this. I've said many times, I can't look at this with I'm not a blank slate. I watched the first trial. I'm not going to pretend I didn't see anything in the first trial and I don't know what's happening and I don't, no. Like I know the context. I can't pretend to be separate from that. But the jury doesn't have that. I mean, they might, because we know everybody had knowledge and opinions and so forth. But we don't know. They might have some knowledge, but I don't know that they're seeing things the way that I see them. And I don't know that when I look at this witness and I think this person looks so evasive and so unreliable and untrustworthy. Untrustworthy. But that's just my read. I don't know that the jury is getting that. So it's tough. You want it to be dominant and you got all the material to do it. You got so much to work with. Mag, do you think the jury being there recently is helping the defense with the questioning of Jen McCabe and her answers I'm assuming this is in terms of the view and their ability to visualize that yard? David Yannetti told them, pay attention to the relative distances between things. So yeah, that is potentially helpful. It's fresh in their minds. They were just there. They can put themselves back there when Jen is talking about, I'm at the front door. I'm looking out at that corner. And I can't see a body in the foreground of the car that I'm looking at. They can put themselves back there. And they can think about, I'm backing out of the driveway and I'm driving by. How close am I? They can put themselves in that perspective. They can also remember, here's how, here's where the car was and because the SUV was there for the view, and here's sort of what the frontage looked like. So I can envision how many cars could be comfortably parked there between the driveway and where Karen Reed's car was. So yeah, I do think it is helpful for them to have that fairly fresh memory. They're getting the photos, obviously, to kind of help assist them with that. But, just like everybody said, the perspective, the scale, things like that you're not necessarily going to have a clear vision of from a photo. It can the distortion is real. They have it fresh in their minds. So this is a good point. I do think that is an argument in favor of when we had the view, although I'm not sure that that's deliberate. Just maybe turned out that way. Chrissy S., she and AH have trauma flash memories. Oh, absolutely. She's got a lot in common with Amber Heard and how Amber Heard testifies. She really does. An explanation for everything, always turning to the jury, always getting amped to explain. Really a lot of similarities here. And, just refusing to be pinned down, slippery, evading, answering the question you wanted to be asked, not the one that was. A lot of similarities there. These can be very difficult witnesses to handle. That's why you gotta have your weapons lined up, ready to deploy. Oiled, waxed, whatever needs to happen with them. Yeah, have those facts ready because that's what does the damage. The rural juror, in closings, can the defense verbally point out and highlight the testimony changes between previous proceeding and now? Jen changed her story. They only can to the extent that they have gotten her previous testimony into evidence, because you're only allowed to talk about evidence in closing. You don't get to talk about things that are not evidence. And what the attorneys say, what their questions are not evidence. So until the fact that this grand jury testimony happened is in evidence, they can't. That's why they need to impeach her and get it in. That's why it's so important to get these statements in so that you can use them in your closing, because otherwise it's just an argument that you made. The grand jury, they have, they've gotten her to concede some, but not all. Not all their points. The 227 pages she doesn't want to read, and doesn't know if she said it or not. Put the grand jury transcript into evidence. You've got the foundation to do it. She opened the door with the 227 pages. Just put the whole thing in. Might be risky, but there might be stuff in it you don't want in. But that's why this is so important. That's why this is the distinction between impeachment, refreshing your testifying from your memory. So only what you say counts. And if you refuse to say what I'm trying to get you to say, it's not in evidence. But if I impeach you, even if you disagree with it, it's in evidence, so I can use it. Very, very important distinction. I might have limited purposes for which I can use it. I can't necessarily use it to say that these things happened, like one or the other is true. You can't always use impeachment evidence for substantive evidence is generally what the rule is. But it doesn't matter. For purposes here, we're just saying you can't rely on Jen McCabe. You don't know what really happened because her story is inconsistent. And I don't know if she was telling the truth then. I don't know if she was telling the truth this time. I don't know if she was lying both times. We know she wasn't telling the truth both of the times because they're inconsistent. They can't both be the truth. So we know at least one was a lie. Maybe both of them were. Maybe none of this is the truth. That's the point. We can't rely on it. So that's why it's very, very important for them to get that impeachment evidence into evidence. Oh, now what? Do you believe he's been barred from doing it? If he's been barred from doing it, it's because he's not laying the foundation correctly. But it doesn't look like he's trying. I don't think he's been barred from doing it. It doesn't look like he's trying to. On like the only occasion when he has tried what looks like impeachment, he's doing it incorrectly. He tried to impeach her with Lanks' report. You don't impeach her with Lanks' report. Lanks' report is Lanks' statement. Her statement might be in the report, but Lanks' report is his statement. So you impeach her with Michael Lank. And then if Michael Lank needs to be impeached, you impeach Michael Lank with his report. So that was the only time he really tried to get something marked and get it in to impeach her, but that's not how you do it. That's not appropriate. You don't impeach her with somebody else's report. So I didn't see him try to get the grand jury testimony into evidence. That's the problem. He needs to offer it. If he offers it, there's an objection, sidebar, and it doesn't come in. Okay, now we know he's tried and he's being barred from doing it, but I haven't seen him try yet. Linda M., the judge said no impeachment in her courtroom. Well, not by the defense. Certainly not by the defense. That might be, the Commonwealth needs to have a fair trial. Commonwealth needs to have a fair trial. The rural juror, I have a vague memory of something coming up in the last trial with impeachment, and he had to change the way he did it. I don't remember that. Now, I remember this coming up in Delphi. That's where I remember this coming up, because that was a situation where the rules were never consistent and they were never right. There was an issue in Delphi with the defense team was trying to bring in a prior inconsistent statement, much like we have here, that had been taken by an FBI officer, or pair of them, in an interview of Brad Weber. Brad Weber had testified at trial that he went straight home from work, got home at 2:30-ish on the day. It was a very important part of the state's timeline because he says he's driving a white van, and they have this statement that they had gotten from psychotic Richard Allen that is reported only by Dr. Walla, who's like kind of a nut job of her own, true crime fanatic, et cetera, et cetera. This white van was like this detail that supposedly Richard Allen had provided, and this time frame and how it fit into the crime. So very important part of the state's case. But Brad Weber had previously told this FBI officer after work that day he didn't go straight home. Instead, he owns a bunch of ATM machines and he had gone around and serviced them before he went home. And the way that the timeline fit with his distance when he clocked out from work and when, you know, how long it takes you to drive home, there wasn't going to be time for that. Like he had to go straight home for this to even come close to fitting the timeline. And as it turned out, it's on video and it didn't anyway, but that aside. So the defense wants to impeach this witness with this prior statement to the feds. So this has been building up over the course of the trial because she's not letting them impeach, and it's really not quite clear why. And they have various discussions and stuff. And at one point, Mr. McClellan, the prosecutor, is saying, well, the way that you have to impeach is first you have to give them an opportunity to refresh, and then no, you don't. You do not. These are alternative things. You can refresh if you want, but basically, it was just working out so that the prosecution was kind of getting to decide on a whim what the process to impeach a witness was, and the judge was just going along with whatever the prosecutor wanted. And so if they say there's a problem with how they're impeaching, then she's going along with that. When it comes to this FBI officer and they're trying to bring it in, they lay the absolute perfect foundation with Brad Weber. He's on the stand. They have the 302. Read it. Is that what you said to the police officer? Like you can't get more. You can't get more. I've confronted you with it and given you an opportunity to explain it than that. So he denies it. So then we got to bring in the FBI guy to testify to it. That's how the impeachment works. The report is hearsay. You can't use that. The detective who heard it is the one who can testify to it. So we need to bring him in, but we're days before the presidential election. This guy is an FBI guy. He's been assigned down to Texas for some kind of security. He can't come in person. He's going to have to testify remotely. This type of thing happens fairly routinely. Not ideal, but certainly not unheard of and usually accommodated. But in this case, it wasn't, because according to Judge Gohl, they hadn't laid the foundation for proper impeachment. It was textbook. So I mean, that's a situation I remember real recently where that kind of thing happened, because the rules were changing. I don't remember that from last trial here. It could have. I just don't remember it at all. OCD Shaggy. AJ is proving to me she doesn't remember anything and changes her story constantly. Well, and I see that, but I know the context, and I just hope that the jury is getting that impression too. Emily, how can we send a "do you deny it" memo to AJ? Lol. We need to buy a billboard. We need to buy a billboard with a big Jen McCabe face on it, and an AJ in his questioning pose, and "do you deny it?" and just plaster it all over Canton. Track worker. This is 227 pages. I have a problem with 227. 227 was on her mind, wasn't it? That was a little bit of a coincidence. Great. You'll have a day off tomorrow. You can read it then, and I'll ask you about it when you come back on Friday. If you want to be real snot, you could do that. I mean, the judge will maybe say no, but just like she said, no, you're not going to read the whole thing on the stand. But you just, move for it to be in evidence. The door is open now. Mark it. Get it in. And then the jury can look through it at their convenience, as much or as little as they want. They can pore over it for hours if they are so inclined, if they think that would be helpful for their deliberations to figure out the truth of what happened here. And see if anywhere in there, Jen McCabe told the grand jury that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your opening. Get it in. Kurt B, as a spouse to someone with MS, I know that a new onset of symptoms can be triggered by stress and trauma. Jen knows this too. She's just cruel. Yeah. Stress can cause the MS flares. I know there's a lot of different ways that MS manifests and kind of like different processes and stuff. But in general, yeah, stress can be very, very bad. It can be very debilitating, very painful. Just significant physical effects. So she just, is she cruel or does she just not care? If a snake bites you, is the snake cruel or is the snake just not care and is doing snake things? She's protecting herself and her people. Is she trying to be cruel to Karen, or is Karen just convenient and she doesn't really care? Maybe there's no distinction. I don't know, but I just put that out there. The words, can the other lawyers at the table help with questions? Not taking turns speaking, but with the guideline? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. They can wave him down. Hey, Jay, get the fuck over here. Let me tell you something you need to ask. They can do that. They can do that. They can collaborate as much as they need to roadmap, game plan, all this stuff. The whole team really should be a resource. If a team is functioning well, then yeah, that's what you're there to do. You're there to help pick each other up, help fill in the gaps, know each other's strengths and weaknesses, all that type of thing. If you got a good, solid, well-functioning team, ideally that platonic form of team, that's how it's going to work. We're all humans. Doesn't work all that way. We don't all have perfect knowledge of all the facts. We don't all have access to it. We don't all know the rules of impeachment. We aren't all practiced at impeachment, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just the reality. But yeah, they can help. And we see that sometimes. We've seen it a couple times where Mr. Jackson, wait a minute before he's done and he'll go and he'll confer at council table. And that's really common. You want to make sure, is there anything that I missed? Is there anything you think I should hit on? Check with your team. Second set of eyes, very, very helpful thing to have. Feral AF, why aren't his partners telling him to clean it up? Well, I don't know. Maybe they are. We don't know if these conversations are being had. Maybe they are. Maybe David Yannetti has already taken AJ by the collar, by the lapels, behind the scenes, been like, AJ, the fuck are you doing? You got to do it like this. And then, it's like in practice, and they practiced it. And then AJ gets out on the field and he does what he does. Forgets all the instruction he got. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. Feral AF, will AJ be able to go back and clean this up? He can try. I'm sure that Bev is going to have him on a very short leash if he goes in and revisits these things that are already asked and answered. But if he keeps it tight and direct and clean, yeah, he should be able to. Yeah. Get her prior testimony about the timeline into evidence. Get it in. Her explanation for it now is something the jury can consider about whether it's credible or not. But as of right now, officially, it hasn't happened. They don't know that happened. They can't take it into account. It's not in evidence because she didn't testify that it happened and he doesn't have the transcript in. All he has is a bunch of questions he asked about the transcript, and that's not evidence. Go back and get that transcript in. Lay your foundation to get the Proctor interview where she said the same things there too to Michael Proctor. All you got to do is just confirm she's going to deny she said the same thing to Michael Proctor. the specific statements, read them from the report, and she denies it, and you can leave it. Then you can leave it because you just got to go to Michael Proctor to get it in. He could. He could. You just got to be careful because of the judge. Bird, do you think Alessi might tell Jackson, hey, buddy, you're doing this wrong, or some other pointer so frustrating? I don't know. I would have liked for it to have already been fixed. Maybe, you know, he is the kind of new energy on the team. You know, a piece of this too, I do wonder if Jackson's the leader. Jackson's the leader. He's the boss. Do you tell your boss how to do stuff? Or have we all kind of agreed he's the one in charge? You know, this kind of thing can be pretty awkward if that's the dynamic that we have going on. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about their energy. I don't know enough about their interactions. How do they feel about each other? Is this a good team? I mean, it's a good team in terms of like we can see them functioning and stuff like that, but people are people and lawyers are lawyers. And lawyers by and large tend to be competitive. And you know, you'd like to preserve that for the other side, but you know, there can be difficulties internally. Just look at Brown Rudnick and Adam Waldman. Johnny Depp team. There can be issues. So, you know, I don't know. I would like him to, if it would be received well and not cause a problem, and if it would be fruitful, I would like for that to happen. But if him raising it is just going to cause drama, you know, you're telling me what to do, I've done more trials, you know, whatever, then I don't know what you do in that situation. You got to try to just do the best thing you can. And that can be very tricky to navigate sometimes. The right flux. One thing for sure, jury keeps hearing, I hit him. Yep. It's just get reinforced over and over and over again because she just keeps saying it. They heard it like a gazillion times. They heard it at least a dozen times today. Jen McCabe is certain that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They heard that a whole bunch. Kathy, your realtor and jury in Jersey, why don't his colleagues tell him how to impeach her? Again, they may have. They may have. And he's just not getting it, or he's just forgotten, or he's caught up in the moment. And he's fallen back on habit. They may have. I don't know. The only one there that's a Massachusetts lawyer is Yannetti, is Mr. Yannetti. The rule's generally the same most places, but there can be some nuances. There can be some nuances. So as far as how to do it in Massachusetts, I think the Massachusetts guy would be the one to go to. But I mean, like I said, this stuff is very technical, and you got high-level lawyers making millions of dollars to try Johnny Depp's case, and they couldn't get it right. And it sometimes is shocking to people to find out that you graduate law school. You can absolutely graduate law school and pass the bar and go out and get a job without having ever learned how to conduct a trial, without learning any of these rules. Trial practice is not mandatory. It is an elective. I took it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I had a great teacher. He was a career public defender down in the San Diego Public Defender's Office. I can't remember the case he was on. He'd been on a couple of high-profile cases that got televised and stuff like that. Not like big blow-up national things, but more like regional, I guess, big stories. I can't remember the names of any of them now, but we would watch pieces of that. Because he's, teaching us his strategy and his technique and what works. And my God, that guy was good. He's the one who taught me everything I know about keep it simple, keep it focused, keep it targeted, prioritize, organize it around your theme. Don't try to dump everything in. Use your facts, have your plan for how you're going to get them in. All this stuff. I learned this in trial practice. the class you don't have to take to graduate from law school. And then, you know, I ended up in trial practice and I began to use it and refined it and found that, yeah, this does work. This is effective. It's okay for me to ask a one question cross-examination. That actually really works sometimes. So, I mean, yeah, it may be they don't know. Maybe they don't know. David Yannetti has a prosecutor background as well. Prosecutors can often just get away with stuff that is sloppy because they get to lean on their status in the courtroom and people are inclined to believe them. And it is so much easier to bully and crack a homeless drug addict witness than it is a 30-year detective. So, you know, when it comes to steel sharpens steel as a principle, the public defenders are getting tested on this stuff. Much more, you know, hard, regularly difficult. They're getting much harder challenges than the prosecutors are. So they honestly may just not know. That's not their background. It's not their experience that they've had to have. They've never had to deal with a difficult judge who doesn't, you know, is going to make them do things exactly the correct way, you know, to get their impeachment done. But the problem is he's not even really trying. He's not offering this stuff. I hope they do. That's all I can say is I hope they do. And I hope it's taken to heart because this needs to come in. This transcript needs in. The grand jury needs in. The interviews need in. They need to be in evidence. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, will this cost her the case? I don't think so. You never know. You never know because you never know what's going to matter to the jury. If they keep their case focused on there was no collision, then Jen McCabe is irrelevant. And Jen McCabe could have lied to every single person under the sun about everything, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So as long as they can prove John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, then it doesn't matter when Jen McCabe first told anybody that Karen said, I hit him. It doesn't matter. It'd be nice if we could get the jury believing in that 2:27 a.m. Google search because that's so damning. But that doesn't prove John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car either. Just proves there's kind of some suspicious knowledge. But it doesn't prove he was hit by a car or wasn't hit by a car. So if they stay focused on the theme of the case, you know, they're fine. It's just that if they were staying focused on the theme of their case, we wouldn't have had this, you know, more than, well, I guess because the afternoon session is short, we wouldn't have had this half-day cross. It's kind of gone all over the place, really scored solid with the FBI stuff as far as, you know, making this person look like a lying liar who lies. But on the substance of what we need to establish, the timeline is what's going to tend to show John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. So the timeline is really important, and we've given a piece of that away. The data still is what it is. But we've given that away. That hey, these people in there, you know, their story it doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. Their explanation of how this happened when they deny John went in the house, it doesn't add up because it doesn't match the physical evidence. Doesn't directly prove John wasn't hit by a car, but you know, would be helpful. Maureen McGarry is a new member. Welcome, Maureen. Appreciate having you with us here on the channel. This Idaho mom reports Daybell trial coverage. So will Lank and Sergeant Good likely be called by the defense to testify what their reports said? Can they dispute her lies? So it looks like under the Massachusetts rule and the way that they do it, they should be able to, because she's just said, I don't remember, but he hasn't. It's, you know, has he made it crystal clear for Bev? That's what I'm not sure about. That's where it's nice. It's good practice to, as part of your foundation, you establish the inconsistency. Here is what you testified to, or here's what you said today. And now here is what you said before. And, you know, we have them right next to each other so we can see, okay, there's a conflict here. You deny it. Okay, then we have to let it go, and we have to come back to it. Looks like in Massachusetts, their rule is permissive enough that even if she doesn't say, I deny it, she says, I don't remember, the fact that she made it before is enough if it's inconsistent with what she said here at trial. So they should have the foundation to be able to do that. It's just, it could be cleaner, you know, as far as making sure that Judge Bev is going to see it that way. But she doesn't remember saying any of these things to Lank, to Good, to Proctor. That should be enough, but really need to make sure that inconsistency is clear. I know a guy. The order Brennan called their witnesses has messed things up for the defense. Well, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. If you're that reactive to the other side's case, you haven't planned your case very well. They can call, you know? I mean, if you need somebody on the Commonwealth's case, on the Commonwealth's side to make a point for your case, they better be on your witness list, because just because the Commonwealth puts somebody on their witness list doesn't mean they're going to call them. And so if you haven't locked that in for you to have the option to do that, you can have a problem. And that does happen sometimes. They figure out, oh, this officer said something really bad in his report, so they just don't call him. And if you haven't put that officer on your witness list, and some places subpoenaed him, I would have to subpoena the officer. Most places I practiced here in Washington, you don't get to call him. So you gotta anticipate that stuff ahead of time. This is all part of your prep, all part of your trial prep. I know what I need and I know how to get it. And that's what makes it, you know, you can just kind of then relax into the flow and sort of, kind of have a good time. Do your bobbing and weaving and stuff, because you already did your practice. Now you just get to rely on your preparation. So if it would mess things up for the defense that things are out of order, they haven't prepped well. Because if there's something they need, they should be prepared for them to call it themselves. They need to clean it up. You can't be worried about what the other guy is doing. You got to focus on your own game. So if they're that reactive to the Commonwealth, that's not good preparation. James Casatelli, if I were Hank, I wouldn't even bother with redirect. This was a waste of a day. Well, he is saying 20 minutes max. I'm not going to need much. I mean, it's really hard to say what has landed. You know, what has landed with the jury, what hasn't. Oh God, I'm right here, and here's why I am. I'm concerned about just some of these technique issues, these trial practice technique issues. Yeah, it could be that there is an end game and a strategy and so forth. But when I see Mr. Jackson presenting something to be marked for identification and then wanting to publish it to the jury, I'm alarmed. I'm alarmed, because that's not how that works. And if you've done trials before, you should know that's not how that works. The jury only sees what's in evidence. When you've marked it for identification, it's not in evidence. So who does that? Who marks something for identification and then wants to publish it? No, they're not going to let you. You got real lucky that Hank's like, well, I don't care because it's just a photo of the house. If this was something that mattered, If this was something that was really important, if this was Jen's trial transcript, and you did that, you marked it for identification, and then you asked to publish to the jury, and they're like, no, that's not how it works. And Hank's like, yes, I object. Do you know what you need to do at that point? Do you know what the problem is? I'm concerned you don't know what the problem is, because that's reflected in your asking to do something that you should know. That's not how it works. So it gives me some alarm. Some of these kind of things I'm seeing as fairly basic mistakes. The impeachment, I reckon, a lot of people get that wrong. Brown redneck, $1 million multi-global firm, multiple career trial lawyers on that team, and they got it wrong. So it does happen. But yeah, it's very difficult to know what landed and what didn't. I thought the FBI stuff was very effective, and I think where he put that was so smart, because it was early on. It was late enough that she had kind of been lulled into the complacency of, I'm just saying, no, I didn't prep anything, and no, I didn't coordinate my testimony, and it's not a story, it's what happened, and kind of lay some of those things in. And then, so she's getting comfortable. But then that switch. Yeah, and then she got real comfortable with the FBI. Uncomfortable with the FBI conversation. And it made her look shady. Made her look unreliable and untrustworthy and opportunistic. So setting that stage, that mood early on, very smart. Because if I've bought into that now, this chick is shady, then I'm potentially watching everything else that she says that happens through the lens of this is a shady chick. But it is very hard to know. DeJohn Luhich, I would love to be able to say this right. I'm very sorry. I don't know the pronunciation on that one. Dejan Luhich, something like that. Did she say the stuff at the previous grand jury trial? We don't know. It's not in evidence. I can kind of assume she did, because they're trying to show me that, but it's not officially in evidence. So from the jury's standpoint, legally speaking, in terms of what they're going to be instructed that they can consider and they cannot, it is not in evidence. So there's no proof that she said it. There's just a question suggesting that she might, but that's not in evidence. Lola the good dog. If you ask, do you deny it? She could still say, I don't confirm or deny because I don't remember. How would you get around that to impeach? Well, she's looking real squirrely at this point, doesn't she? I still don't confirm. I don't confirm or deny because I don't remember. So you're saying it's possible. If it didn't happen and you're certain it didn't happen, you would know that and you'd be able to tell me. You're not telling me that. So it's possible that you said this. That's where I'm going with it. I don't remember. So you consider it possible that maybe you did? If she's not foreclosing it because she's denying it, then she's holding open the possibility that she did. So that's where I'm gonna explore it. William T. Swanson, can AJ go back and fix his poor impeachment? He can try. He's going to have to be very careful. And like I said, I think very targeted for the judge to let him do it. She has clued him in. You can ask one more question, make it clear. This is the issue. She's finding him unclear. So make it more clear. Read it verbatim. It's just so much easier. Then if you want to characterize it while you chit chat about it, go ahead. Not how I'd do it, but it's your style. But establish it happened first and do that by reading it verbatim. Just an example. Brent Rychak. I should be able to say this one too, but I can't. Is it Rychak? I'm anxious Jen did well enough for the jury. That's the concern. We don't know how this stuff is landing. And, we can see it from our own perspectives, but I am definitely not in the perspective of what I would expect one of the jurors on this case to have. I would expect them to be a lot less informed of, a lot of the background stuff. I would not expect anybody sitting on the jury right now to have sat through and watched the entire first trial, just for example. So it's so hard to anticipate how is this landing with somebody who is who's new to all this, doesn't know the lay of the land. That's what concerns me too. I love kitties. How do you feel it is going? Don't love it. Don't love it. It's not a disaster. I want to try to keep things in perspective. He did score points. She does look evasive. She does look shady. It's just, are they going to hold that against her? I don't know. My issue here is the squandered potential. That's what I don't like. And that's why it gets me so riled up. That's why I'm so screaming impeachment. Look at the rule. Let's let's emphasize this, because it's squandered potential. They have so much material to work with here. But if they don't use it well, it's going to waste. That's what I'm concerned about. You can be like one of the greatest lightweights in history. And if you go back to Panama and party too much and you show up to fight Sugar Ray Leonard, it's not going to go well. You squandered the advantages that you have, and you gave them away. So that's what I'm concerned about. Is it a disaster? No, but it's nowhere near what it could be. It's just nowhere near as good as it could be. So I'm not thrilled with how it's going. Law and Order. Please look at bailiff on LC feed yesterday, 4025. He takes notes on Alessi's materials. Misconduct. Let me write that down. Law and Crime. Yesterday was day 6, 4025. Bailiff. I'll take a look. See what it shows. There's been some shenanigans, but always nailing them down, is always the tricky part. Dejan Lujic. Very sorry. If you want to ever give it to me phonetically, be happy to say it correctly. Love these watch parties. My workday is less tedious. Well, thank you. That's wonderful to hear. I'm glad to have you joining us. It is fun to have a watch party and, get it live while it's happening. It's very exciting. It's, there's a sporting aspect to watching the trial. It's why I call what I do color commentary. Feel like I'm calling the action a lot of the times. And yeah, not everybody always likes the commentator. I can't stand Chris Collinsworth. Okay. He just gets under my skin. Can't stand the guy. He talks. And I mean, Jeff will tell you, I will shout at the screen sometimes, shut up. Shut up. I can't stand him. Oh, but there's some wonderful commentators. I always love Roy Jones Jr., boxing commentator, former light, not light, heavy. Or did he start at light heavy? I forget. Anyway, multi-weight champ and phenomenal, very entertaining boxer. Quite a life story too. Not a very good life story. Anyway, very interesting man. Always loved his commentary. Roy was kind of like my inspiration. If I could talk about trials that we're watching the way Roy Jones talks about boxing matches that he's watching, I would be thrilled. That would be a great standard. Lucy Fair, what if Jen McCabe doesn't say yes, no to do you deny it? Well, now is the point. You know, I would like to have already been pushing the issue with the judge that it's not responsive. But you have to take kind of some responsibility for that because, you know, it does relate to your questions. If your questions are tight and smooth and easy to follow, and you're only asking one thing and you're not trying to color it up, make it argumentative, then you're more likely to get the judge on your side if the witness is trying to be evasive. But if she doesn't say yes or no to do you deny it, I'm taking it up with the judge. It's whatever. If she's not responding, it's not responsive. She needs to be instructed to answer. Are you not going to instruct? You're going to let her not answer the question? I'm going to make a record of that if that's the case. I mean, you can do it like AJ did too. Of course, you don't jump to mommy. Yeah, mommy, come fix it. You try it with her first. You point out, this is a simple yes or no question. You can explain all you want, but you need to answer the actual question first, yes or no. And then she says something else, and I'm saying, Your Honor, I move to strike as non-responsive. I mean, some of that, you know, you're at the mercy of the judge, but it isn't responsive if she's answering a yes or no question with something other than yes or no. She can add to yes or no, but she needs to give you the basic answer. My Mini 67, the GPS on the teleporting rock was faulty as it rematerialized on the lawn. It struck John O'Keefe on his eye, and the back of his head struck as he fell. Realizing its error, it repositioned itself. Yeah, it hit the storm and scattered. You know, it's very weak. The teleporting rock that just appeared on the lawn. We'll never know. What a mystery. How it ended up on the lawn. We'll never know. Shame, we'll never know how that happened. Very incurious. Lyda Randolph, where's the lawyer on the team that was part of last Karen Reed jury? Shouldn't she be advising what works and what doesn't as far as cross? Andrea, can you contact AJ yourself for advice? One, I would never do that. I am not going to insert myself into some other case, some other lawyer's business. It's his business. I'm not going to do that. I'm here. I'm saying what I think publicly. Lots of people hear it. If it gets to him and he's interested, I'm more than happy to chat. But no, I am not going to insert myself into somebody else's case. If somebody did that to me, I'd be like, who the fuck do you think you are? I'm not doing that. It's very presumptuous. But the lawyer that was on the team as part of the last Karen Reed jury, I would assume she is talking to them behind the scenes, potentially just in terms of what worked and what didn't work as far as what was persuasive. She wasn't part of the deliberations, so she doesn't necessarily know how it landed with the whole group, but she might have some insight. As far as what works and what doesn't as cross with these technical issues, I don't know that she's a trial lawyer. My impression was that she was doing something else, some other kind of law, maybe even transactional law before she went to Yanetti's firm. I'm not sure that she's a trial lawyer. And if you're not doing trials, these are not the types of things that you need to know. It's specifically a trial technique. So if you rarely try cases, you probably don't know this. I'm not sure that she has the background. The only reason I know this, I was a freaking public defender. I tried a lot of cases. You have to learn when you're in the trenches. Amy Bucks, seeing reports on X, Patrick O'Keefe was moved for stink eye at Karen. It kind of looked that way, didn't it? He was sitting there in the back. That was the rumor that was floating around. Saw it from a few different sources, including, I think, even Grant Smith Ellis. Didn't say it was because he was giving her the stink eye, but it said something like it was a fight between the Reed family and the O'Keefe family. That was what it was about? So hardly a free Karen Reed voice there. Seems to be the general understanding of what was going on, something along those lines. And he definitely was sitting in a different position than we've seen him in, I think, even back to the first trial. I don't remember him ever being in the back row. I don't remember him ever being in the back row. He's always been right up there front, right across from Karen. So that could be. I would buy it. Ian Thomas, Chloe is in the backyard. Barking or under the pool in the backyard. The pool that's no longer there. I don't know where Chloe is. She definitely wasn't anywhere when Jen McCabe showed up that morning. Trisha is a new member. Welcome to the channel, Trisha. Appreciate having you here with us. Beagle Mom, call the body farm. They'll know body temp stuff. Yeah, they might. They might. You always hear about the bug studies with the body farm. It's the place down in, now I'm going to forget again. I always forget. I think it's in North Carolina. It might be South Carolina. So somewhere over there. Lovely place. But yeah, the body farm where they get bodies and study decomposition. They study the process of death. I don't know if they would know body temp stuff, honestly, because they don't necessarily get their bodies that fresh. For purposes of what's going to matter for this situation, we're talking about what's happening right after death. Death is a process. Like, it's not necessarily a fixed point in time. It's one of the things I think is kind of interesting. There's a lot of different things going on. It's a process. And there's different things doing different roles, and different things can get interrupted. That's why people can die and come back to life, all kinds of different ways and stuff. But the cooling is, happens pretty fast, and it happens pretty immediately. And so, most of the time, I think you die, you go to the hospital, you're sick, you get injured, whatever, you die. You're in the hospital for a while, and you're in a fridge. You're in a fridge for a while before you make it over to the body farm. So I don't know if they're going to have that particular expertise in just that. Now, they may study it. They may study the research, the papers, things like that. They may be very well versed in it. But as far as like them directly studying it, they probably don't. I just, it sounds kind of gruesome, but I don't think they get their bodies that fresh. They don't get them warm. They've been in a fridge for a while. But yeah, they might. I mean, they would definitely be a resource I would go to for any question I have about what happens to a body after it dies. If they don't know, I'm sure they can tell me who does. L'enfant. Speaking of cops being too cautious, Albert front door was unlocked, according to Jen. She just walked in. Yeah, walked in the house, walked right up the stairs, walked right into the bedroom where his wife is sleeping, and stood over their bed. That's the security they want us to believe that the Albert family has at their house. Color me skeptical. Lisa, it's odd that no men were involved from the onset. Meaning in the what am I looking for here? Like rescue, the response, the first response. I assume that's what we're talking about. It's the three ladies out there, and then until Seraph shows up, and then Seraph just kind of stands around until the EMTs get there. And then the EMTs, show up and they take over caring for John. Everybody kind of lets the ladies do it. I mean, where was Matt? And Matt just lets him go do this. You're not going to go drive in the snow. And Carrie, I think, said the same thing. Where's Kurt? Kurt's like, you're not driving in the snow. Yes, I am. Okay, I see your relationship. But yeah, where are the men in all this? None of the men came along. It's a decent question. Aaron Mick, can Jen be considered a hostile witness? Go Phils. Go Phils. Yeah. We had quite a wild one last night, didn't we? Holy cow. My future Hall of Famer. My favorite future Hall of Fame pitcher, Orion Kerkering, had a wild freaking night. It was a team effort. We gotta give him credit. The ninth inning was a team effort by the Phils. But it's pretty rare that the pitcher will get a blown save and a win in the same game. But he's my future Hall of Fame pitcher. He pulled it off. but it was a team effort. Wild game last night. So she's kind of automatically considered hostile to the defense because she's the adversary's witness. She's on cross. So if they called her themselves, there would be an issue of, potentially her being hostile. All this really means is if you call somebody who is a hostile witness, you can ask your questions differently. You have more leeway to be leading and stuff like that than you do if it's a friendly. Because a hostile is obstructing you. They're not there to help you. They're not wanting to give you what they want, what you want. So they're fighting it. So in that situation, you can often get permission to be able to lead the witness. Ask leading questions, stuff like that, confront them. So she kind of is already considered a hostile witness by virtue of just her orientation in the case. Serena Blossom, thanks Andrea, Jeff, and mods. Rest up for Friday. Here. Rest up, everybody. I was just thinking, gosh, it's 10 hours. I just looked over at the thing. It's 10 hours, and there's still a bunch of stuff to talk about in the queue. So I'm going to be talking for a little bit more. But you know what? We got a whole day tomorrow. So if it takes a minute, it takes a minute. That's cool. We get to sleep in. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to sleeping in. I am kind of getting used to this wake up early thing, but the main thing is just the compressed time, for the rest of life, the rest of the day. When we got off the stream yesterday, I went outside to do some work on my apricot trees. Way behind, behind on everything. It is what it is. That's kind of gardening for you. But the trees in particular, God, they just take a lot of work. And it's one of those things that can get very overwhelming. Okay. This tree is, 14-inch diameter. I got 2 of them. These are old, very well-established trees. They got a lot of fruit on them. Very heavy set this year. And I got to thin it. I got to go in and I got to thin it all. I got to do my summer pruning, get some of the weight off. It means I have to touch every piece of fruit on that tree. I will have touched every piece of fruit on that tree a couple of times by the time I go around and actually pick the fruit and eat it. It's very labor intensive. That's why I never bought into this trad wife, aesthetic, I guess, that kind of caught on. Ladies out in their skirts with their baby and a basket of apples. Oh no, honey. Oh no, that apple tree. Let me tell you how dirty you're going to get and how much time you are going to spend. Ladders you're going to be on, not in that dress. Trying to take care of an apple tree so that you can get apples. It's massive, but so it can be very overwhelming. A lot of times, you walk out, you see something like that and you're just so much to do. It's overwhelming. And it's very important to just do what you can. You don't have to do it all right now. Just do a little bit. So that's what I did last night. Oh my God, I'm so behind on this tree. That's okay. Just do a little bit. I did basically one big limb. It was probably, it was two buckets of baby apricots, 5-gallon buckets. Just on this part of the tree, I'm telling you, very well established tree, a lot of fruit, about 2 buckets of fruit thinned, tips pruned. It looks great what I got done. I felt so much better. Yeah, it's not completely done, but that's okay. I got it started and I just have to do a little bit every day and it'll get done. Rest up for Friday, everyone. L'enfant, why isn't AJ asking her, do you deny you said that? It's not his style. He doesn't know. He doesn't know why it's important. I don't know. I just bring it up because I saw Alex Spiro do it and it's so effective, so clean. It's the easiest way to do it. It's a great roadmap. And I love the way he does it in particular because he just avoids that whole morass of refreshing. This isn't your witness. This isn't your witness. So I don't want their testimony. I want the lie. I want the inconsistency. That's what I want. So I don't want you to give you a chance to try to fix it and explain it. You can explain it, but I want it in that you did it. So it's just very effective. I don't remember. Well, do you deny it? It's so effective. Just Don't fall in that trap of, oh, well, now I need to remind you. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because if you'll go ahead and deny it, now I can just impeach you with it. And if you don't deny it, that's almost as good as you saying you said it. Because you're saying I could have said it. And you can even, he will hammer that down. Do you deny it? No, I don't deny it. So you agree it's possible that you could have said that. Yeah, it's possible. We're done here. That's all we need. That's all we need. Now the jury heard it. So now it's in evidence. You can consider it. Plot twist pending. Say he got hit by a car and fell on his head backwards. Why does he have cuts and a tongue laceration in the front of his face? There's so much that can't be explained. What about his hands? Okay, the bruises, the boxer fractures on his hands. Yeah, cut inside his lip, cut over his eye. His nose looked awful soft and mushy to me. This looks like a nose that has been jabbed a few times. What about that? Doesn't explain that. It is. This is a big problem for the Commonwealth, and that's why they're kind of avoiding it. Here we are still. We're halfway through. We're more than halfway through because we don't have a day tomorrow. We got one more day in week 2. And here I am reprising my commentary from trial number 1. Are we ever going to get around to proving that John O'Keefe was hit by a car? They put it off until the absolute last minute in trial number 1. Lally, like his final witnesses. One of his last witnesses was the medical examiner. Okay. Put it off to like as close to the end pretty much as possible. We getting the same thing here. We were told there would be science, facts, and data. And so far I've gotten some text messages, some phone extractions, a little bit of location data, and nothing that is proving that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. It's looking a lot like a reprise of trial 1 in that respect. So this is key. And I think this is exactly why Commonwealth is kicking it down the road. This is not helpful for them. They don't have a good explanation for this. Now I am I'm very eager to see if the reason why Mr. Brennan wanted the jury to pay special attention to the little protruding piece on the top of the hatch door at the back of Karen's SUV. Do we have a new positioning, a new orientation? How his body, is that supposed to explain what, the eye? Is that supposed to explain his eye or something that hit his eye? I don't know. He's got something up his sleeve with that. I don't know why we're paying attention to that now, but I got to think it has to do with some theory of John's injuries. Is that what hit the back of his head? I don't know. Are we moving away from his head hit the rock solid ground and that's what caused it? The contre coup? Kind of went all in on that pretty early, didn't he? So don't see that it can be the back of the head. Looks like it's maybe going to be the eye. The laceration over the eye. So how does that even work? Laceration over his right eye. Cuts on his left arm that you're saying, or his right arm that you're saying came from the taillight. So what, is he like sideways behind the car, but still somehow doesn't get hit with the bumper? It just gets weirder and weirder. The arm out was weird enough, but now you're going to try to put more of your body in front of it. The more of your body you put in front of it, the bigger a problem it is that you didn't get hit by the bumper and you don't have any injuries from getting hit by the bumper. So, yes, I continue to await with great curiosity the Commonwealth's proof that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. No one. BA let dog out through basement bulkhead. Dog attacked John, who was relieving himself. John fell down steps. BA moved body to claim no idea what happened. Possible. Possible. I am going to tend to think, I'll just tell you, this is a very generous, I guess, type of interpretation of the facts. You're being very generous to Brian Albert. It was just an incidental thing. The cover-up wasn't malicious. It was just, this thing happened, and for whatever reason, didn't want to let anybody know about it. Wanted to do the cover-up. To me, that doesn't quite add up. The actions are disproportionate to, just an inadvertent thing like this happened. If an accident happened, what's really your concern? Well, I might have some liability as a homeowner, but you're going to have homeowners insurance and they will pay for that. What other concern do you have that would outweigh, that would, like, the risk that you would get caught, not handling him correctly, not getting him help if he could maybe be saved, trying to pin it on somebody else, doing fraudulent things? Those are high risk types of things. It's got to be a high reward, and just, well, I won't get sued because of this accident that happened on my property. I don't see it. So I think that if that's what happened, if there's a cover up here, there has to be something more malicious that happened, something more deliberate, because that's what they need to cover up. If they were beating him up, this is an assault, then that's your motivation. I assaulted him and he died. Well, guess what that is? We're seeing it in this trial. It's manslaughter. I didn't intend to kill him, but I assaulted him and he died. That's manslaughter. I don't want to be convicted of manslaughter. That's very significant. So that's the high reward type of thing that, to me would just be a little bit more proportionate with a cover up frame job. Find somebody else, whether it's Lucky, whether it's Karen, whether it's throw them on the train tracks, whatever opportunity ends up presenting itself. But I think it could have something to do with, Brian and Chloe going outside right about this time period. That was in the first trial. There was testimony about it. I think it was just maybe a little bit more deliberate than that. Just BKZ, just because, is gifted 10 Andrea Burkhart memberships. Thank you so much for that. So generous. Appreciate you supporting the channel. L'Enfant, in my opinion, the most impactful part of Cross Reasonable Doubt was, but you never saw a body like you saw tire marks. But that got lost with what followed. Yeah, I thought that was good too. I liked that. That was a good point. That was AJ being argumentative, but it was one of those times when it works. So I can see, like, this is why he does it, because you get a moment like that. It's like freaking tennis. Okay, this is why you play the sport, because you hit that winner. You hit that winner down the line. It's like the best feeling in the world, but you only do it like maybe 1 out of 10,000 times you try to do it, and it just keeps you coming back. You keep trying for that shot, even though you don't get it most of the time. Kind of like that. I think that's why he does stuff like this, because when it does land, yeah, it's good. It's good. And I liked that too. It's very, very clear for the jury. They can understand that. You just testified about that, and this doesn't make sense. And I'm not making you say it doesn't make sense. I'm showing that this doesn't make sense. The jury can see that for themselves. The jury can make that connection, that this convergence, this, you said this, but now you're saying this, and these things, they are not consistent. These things do not add up together. The jury can make sense out of that. You weren't looking for tire tracks, but you saw them way off in the distance, out in the street. Who's looking for tire tracks? Who even does it? Who notices tire tracks? That is not a thing that you notice. Tire tracks in the road are like the least remarkable thing that there is. Of course there's tire tracks in the road. Like there's no reason to pay any attention to that. You would never. I just, sorry. As far as how memory works, like I'm going to perceive this, it's going to have significance to it. It's going to capture my attention. It's going to be important enough that I'm going to lock it away in my long-term memory. A car track that you have no idea has anything to do with anything, just a car track in the road. No, not buying it. Absolutely not buying that. But she saw the car track, even though she wasn't looking, but she didn't see a body right there in the foreground where she'd be looking out at that SUV. I thought that was very persuasive too. So that's why he does what he does, I'm sure. When it works, it's good. I know a guy, AJ got rattled once he realized the witness order changed things. I mean, I'm not sure how the witness order changed things in a way that would rattle him. It shouldn't. You should not be so reactive to how the Commonwealth puts on their case. It doesn't matter. Your facts are your facts, regardless of how they come in. Your facts are your facts, and you just have to be patient. They'll all come in if you've done your work, you've done your prep, you have your plan, you got your witnesses lined up, you got theirs on the hook if you need to. Then all you just got to do is wait for things to unfold. So it shouldn't rattle you if the Commonwealth calling things in a different order, you have no idea what order they're going to call people in. It's not in your control at all. So what I saw was that AJ was just starting to get rattled because they were starting to get into that spiral where he's getting more argumentative. She's getting more evasive. Because he's more argumentative, Bev is letting her do more. He's letting her get away with stuff. She's reining in AJ. AJ isn't doing certain things right, so he is getting objected to, and it's getting sustained, and it's correct. It's correct. Lanks statements, Goods statements, Proctor's statements are hearsay. Those were all good objections. But he's getting frustrated because he's trying to do it and he's not getting what he wants. That's what I saw as rattling him. And so that's when he started getting snarky, making the comments. And then she's got to chastise him about making the comments. And now we're in a death spiral of things just kind of getting worse and worse and worse. Because now you're angrier, so now you're getting even snottier, so now the judge is getting madder. That's what I saw. And to me, it looked like it came out of frustration. And unfortunately, to me, a lot of that frustration looks self-imposed. There are ways to do this. If you're trying to do it in the incorrect way, then that's going to get sustained and you're not going to be able to do it. So, do it the right way. Yeah, it can still be really frustrating because, boy, you can do things the right way and the judge can still say, no, you can't do it. And then you're like, what the hell? Judge goal? What on earth? It was textbook foundation to impeach a witness with a prior inconsistent statement. No, you didn't lay the foundation. Will she explain how? No, she would not. Of course not. She doesn't explain anything. She just says there's no nexus. Bunch of people confessed and yada, yada. So yeah, you can get frustrated about stuff like that, but that's not what's happening here. Getting frustrated at a judge who is, making correct rulings and is getting frustrated with you, even if you don't necessarily agree with it, for reasons that aren't completely out there. He is argumentative. He is. It's his style. And that's why she's so into the form. I noticed that with that one objection. I can't remember the word now, but one of the later ones after lunch, it caught my attention because, somebody had commented earlier about, she will, with the Commonwealth, she'll say rephrase it when there's an objection, and she doesn't do that with the defense. Well, she was kind of doing that. She was starting to clue them in. First word's a problem. He's coloring it. He's being argumentative. She's trying to react to that to make him state things in a way that is cleaner. So it's not out of the blue, and this is an area where I think it's within her discretion. If you're being argumentative, she gets to have some control over how that unfolds. So clean it up. You wouldn't have this problem. Just read the prior statement. Read it verbatim. That's the way to do it. L'Enfant is also now a YouTube member. Welcome, L'Enfant. I love saying your name because it's like the only accent I can do. Je préfère l'accent français. Sort of. Comme ci, comme ça. Learned French many, many years ago. I've forgotten most of my words. I lived in Brussels when I was a teenager, so a couple of years. So j'ai appris le français, mais il y a longtemps, mais j'ai oublié beaucoup. But that's like the only accent I could do. So I like saying l'enfant. Welcome. Bienvenue, l'enfant. Bienvenue chez Andrea Burkhardt. Z, shank is UK slang for attack. So Irish in Massachusetts, no. Oh, that's interesting. Is that related? Is that the etymology? Now I'm going to have to look up not only this saying, the shank of the evening, but I'll also have to look up the etymology of it. Where on earth did the saying come from? That could be. So that's intriguing. Alan Jackson's not an Irish guy, is he, or is he? I don't know. He's California, I know that. Taylor Cook, as the son of a cop, I can't get past the unlocked door and the individual making their way into his bedroom while asleep without a strong reaction. Does that sound like any cop you know? Not just where his bedroom, his wife is sleeping there. That's what gets my attention. Somebody snuck into your wife's bedroom while you were all sleeping, because that's your level of security. That's hard to believe, isn't it? That's just how you go to bed after a drunken night out. Or did you leave the door open so she'd be able to get in when it was time to take that next step in the frame up? Yeah. This I don't buy. No. I just don't buy it. I know. I don't know. I know there are still towns out there where it's like Mayberry. I lived in one, Walla Walla. God, it's like Mayberry. And, a lot of places, yeah, you might not have to lock your door. Still have the kind of neighborhood where everybody knows each other. Everybody looks out for each other. There really aren't any troublemakers. Those places do still exist, maybe few and far between. I'm not sure I buy that Canton is one of them. And even if it were, I'm not sure I buy that the cops there are going to be that lackadaisical, especially a BPD. Guy from Boston, your enemies are not necessarily the local Canton people. You might have a more rowdy, more, more urban, more dangerous circle of folks that you need to look out for. Very difficult for me to believe. Mrs. Diesel Dude, $4.99. Welcome. Thank you so much for that. Who doesn't love a diesel dude? The rural juror. Can AJ circle back to any point he has already covered with slightly different, better, more pinning questions? Like I said, I think he can, but he's got to be very careful, because if Judge Canoni is getting annoyed with him, she doesn't think he's doing this right. She thinks he's doing it to argue, to just come back and gnaw and shake her a little bit more. She's going to be irritated. And if Brennan starts to object, she's going to sustain it. It's going to be asked and answered. You need to move on. It's argumentative, whatever. So he has to be very careful. He has to be very precise. He has to be clear. That's what she told him she wants, clear. If you got business to do, work to do, go in and do it and then get out. And that would be his best chance of being able to go back and revisit these, get some of this stuff in, clean it up, set it up for impeachment, and you'd probably be fine. But he's going to have to be careful because he's already pissed off the judge and she's already expecting him to be argumentative. So he needs to be very careful not to be. Michelle, I want to read Karen's interview with the FBI. Oh, that, I mean, all of them. Yeah. But yeah, Karen's, what did she have to say? That would be fascinating. That would be quite a read. You know, she's got a story to tell. I'd love to hear the stuff that she's not willing to say on camera, you know, to the interviews and stuff. I love Kitty 73. This is still so crazy. Thanks for all you do. This is a wild day. Bit of a wild day today. Thank you all for being here and for sticking around with me. And like I said, I knew I was going to be saying stuff that people wouldn't necessarily want to hear. But I got to tell you like it is, you know, like at least like I see it. And I don't know. The rule is what it is. Just trying to help folks kind of understand how things work, how things play out, and why they're having so much trouble here. If you get the sense that this isn't working, I'm trying to help you understand why. And it's not because like I want to criticize anybody or whatever. It's just because this is the technique. There is a technique to it. And that's what color is all about. You know, I can tell you the difference between a shovel hook and a liver shot. You know, Roy can. Roy can definitely tell you the difference between a shovel hook and a liver shot. So that's all I'm trying to do. Grin for me. When McCabe is called during the defendant's case in chief, they will use herself against herself. Jen will be recalled. He was gentle now because he can still be aggressive later. It's an obvious slow play. Maybe. I can't say this isn't true, but I'm skeptical because a lot of reasons for this. Number one, when you call Jen as your own witness, you're under a different set of rules. You don't have the freedom to deal with her like you do on cross. On cross, she's automatically hostile. On direct, she's your witness. So you might be able to get her declared hostile, but now that's going to be up to this judge. And so it's going to depend on what are you doing? Are you bringing her up here to argue with her some more? Judge is going to shut that down, and she won't be out of line for doing that. If it's something that if it's something that matters, I've said this before, I've said it many times, you may not get the chance again. Jen McCabe could walk out of the courtroom on Friday, finished with her cross. She could step out in front of a bus. And if you didn't take your chance to get that information out, now you're never going to get it. The whole, I'm going to set things up to do them later. It's just, you know, I know this is a theory that people have, but it's just rare that you do that as a lawyer. It's rare that you do that. It's not, you don't have that much control. It's not like chess where, okay, there's a complex series of moves that we're making here and we're calculating and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, you have that going on. But chess, you have a board and you have players and they all follow certain predictable patterns. So you can do that. Trial isn't like that. Anything can happen in trial. So if you're setting up your whole end game and deferring, you know, things that you have now because you think it's all going to go in a certain way, you are really gambling. It is very, very high risk to do that. You may not get that chance again, and things may shift significantly before you have that opportunity. So you just don't do it. You take the opening when you have it. You take the opening when you have it. If I see in round 2 that somebody is throwing their cross and they're bringing it back like this, they're bringing it back to their waist, I'm going to notice that. And I'm going to set up my counter. Okay? You're leaving it right open for my overhand, man. I can pop right in on you. I can time you bringing that thing right back. I can get you right with my overhand. I can follow that up with a body shot. Okay, it's an opening. I'm not going to give you too many shots, and even less in the amateurs, right? You got limited time to work. You see it, you better take it, because they get back in the corner, the coach might warn them, hey, you're doing this. And then they'll fix it, and you won't get that opportunity again. So you got to take your openings when you see them. Yeah, you want to set it up, but you don't want to assume the opportunity is always going to be there. So I am not convinced that the defense is going to call Jen in their case in chief. She is not a friendly. She's a hostile. They have no guarantee that they'd get to treat her as a hostile. And frankly, there's just no reason to do that. You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. And I think I would maybe even disagree with this, that he was gentle now because he can be aggressive later. I see him being pretty aggressive with her, definitely by the end of the day when he's making the comments, the commentary. When he's making the commentary. I'm not in charge of what's in his report. No, you're not. I didn't say it like that. Whatever. That's not a good sign of somebody that's in control and not trying to be aggressive. So I would like to think this. I just, unfortunately, I can't buy into it. But you could be right. Oops, I just unstarred somebody and I didn't see. Let me see if I can go back and find it in the regular chat. It was back at 3. About an hour ago, somebody super chatted me and I just unstarred it. Sorry, I'm going to go back and try to find it. A little bit before. I got a ways to go, guys. Just give me a second. I don't like skipping people. People, take their time and effort. You're gonna pay me your hard-earned money to get my attention. You're gonna get it. So I do very much appreciate it. Let me see where we're at. Okay, it must have been this one from Anna. They were asked previous trial to impeach this way. I'd like to see it. I don't remember this. It is possible that there were, conversations about how they were supposed to impeach. I would like to see it. The reason why I'm skeptical is because, like I said, I'm not seeing them actually impeach. They're not offering it. Impeaching means I'm getting it into evidence. And they're not doing that. They haven't offered the transcript, not the grand jury, not the first trial. They can't offer the reports yet. They got to do that through the police officers, but I'm not seeing them do it. So that's why, if there were conversations, I would buy that there were. I would like to see what they are, because it's not adding up as an explanation. Z, what's happening with Waldman and Brown Rudnick now? I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't seen anything about Adam Waldman for a while. He kind of, I don't know, fell off the radar. Not sure if he kind of retired or what. I know his wife had the skincare line and they sold it, and I think might have put him in a position where he doesn't have to be part of the grind anymore. Brown Rudnick, I have seen Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu seem to make a series of poor client representation choices. They seem to have picked some real losers lately. I hate to say it, but that just kind of seems to be how it is. who was it? They represented the witness in the ASAP Rocky trial, the one that ultimately, that was the main case against ASAP Rocky. He had a whole bunch of credibility problems, and ultimately the jury did not believe him. They acquitted ASAP Rocky in fast hour, 2 hours, something like that. It was fast. So this guy, no, they didn't buy any of it, and Camille and Ben were representing him. Some other case like that too. So that's really all I've seen of them lately, but I haven't really been going out and looking for them either. That's all I can tell you. SMB with just a super chat. Thank you so much for that, SMB. Appreciate your support. Stacy Weagle, is there any chances AJ thinks he did well today? Well, I mean, he might. I would think if he's a reasonably insightful, reflective person, he would recognize his own frustration at the end. And the issue is just, where does he point that? Does he recognize his own role in it? Or is he just frustrated with the judge, frustrated with the witness? She's not doing what I want her to do. Judge isn't letting me do stuff. Is he seeing why that's happening? She's not doing what you want her to do because she's not going to. She's a hostile witness. She's adverse, and your expectations are unreasonable. Your expectations need to be tailored to what you can accomplish, given the rules of trial procedure and how you can ask questions and how you can impeach and so forth. So if she's being squirrely, that's just part of what you deal with as a trial lawyer. If you're frustrated with the judge not letting you do things, are you turning that around and thinking, am I right? I do hope they're having like a team debrief. How did that go? Where can we improve? If he's having those kinds of thoughts, good to have the group mind kind of on that, and how it's working and how they might be able to fix it. Because we don't want a frustrated AJ in Cross. We want to fix that. But we got to be able to see what the problem is. You got to see what the problem is if you're going to be able to fix it. So that's the $1 million question. Does he see it? I don't know. I don't know, AJ. I don't know if he sees it or not. L'Enfant, do you think the out of order is problematic when defense can't bring up not yet admitted evidence, law enforcement testimony, etc., when crossing JM? No, this is routine. You deal with this in trial all the time because you don't control the order of the state calling their witnesses. This is normal. So you plant the seed, she denies it, and you move on. You're going to get back to it. And that's the benefit of if you've kept your cross crisp and tight and focused, and the jury knows, you don't waste any time. So if I'm hearing something from you, it matters. They're much more likely to remember it later on when I got Link on the stand and I remind him. Depending on the courtroom you're in, you have more or less leeway to be able to set that kind of thing up. For example, if I have Michael Lank on the stand, I might be inclined to say, Mr. Lank, you weren't present, but we previously heard testimony from Jen McCabe to this effect. In your report, you state that Jen McCabe said X. Set up the inconsistency again. Now, if the judge is already pissed at me, or the judge doesn't like me, or the judge doesn't like defense lawyers or whatever, they might not let me give that, context to my question. That's not a question, No, you're right. It's not a question, but I am orienting the witness and the jury to what I'm going to be asking about. Some people will let you do that, some won't. But either way, I'd be bringing it back to, you keep things crisp and tight, then we already know from when we talked to Jen McCabe, okay, there was an interview with Lank and something was said, and there's a dispute about it. And that's all they need to take away from it. Then when I got Lank on the stand, I got Lank's version. And I get it out. And so they already know, okay, there was a dispute. Here's what Lank said, she said. Is that what she said? That's not what she said. Because I get to point that out in my closing. So this is normal. Having witnesses in weird order is normal. If you are letting the Commonwealth's decision about the order in which they call their witnesses to throw you off your game, you got a bad game plan, guys. That's all I can tell you. You got a bad game plan. This type of thing is just routine. Michigan Farm Boy, could Jen have taken the fifth on the lying to the FBI question, or was the weaseling a better choice for her? Well, if she'd taken the fifth, you don't, number one, ever want to do that in front of the jury. So she kind of waited, a little too late for that. In theory, yes. In theory, yes, she could. If the jury hears it, they're certainly going to draw their own inference from it, even though they'll be told you can't draw an inference from it. But they would. I mean, how would they not? How would they not? So, it depends. It just depends on what she thinks her risk, what she thinks her risk is. Does she think she's at risk of being charged with lying to the FBI? No, she doesn't, because this already happened a while ago, and they know it was a lie. She told them it was a lie, and she hasn't been charged, so it's unlikely it's going to happen now. It's low risk. It's low risk. So, and anyway, Jen is the smartest person in the room, right? She thinks she can talk herself out of anything. And she had an explanation for this too. No, it wasn't a lie. It wouldn't be perjury. It's not criminal. I just forgot. She thought she could talk her way out of it. V Grave, could you explain Matt McCabe and 227 search? The person to go to for like the real detailed breakdown on all of this is Truth and Transparency. Lana's done a massive breakdown where she looked at the data from Jen McCabe's watch, and then she looked at the data from Jen McCabe's cell phone, and they do not correspond. She makes a very compelling case that the phone and the watch are not in the same place being used by the same people. And so that's kind of the $1 million question is who was using what? Because if different people are using these devices, if the phone is on Jen McCabe's wrist up in her bedroom doing one thing, and the phone is somewhere else doing something else, takes the phone out of Jen McCabe's hands, and it suggests maybe somebody else in the house did the Google search. So Lana is the one to check into if you're interested in that particular theory. I found it was pretty interesting. I mean, she found a lot of discrepancies, things that don't add up, things that when they should be acting in concert, right? Just like how if Hills registered as steps on the drive on John's phone, maybe they should have done that for Karen's too. It seems like they've wiggled around that by saying, well, it was in his hand. So if it wasn't in Karen's hand, then I guess it wouldn't. But same general idea, right? You should have corresponding data if these devices are in the same place doing the same thing. So many occasions when the watch and the phone are not in the same place, not doing the same thing, they don't correspond in the way that you would expect they would if they were with the same person. Lisa, listening to other people's police interviews from your dining room gives total Sopranos vibes. I feel AJ's helping her build a house of cards. He might. It does kind of does give a little bit of a vibe, doesn't it? He's going to he's going to know everything. He's going to be on top of everything. He's going to be in the center of everything, to the extent he's going to go to Jen McCabe's house and be there when she gives hers. I could see it giving that vibe. It's just, is our vibes going to win the case? I don't know that that's enough. It's what they tried the first time, and it wasn't enough. L'Enfant. I love AJ when he doesn't get sucked into JM's Real Housewives of Canton Dramatude contest, which she closes and wins with, I'm just a regular Canton mom. I agree, because the problem is it gets argumentative, and then, she takes the bait and Bev lets her run with it. because she sees it as evening the playing field. AJ's been argumentative with her. He's coloring up his questions. He's adding these comments. He's loading them. He's asking loaded questions. It's not fair. So I'm going to let her fight back. And then she gets to go on her long soliloquy about, I'm just a normal soccer mom or whatever. I'm a normal small town mom. I just answered the call for help and I went through this trauma. It's not helpful. I agree. I think you should stay out of the drama. Keep the high road. It was really working. Being unreactive to her. Glamasues, do you think that Hank is asking leading questions on direct, or is it my imagination? It is definitely not your imagination. He is absolutely asking tons of leading questions on direct. When they just did it with Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Alessi was objecting repeatedly. They were being sustained. They were a problem. Probably a habit from being a defense lawyer. You get to ask your leading questions as a defense lawyer because you're usually mostly on cross. Usually the state's case is bigger than yours. So most of your time is on cross. You get to ask leading witnesses. That's the habit that you form. But he's in the prosecutor role. You don't get to do that. So he's got to learn how to ask different questions. I find it highly entertaining that he's picked up on, there's like a joke in the defense world about how easy it is to be a prosecutor. Because the only question you ever have to ask is, and then what happened? And then what happened? You're mostly dealing with law enforcement witnesses that have testified before. They know what story they're there to tell, so they know. Especially young prosecutors, they might know more than you do about how should I say this and what should I say and so forth. So ask an open question. All they have to ask is, and then what happened? It's much more difficult as a defense attorney because that witness doesn't want to give you anything. And so you have to figure out your methods. You have to figure out what's going to work. You got to recognize and anticipate. They're not going to want to help you. So you got to help yourself. You got to help yourself make your points. Jason Sorensen, Alessi needs to make an how-to binder for AJ. It would be a great binder. That would be a great binder. Just the piece. That's what you do. I mean, maybe this is just why I have such an affinity for Alessi. I see him and I'm like, God, this is how I do things. Like, yes, this is how I do it. You make a trial binder. And so if it's a big trial, you make lots of binders. You might have a binder for different, it's a different binder for every witness. But your binder has your key stuff in it. It has your outline. It has every piece of evidence that you might need to go and stick up under that witness's nose. Every statement that they made, every photograph that they might have something to say about, like any of it. You have it right there. You have your roadmap and you're ready to go. Just have it all lined out. Have it game planned. I would love for Mr. Alessi to do that. That's how I would do it. So of course I would love it. Nicole Kelly. So Jen ran into the house with no worry her sister was dead, or worse, a stranger was in the house. Apparently so. Walked right in the front door and all the way up to her sleeping sister's bed. And this didn't alarm her at all that she was able to do that. Not a problem. Just casually made her way in that unlocked front door. Jason Sorensen, AJ can be a great lawyer, but sometimes great lawyers run into a bad matchup. Even greats can miss the mark. This is very true. You can just run into a bad matchup. And we've seen him do stuff that works, and we've seen him have his moment. I'm not by any stretch of the imagination trying to say AJ's not a good lawyer. Of course AJ is a good lawyer. Just this fine detail of this one tiny aspect of trial process might not be his forte. He's got other skills. When he landed that, you didn't see the body, but you saw the tracks. That was good. That was good. That's why AJ does it his way, because that kind of thing gets your attention and it's memorable and it will stick with you. So I understand it. And I'm not trying to, judge him negatively on style points or whatever. I acknowledge it's a different style. It's not the style I would use, but it is his style. I've explained why I don't particularly care for it, but I can't speak to what it's accomplished for him. You know, I don't have counterfactual situations where I tried out AJ's style and it worked. It wouldn't suit me anyway. I don't think. I like being cold in the combat. It's not personal. It's just business. It's just business. I'm not looking to punch your face until you come at me. That's all. So different styles work for different people. But yeah, it could just be a bad matchup, and Jen is kind of his kryptonite, you know, because he just can't maneuver her the way that he would like to. She is too resistant, and he's not getting the volunteer backup from Bev as far as keeping her responsive. Not sure he's asking for it, but you know, it's just sometimes, yeah, those things happen. Great lawyer can have a bad day. Love Free, can you reach out to the defense before cross tomorrow? I would never do that. Like I already said, that would be extremely presumptuous of me. I'm here. I've said what I say publicly. If they're interested in it, they'll look for it. If they're not interested in it, I am absolutely not going to force it on them. That would be, from my perspective, very much out of line. And I would not be pleased if somebody were to do that to me in my case. Laura Jordan is a YouTube member. Welcome, Laura. Thanks for being part of the channel. Grin for me. Bev will be out of line denying treating Jen hostile during your case in chief if you introduce all of those motions you filed pre-trial and impeached the state's tech witness right before she took the stand. I'm not sure I understand what this is getting at. Okay. The issue is that, you know, the judge is going to decide whether she is a hostile witness based on whether she is being cooperative, whether she's being in good faith, whether she's trying to obstruct the defense. The problem is if AJ comes up and is argumentative, she's not going to find that. So it would just depend on what AJ does and how he does it. But no, I don't think it would. This is an area where she has discretion. And so you know where the lines are. Maybe not exactly, but we got a general idea what Bev's problem is here with AJ. And she's telling you what you need to do to fix it. You need to be clear. You know, you need to not phrase things in these loaded ways. So if he gets Jen back up on the stand and does the same thing, guess what? Bev's going to do the same thing too. And she's going to let her keep doing it. She's going to say, no, she's not being uncooperative. You are being unreasonable. And yeah, that would hold up. That's not an act of discretion that's getting reversed on appeal. It's not happening. So might happen that they recall her. I don't think they're going to. We'll see. Time will tell. Deborah, silly Q, is impeachment, quote, to bring perjury charges or for the benefit of the jury to determine integrity? I'm concerned you're not standing up periodically enough. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. It's okay. I get up and I move around a lot as soon as we're done with the day. But yes, these are long days sitting. It is kind of like being back in trial mode, except in trial, you get to stand up and walk around. I'm a pacer. I've mentioned that before. I sympathize with AJ pacing in the courtroom because I'm inclined to do that too. Walk away from the mic. Thank you for your concern. I promise I will get up and move around as soon as we get wrapped up here. We're on the 11-hour mark already almost. Goodness. No, it is not to bring perjury charges. So the impeachment is not like a thing that happens. It's not like a judge declares you are impeached or there's anything really formal like that. It's more of a categorical distinction with what evidence is being used for and how you're using it. Impeachment, strictly speaking, is just presenting evidence to show that somebody lacks credibility. And so for whatever reason, impeachment evidence can be this person has a reputation for being dishonest. Impeachment can be this person has been convicted of prior crimes of dishonesty. But impeachment can also be this person has told inconsistent stories about this, this version of events or whatever. Their account is unreliable. So that's really all it means, is just evidence that we are admitting for the purpose of showing this witness lacks credibility. The key there is we are admitting evidence. That's the key to impeachment. That's how it's different from refreshing the witness's recollection. We're not admitting anything when the witness is refreshing their recollection. They either remember it and then testify the way you want them to, or they don't. And Jen McCabe clearly does not. So the refreshing doesn't work with her. She just says it, well, it's on the paper, but that's not what refreshing is about. So if it's on the paper and we want the jury to see the paper, we need to get the paper in somehow. We need to know our pathway to do that. And that's typically through impeachment. One of the other categorical distinctions that I mentioned is impeachment evidence is often treated different than the rest of the substantive trial evidence. The evidence about what time did they get there and who was there and who drank what and so forth. This is substantive evidence for the jury to rely on to decide what happened. Has the state proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Impeachment evidence often cannot be considered as substantive evidence. So if I bring in proof that you said an inconsistent story before, I can't necessarily argue to the jury that that story you told before, like the fact that that's in evidence, means that that's true, that that's the version of events that you should accept. I can't use it for that purpose. It's not substantive evidence. It's just for impeachment. All it's there to illustrate is that there is an inconsistency. So I can use it to show you can't rely on this person's account. I can kind of hint at it because I can say when this person came in at trial and testified this way, you can't rely on that because they told you something else the other time. So their testimony about what happened, it's unreliable. It's getting close to saying, maybe that other version is better, but we're not crossing that line. It isn't about what happened. It's about reasonable doubt, and has this been established, and is this something that you can put weight on? So that's really all impeachment is doing. It's calling out a problem with a witness's credibility. It's presenting evidence for that purpose, and typically, often, only for that purpose. Not a silly question at all. It's very, very common. Very common. Grin for me. Can't plead the fifth to nothing on the record. No, you can't. You can only plead the fifth to specific questions that are asked that tend to incriminate you. So it's not a general privilege that you have. It attaches to a specific circumstance and a specific exposure. Lauricia Harris, Bev seems to interrupt every time defense is on their stride to uncovering a lie. Did you see the moment when Hank questioning Dr. Wolf, he nods at Bev and she clearly reacts to me, Bev, ready to exclude based on Hank? I did see that. I talked about this yesterday. I honestly didn't think it was that significant. It didn't look to me like it was a clear, Hank is trying to communicate something to the judge. It looked to me like he's already in his version of an argumentative cross-examination with this particular witness. So he's already reacting. He's giving his editorials and stuff like that. To me, it looked like he's reacting. Wolf is saying something, he doesn't like it. He's shaking his head like, what is this guy doing? It looked performative to me. Bev's reaction, it's like she sees it, she sits back, she puts on her glasses or something like that. To me, that looked like a not receptive type of reaction. If he's doing this performance for her benefit, if it is, in that way, trying to be kind of communicative, it didn't look to me like it landed. So that's what I saw with that. But yeah, she does interrupt them a lot. Can you come to Sidebar? Can we have a sidebar? Would be nice if we could see this kind of thing unfolding in real time, like what's happening at the sidebars, because yeah, I'd like to know. I'd like to not have to wait for a transcript and go back and, have to reread the entire trial to try to put into context. Why did she call this sidebar at that point? What was she anticipating? What's the problem? Because that would be an interesting pattern to see too. When she calls it, why? Why? And then we had, I think the first time she said, I don't want to have a sidebar on all this. And AJ asked for a sidebar and then they have it. Yeah, I don't know. She is a little bit all over the place. She's a little bit all over the place. But yeah, she's, and that can be part of the process too. Part of the challenge that you deal with in trial. When you got the judge, sometimes you are fighting the judge as much as you are fighting the prosecutor. That is very frustrating. Very frustrating. Oh yeah, been there. But let me tell you, that win feels phenomenal. God, does that win feel good? When you can pull that off, that's a great feeling. It's good as that tennis baseline shot. What keeps you coming back to trial work? Yeah. This one is a lot tougher to deal with because you're supposed to be able to trust the judge, to be predictable, to have the rules of the road, to be fair, to actually explain to you what the standard is. I shouldn't have to guess what's in the judge's mind. That's not reasonable. I should be able to expect that the judge has a reasonable interpretation of the legal framework that we're operating within. How would I anticipate that the judge is going to pull out of the blue a ABA rule, ABA guideline for record retention and say that I'm required to follow that and find me in violation of a discovery rule based on that, when that's never been binding in Massachusetts? I had no notice of that. You shouldn't have to try to anticipate the unanticipatable. That's why you have law. That is what the rule of law is all about, is to have structure and order and predictability so that we all know these are the rules of the road and these are how we can operate. There's always getting used to the judge, just like there's always getting used to how's the umpire calling the strike zone this game. Sometimes they might call a very large strike zone. Sometimes they might call a very narrow strike zone. Sometimes they may be more generous on fastballs outside. Sometimes they might let you catch things on the inside a little bit more. You're gonna have to figure out every pitcher or every umpire. And that's going to be frustrating. But as long as they are consistent with what they're calling, then you learn and you can adjust. And then it sucks if your best pitch is that fastball outside, right on the outside corner that he refuses to call as a strike. It's frustrating because then you gotta adapt. But if he's being consistent, it's hard to complain about that. Harder to complain about it. So, it's the same thing with judges. Yes, you want them to call the strike zone exactly as it appears and call it consistently and fairly. Even if they don't, though, as long as they give you a pattern, you can work with that. It's when it becomes unpredictable and you have no idea what this judge is going to say or do or rely on. That's when things get to be real problematic. I love Kitty 73. Jen looks for help at the defense when AJ went next to her. I don't think she was looking at the defense. I think she's looking over at the O'Keefes. That's what I thought I saw her doing. She might, people have been saying she's glancing at Hank. I haven't really noticed that. I can't really quite tell where Hank is in relation to like where she's looking. I definitely see her looking over at the jury, looking over the jury with her pleading eyes. Believe me, jury, I'm so believable. And I've seen her give that little glance over and that little smile over at the O'Keefes. But I can't really tell where everybody else is sitting well enough kind of get a sense of who else she's looking at. So I don't know. I will take people's word for it. She's looking at Hank. She's looking at other people. But it wouldn't surprise me. She's looking for help to Hank. That is kind of his job. It's part of your job as the lawyer. Protect your witness up there. You just can't always do it. If your witness has bad facts that are going to destroy them, well, that's just how it is. Having having impeachment evidence is not objectionable. It's not a basis to stand up and get in the way. And I will say this: I am not 100% convinced that Mr. Brennan really likes any of these people or cares what happens to them. I'm not really seeing a lot of, I think Lally in many ways was more of an attack dog for the prosecution witnesses than Mr. Brennan has been. I think he's kind of letting them get worked over a little bit. I mean, it's getting very argumentative. It's objectionable. He could be jumping in and objecting, busting up AJ's flow, making him even more frustrated. He's not doing that. Now he could think, well, this is fine. What's happening? Could be that, but not really going out of his way to do that kind of thing. Just makes me wonder. TG, this time will jurors be allowed to take their notebooks into deliberations with them? If not, well, I just think that's incredible. I thought that they could take them into deliberations. They just can't keep them afterwards. Because what I remember, I could have it crossed in my mind though with another trial. But what I remember is that there is an instruction that they have their notes, but their notes are not a substitute for the collective memory of the jury. And that's kind of a common instruction that you get when you have notes. Basically, they just want people to not prioritize their notes over other evidence. And that's for a lot of reasons. It's because some people are going to take more notes than others. And so you don't want this person is the authority on everything and they get to decide it all because they took all the notes. You also don't want people so focused on taking notes for that kind of reason that they aren't paying attention to other stuff going on in the trial. So that's what I remember is an instruction that their notes are not to they're not a substitute for the collective memory of the jury. And if there's a dispute, a conflict between your recollection and what your notes say, then it's the collective recollection of the jury that should control. We got a new member. Nathaniel Hooper is a member again. Welcome back, Nathaniel. Good to see you. Thanks for being part of the crew. Z, bar/judicial complaint post-trial to reverse bogus deliberate violation, sanction prejudicial publicity of meritless ARCA issue, abuse discretion. Oh man, so the defense team is not at all going to be happy with these sanctions findings and very specifically the lack of candor to the tribunal. They are not going to be happy about that, a finding that they misrepresented the facts to the court as far as ARCA goes. And it's in a little bit of a sticky situation, kind of standing and procedure wise, because there's no reason for Karen to appeal it. There was no consequence from it, right? It didn't have effects that then prejudiced her ability to get a fair trial. The only people that are potentially affected by that are the attorneys. And so she doesn't have the incentive to appeal it. There isn't really anything for her to get. And I mean, it's not like a conflict of interest situation. It's just that they're the ones with the motivation to try to challenge that, not so much her. And they don't really have the avenue to do that. They don't have standing to appeal independently. So is there a way that they could achieve that through like a bar, judicial commission, whoever handles the judicial misconduct in Massachusetts? I mean, they could try, but you want to talk about a cabal. Boy, you think it's hard to get attorneys sanctioned. You think it's hard to get attorneys to have ethical violations found. Even harder for judges. Even harder for judges. Judges don't like to judge other judges because they don't want other judges judging them. So it's like a mutually assured destruction thing. I don't tell you how to run your courtroom. You won't tell me how to run mine, and we'll all kind of get along together that way. I mind my business, you mind yours. So you have to go pretty far out of line as a judge before another judge is going to step in and say, that's a problem. You shouldn't do that. And a lot of times this stuff is happening and it's known. It's well known. It's under everybody's noses. The Sheriff Steins thing over there in Kentucky, that judge and what was going on in that judge's chambers. You remember when he got arrested and they never even asked him any questions? They didn't have to. This is just my interpretation. But they didn't have to. The entire courtroom already know. The courthouse, everybody in that courthouse, they already knew what was going on. That's why they didn't have to ask him any questions. They didn't interrogate him. Takes a lot for a judge to check another judge. So, I mean, they might try it, but it's not likely to be successful. And Yannetti and Victoria George are really the main ones I think that would have to worry about blowback from it, since they're the locals. Alan Jackson may never go back to Massachusetts again, so it maybe wouldn't matter one way or another to him. But Alan Jackson and Victoria George, they have to think about the future possibility of being in front of this judge. And if part of why she is the way she is now is because of the motion to disqualify that they brought before, embarrassed her, wasn't a bro move. They're not playing the game. Not playing the game. Let her do her thing, and you just know your place. You challenge the wrong people, then your girl's got to be convicted, and that's just how it is, If that's why, then it's not going to be any better if you try to take it up the chain of authority. Reality check. How do you think a better way to cross would be as far as getting Jen to crack? We need to shift our framework here. The goal of cross is not to get Jen to crack. That is not the goal. Here's what that trial practice attorney, that the professor that I had when I was in law school, here's what he said cross-examination is. Cross-examination is your turn to testify. It's your turn to testify. And that's the strategy. That's how you do it. You have your facts. You have your evidence. You know how you're going to get them out of this witness. And if you're not going to be able to get them out of this witness, how you're going to be able to impeach this witness with the facts that you have. And that's all you're there to do. You're not there to crack people. I don't care if they crack or not. I don't care if she cracks. She can go her entire life and never admit that she lies. If I present the facts that show she did, I'm very satisfied. I'm very satisfied. So I think this is a shift your expectation type of question. The goal is not to get her to crack. The goal is to get your facts in that you need to get in. And the facts you need to get in through Jen McCabe, they're the changing stories. The timeline doesn't fit. The scurrying to cover up, the 2:27 a.m. search. You already know she's not going to give you these things. So expecting her to, you're already off track. Thinking you're going to be able to bend her into it, you're already off track and you're going to get distracted. You got other ways to get those in. You already know how you're going to get them in. But you're going to confront her with it. That's it. Just there to get your facts in. So that's how I see it. And that's how you're able to stay non-reactive, above the fray, whatever. It's just business. These are just facts. This is just a grand jury transcript. It's nothing personal. You can squirm and explain and struggle and excuse whatever. I don't really care. Point is, you said this other thing before. That's what matters. That's what matters. So that's my thought about it. It's not about getting her to crack. It's about getting your facts in. It's your turn to testify. 11 hours and 17, guys. I am definitely ready to get up and have a little stretch. I might go to late boxing, but I might not. It's getting a little bit late in the evening, and I will be a little stiff or something like that. So I might just go out and do some work on the tree. I might take the dog for a walk. Got to figure it out. But yeah, gonna go move that biological container. Get some of that done. And we get to sleep in tomorrow, day off tomorrow. So that's. Do we know why? Did anybody say why it is? Like, was this pre-scheduled? I didn't catch if it was something that came up or if this was pre-scheduled and everybody already knew that. I am just curious about it, but it is nice to have a day off. Mindy has brought up a super chat in the meantime. Why does the Commonwealth need ARCA before their expert testifies? ARCA is responding to the Commonwealth expert. Help me understand the issue. Well, this is kind of the reverse of what I was talking about before. Hank has made a big old stink out of I don't have notice, and so I don't have a fair opportunity to respond. And that's going to deprive me of a fair trial. Well, again, if your trial is dependent, your ability to put on your case is dependent on what they're doing with their case. You've already got a problem. Your problem is much bigger than that, because you should be able to prove it regardless of what they do. And if you can't, then you should be questioning whether you should be bringing this prosecution at all. So they don't need ARCA before their expert testifies. They just want it. They want to be prepared because they want to try to be able to preempt it. That's all. And they're trying to time it, potentially time it in such a way so that they can pull that off. They can delay their expert. ARCA's got to get the report in by May 7th. They can get it to their expert if they can delay, having their expert testify until after we've got the ARCA report and after the experts had time to digest it. Then they can try to preempt it. That's what he wants to do. I just, don't know if he's going to pull it off. And it's, he doesn't have a right to do that. This is just strategic maneuvering. It's not something that there's an entitlement to or anything like that. So, Patriots Day, possible May Day. Are these like Massachusetts? Are these Massachusetts things? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had May 1st off as a holiday. Is that Irish thing? Is it like big in Ireland? I don't know. Obviously there's Irish people here too, but like Massachusetts is notorious and everything. So, hey, I don't know, but we're having a day off and I appreciate it. I appreciate that the mods are going to get to have some rest. Thank you, mods. Thank you for all that you do for being here and keeping things awesome and alerting me when I have audio issues that we need to fix. Thank you for keeping all that in line. Really do appreciate it. Appreciate the vibe here, guys. It's a good scene. All of your good information and in your comments and your ideas. Even if I don't agree with everybody, I'm just not a very agreeable person. It's okay. We're just talking ideas. You do make me think, and I value that and appreciate that. And that's part of why I like being able to talk to people that I don't necessarily agree with, because it makes me think, and thinking feels good. Thinking feels good, doesn't it? Am I the only one? Does it kind of like stretch your brain, stretch your intellect, make you feel like you're growing a little bit? Something? I don't know. I really enjoy it. And it's the kind of thing that gets harder and harder to do in the modern day, talk about things that you disagree with, because it's just, I don't know, everything's gotten so polarized and emotional. It's like a disagreement is now you gotta hate people you disagree with or something. No, I'm not down with that. I don't hate hardly anybody. I like almost everybody. and I rarely agree with anybody or anything. It's just I'm not a very agreeable person, but I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything. But that is one of the wonderful things I love about this chat. Grin for me. Okay. At what point do we let this poor woman get the fuck out of here before she is just a dried up husk of knowledge? Go be free, ma'am, run. Well, thank you. My tea ran dry. That was, there it is, the slurp. That was part of my curtain call for sure. So thank you. I do appreciate that. I don't want to miss out. People are paying their money to tell me something. I definitely want to see it, and I appreciate that. But I also do appreciate when y'all go ahead and let me head on out. So I'm going to do that now, guys. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being here today. Friday is a new day. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's maybe a new life. Every day is a new opportunity. This is, I'm a defense attorney. And if you don't believe in hope and redemption as a defense attorney, I don't know what you're doing. You're probably in the wrong profession. And, it's not that people don't do things that are bad and that hurt others and that don't deserve some condemnation and stuff. But every moment, everybody has the potential to be better. And that's all of us. That's the defense team. That's the prosecution. That's Judge Cannoni. Everybody's on the same playing field like that. So today's in the books. It happened. We got what we got. Friday is a new day. So I will look forward to being here Friday for day 8 and seeing what that brings. Seeing what that brings in the trial. Thank you again for everybody, and look forward to seeing you in a couple days.